just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Bloke in a Bar, and we are nearly there. That is right. Tonight, 6 p.m, the jerseys, they are dropping. Make sure to be logged into your Bloke account. That is right. Log into your Bloke account. It'll be $99 for Bloke Club members. And if you're logged in, it'll automatically give you that discount. So just make sure you're logged in. For everyone else, it's $110. Guys, be there. Matter of fact, you know what? I've still got the goatee because I needed to reshoot some things this morning. That's why I've still got the goatee. But I tell you what, if we sell out quickly, I'll keep the goatee for how long?
12 Magic Round has to stay to Magic Round at least.
I'll keep the goatee for 12 months?
Yeah.
What the
Until
hell?
you launch the next jersey.
Oh, my God.
I meant Magic Round next year.
Yeah.
No way. When's Magic Round from now on? 2 weeks.
It's 2 weeks away. I'm not counting the days, but
Yep.
It's 2 weeks away?
Yep.
Okay, I tell you what. If we sell out within the first, and I'll be generous, in the first, from Tuesday till Saturday. Is that generous?
Yes.
yeah.
From Tuesday till Saturday. If we sell out, I will keep the goatee for Magic Round. For Magic Round.
Good.
So get around it, guys. It's tonight at bloke.shop. It's at 6 p.m, limited edition. We'll never do this design again. It's the most hype. It's the most demand we've ever had for a jersey. So make sure to be there tonight at 6 p.m. $99 for Bloke Club members, $110 for everyone else. Guru, how you going, mate?
Going good, mate. I might buy all the fucking jerseys.
Timmy, how you going, brother?
Going good, mate. Freshen up over Easter. Went camping down the coast, so good to go and ready to rip in.
Mate, you're not a country bloke. Like, stop. Like, you always
Country bloke with city values.
Yeah, like, give me a break, mate. He's a city bloke. What are you, Hammy? You country or city, mate?
Fooling no one, Timmy. Me, I'm Richie Ditch, mate, country boy. Yeah, I was down in the bush capital on the weekend.
Mate, there's only one bloke that grew up on acreage, and that's me. I'm the country bloke here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, that's true. Can't argue that.
Look, I had a horse. Who else had a horse here growing up? There we go.
You had a horse.
I did. Her name was Shanty. And whenever she used to fucking go skits, the dad would tell us to lie on the ground so that she wouldn't fucking charge over us.
Did you ever ride her or just for show?
Mate, didn't ride her just for a bit of show. No, it actually...
So you're not a real country boy then?
Well, I am a real country boy because we took care of a horse. It actually wasn't our horse initially, but it wandered into our land, and then it just wouldn't go away. So we're like, all right, well, Shanty's our horse.
I don't reckon I saw a horse till I was 23.
Matty, you've been to our house. It really does look like the country. So I'm a country boy, boys. Country boy. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Leave a comment on YouTube and Spotify. As always, guys, I always try to reply to every single comment on YouTube, and also I'll be getting to Spotify as well. And it really does help us. So it takes 2 seconds. Hit that like button. It's been helping us. We had a record first month. We actually also, boys, congratulations. Spotify Australia's podcast of the month. That is right. So we had a record first month. Thank you so much, guys. Absolutely. We had essentially 1 million downloads in the first month, which is insane. So thank you so much, everyone. Alrighty, time to face a bit of music, brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet.
Make sure you give us a follow on the feed. Not our best week on the feed, but that just means we're closer to our next good week on the feed.
Yeah, look, wasn't the best week, but look, we'll bounce back. We'll bounce back.
We will. All right, so round 7 results for Face the Music. We kick off on Thursday night footy. Manly 18, defeated by the Dragons 20. Den and Rue and myself, we all had the Dragons head-to-head at $2.30. Good start
easy money,
there
baby.
for the boys.
Really easy stuff, that. Like, seriously, anyone that didn't pick the Dragons there, just quit footy.
Well, Matty kind of did. He had him plus 3.5, and Timmy, Manly minus 3.5.
You messaged our group chat and said that congrats for we all got it right. So
I was taking the piss out of you.
I forget what
As if you'd get that right, an outsider.
Yeah.
Yeah, trouble in paradise,
Keep
baby.
going. Let's see how we end up here.
All right, so Dogs.
It's not going to end well for you, I'm telling
No,
you.
better
I've had a
won't.
great week.
Good Friday, Dogs 32 defeat South 0. Denon, Timmy, and myself had the Dogs minus 10.5. Correct.
Come on, baby. Easy tipping.
Oh, we're back.
Rue and Matty had the Rabbitohs plus 10.5. Wrong.
Idiots. Oh, my God.
Second week in a row, the Dogs have held a team to nil, by the way. And the Rabbitohs to score 0 points was paying $26. Ooh. Joel Kane tipped it again, second week in a row.
No, he didn't.
He did.
Are you serious?
Best bet of the game. Yep.
Jeez, they play the Broncos this week. That'll be 3.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Talk about easy money. Yeah.
Oh, my God. That is
Funny feeling Rue's going to come home with a wet sail here. You're very confident.
very
over there.
cheap.
Fucking
Chipper.
drenched sail, don't worry.
Very
Pissing me
chipper.
off.
Well, the sale was fairly dry for the second game for all of us on Friday. Dolphins 42 defeat Storm 22. Huge shock result. No points for anyone. A lot of us had the Storm minus 12.5. Particularly embarrassing for Denon, who had Storm head-to-head at a whopping $1.20. So,
But see, guess what? Lost as much as you. So that's a win for me. Thank you.
yeah, well, will your ego recover? Not sure it will. Moving to the Saturday games. Warriors 20 defeat Broncos 18. Denon had Broncos minus 9.5. Lol, I've got here in my notes. Timmy, Matty, and myself, we had the Warriors plus 9.5. Roo, Warriors 1 to 12 at $4.10. Sometimes
$4.10, is that it?
Sit back and applaud. Yeah.
I thought it'd be more than that.
Oh, my.
Remember you said Warriors 1 to 12 and then you backed out of it?
Oh, did I? Fuck.
You did. You did. You went. You got all defensive.
I got a winner. I'm not going to blow up. Carry on.
All right, we move on to the next game. Chooks 12 defeated by Panthers 40. Again, no points for anyone. Myself, Denon, and Timmy had Panthers 1 to 12. Roo, big Chooks fan, had the Chooks 1 to 12, and Matty had the Chooks plus 3.5. So no points for anyone there. Another big shock result there, based on how the Panthers have been going. We've then got the Titans versus the Milk. No points for Denon and myself, who had the Titans or the Raiders 13 plus. Matty also had the Raiders 13 plus. Roo, you had the Raiders head to head, $1.86. Timmy, you had them 1 to 12, $3.25.
Here we come.
Well done. All right, we head into the late game on Sunday. Knights 14 defeat Sharks 34. Roo had the Sharkies head to head, $1.35. Myself and Matty had them to cover the 8.5, so we got $1.96 there. Thank you. And then we go to the Easter Monday game. Titans 20, Tigers 20. Oh no, we got hammered, didn't we? I've got an old score here, but the point is the Eels won, and they won well.
I will say, in our defence, we didn't know Moses was playing, and I think a lot of us would have.
No, yeah.
I was betting them 13 plus on the on feed actually on feed.
Yeah, they're on the feed.
Yeah.
Didn't you
But
took
I
Parramatta
had-
anyway, didn't you?
Hey?
I think you took Parramatta anyway, didn't you?
No, I don't think so.
You had them head to head.
Oh, did I?
$2.90. Yep. Roo had them plus 7.5.
Oh, so I got up.
Yeah, you got up.
Yeah, you don't have to make excuses, mate. It's
Oh, okay. Okay, well, I had 13 plus.
Yeah. There was a lot of red on the board. You did get a lot of things wrong, but that was one that you got right this week.
Oh, that's really
Yeah.
passive aggressive, mate. That's really passive
All right,
aggressive.
so round 7 results. Guru picked up $11.51.
Oh, my God.
Myself, $8.06. Denon, $7.10. Timmy, $7.05. Matty, bit of a quiet week for him, $5.76.
The wheels are falling off.
Capitulating.
Overall, Matty, $62.06. Roo, $58.90. Myself, $54.28. Denon, $54.23. And Timmy, bringing up the rear, $44.91.
Ooh.
Closing that gap on Matty, though.
Oh, my God, bro.
Matty's starting to choke up top.
He's starting to choke.
He's
Give you
Tom
that.
Byrne at the moment.
Yeah.
He's hurting.
Yeah.
He's hurting. Okay,
Yep.
that is
That's
Basic
us.
Music brought to you. Any big wins on the feed for anyone this week? Or
Certainly not myself.
Yep.
I think both...
well, Sugar.
I mean, just follow Sugar. Get them on side. That show, by the way, absolutely flying. Those guys have got their eye in at the moment. It's several double-figure winners in the last 3 weeks. Go and get around the boys. Check
Well,
that
just quietly, we have a preview show with the NRL, me and Sugar.
Yep.
And we're actually even, so I just wanted to say
Okay,
that.
all right,
we're
worth
actually
noting.
even. So just
Check
wanted
that
to-
out as well.
Me as good as the famous Sugar? Yeah, okay. It is what it is. Anyway, that's Basic Music brought to you by Sportsbet. Give us a follow on the feed. And as always, a massive thank you to Sportsbet for partnering with the show. We really do appreciate it. Okay, now it's time for Code Sports Story of the Week. And obviously, guys, the easy thing would be to talk about the Lockie Galvin situation. You get your clicks, you get your views. We're done. We're not talking about it anymore. We spoke about it last week. It happened last week. We spoke about it last week. We're moving on until like, I don't know, he signs with another club or whatever. Yeah, we're not going to talk about it, guys. It's getting a little bit weird.
Until he leaves another club early, we're not talking about it.
We spoke about it last week. It is what it is. Guys, he's a 19-year-old. I did way dumber shit when I was 19. Anyway, now we've got Jerome Luai's best friend, Carrie Artis, on the show.
Yeah, it's
you going,
welcome. Hello, boys.
Oh, did you chat to Luai over the weekend at all? Or?
Nah, we're sweet, though. We're good. We're all good now. That was
All
a long
good?
time ago, Denon.
Mate, look.
I feel like your career.
We like. Yes, okay, that's nice. I like it. Great start. That's a great. Mate, what do we got this week? Thanks to Code Sports.
Well, you don't want to talk Lockie Galvin, but let's talk Parramatta Eels because there's a lot going on there. We saw Joffrey Ngawe released early from his contract. Sean Lane taking a bit of a break out from playing as well. So there's lots of change happening there under Jason Rolls' tutelage, and it goes back. Well, first when he took over the job and showed Clint Gutherson the door. So it's a real change of players that had success at Parramatta. Guys that led him to the grand final a few years ago, but peaked probably then. I think it's probably the best way to describe it in terms of Sean Lane, Gutherson. Ryan Madison's playing reserve grade. Bryce Cartwright, Joffrey Ngawe came after the grand final, but a big mid-season recruit from the Tigers a few years ago. So, fair bit of change happening and evolution under the Jason Rolls style of coaching.
And in regards to, obviously, we aren't going to speak about Lockie Galvin, but just quickly, obviously the Eels are the biggest in for them.
Yep.
That's all legit. it's looking like they're very keen.
Well, it's not a secret. Riles has
Yeah.
come out and said, well, once we can talk to him, we're going to talk to him.
Yeah, okay.
So he's put the cards on the table. Look, it makes sense. You look at all the parameters around Dylan Brown leaving. He was a Parramatta junior, massive Parramatta fan. The relationship or the connection with Mitchell Moses through their agent. So, yeah, that's the most likely destination for Lockie Galvin. I guess it's just a matter of when that might transpire.
Yeah, okay. And just quickly, what do you got there?
I was just going to say, you spoke about Joe from Gowie leaving during the week. He put a bit of an Instagram post up.
Yeah.
Instagram's been a bit of a theme with some of the players at the moment. Last slide on it was an elephant standing in a room.
Yeah.
What do we read into that?
I've got no clue.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does that... it can be interpreted in
Yes.
a few ways, right? Is there another issue at Parramatta? I don't know. I'm not sure what he means by it.
Yep.
But I'm not sure Joe can be too filthy with the way. I'm not sure if he's filthy or not, right? Because Parramatta has sort of done him a solid here because they were quite happy to keep him for the rest of the year, but it indicated they weren't going to extend him. But he had the opportunity to take on that multi-year contract in the Super League with Lee and get out early and secure his future. So it's probably better off doing that than languishing in reserve grade.
Yep.
Well, can confirm, Offengar, huge Da Vinci Code fan.
Okay.
Huge Da Vinci Code fan. Likes to leave clues.
Read into that what you will.
Yeah, exactly.
Just before we do move off Galvin, is there a world that you can see him moving over the next few weeks, and we could see potentially like a 2 or 3 way trade between clubs here? Like, obviously, if he was to arrive at Parramatta, could that mean Dill Brown heads up to Newcastle earlier?
Yeah, it's easy for Parramatta to accommodate Galvin, regardless of the Dylan Brown situation. Obviously, you're not going to have them both there at the club because they both want to play 5/8, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of cap, Parramatta have the space and the room to accommodate Lockie Galvin. But, the situation is Newcastle don't have the cap or the space to accommodate Dylan Brown unless someone significant moves on from there. So
That's
that will be
probably
the sticking
Hastings,
point.
you'd assume. Like, I'm
Well,
just assuming that.
what's the landing spot for Jackson Hastings? That's the issue.
I just
right?
more mean he would fit the bill contract-wise.
Definitely would.
Yeah.
In an ideal situation for Jackson, I'm sure, and for Newcastle, that if he could find another club, both parties would jump at that. Whether
Yeah.
or not he can find another NRL club, I'm not sure. But contract-wise, you're right,
Yeah.
Dan, and they're the ones that are match in terms of what Dylan Brown's beat. They let Will Price go, so they've got a little bit of cap room, but nowhere near to accommodate what Dylan Brown's on. So that leads to a 3-way swap. What do Newcastle have that the Tigers want? Is a
okay.
potential, right?
Okay.
I know they're in for Kai Pearce-Paul, the West Tigers. There's that fast track for a way for, and that could work because he's on significant money. So that could allow Dylan Brown to get to Newcastle.
Yeah, okay. Now, what I've always been fascinated with the Eels is, like, I don't think they get enough credit for, they implemented a new recruitment and retention system, what it would have been like 2019, maybe around then, like somewhere around there. And it worked really well to get them to a grand final. But what I've always been critical of the Eels is it seemed like they tried to keep that same system, just stay at the top, and it's completely backfired. They lost key players and key positions, all that kind of stuff. Have they completely rejigged the system? What's the way forward for them?
Well, I think the issue with Parramatta, probably it's a strange thing to say. The worst thing that happened to them was making the grand final. Obviously, winning the grand final is a different case scenario, but they make the grand final, and those players that they're all on big money now peaked back then, right? So we're talking, all the blokes that they want to get rid of or aren't in first grade. You just have to look at the reserve grade side, the money that they're spending there. So that was the problem that they paid, and they probably had to because these guys were in demand back then, don't forget, but they gave them long-term deals, and they haven't been able to replicate that form. And I think the evolution of the coaching structure didn't help either. They didn't change from a coaching point of view in terms of the style of play. So Jason Rolls has come in with fresh eyes, fresh ideas, and realised that this is not working. So the recruitment committee remains the same essentially in terms of Mark O'Neill still heading that up as the head of footy but there's a different coach, and you know what it's like. Different coach brings different philosophies and that sort of thing. So we saw it straight away with two things around Clint Gutherson. One, that he wasn't going to play fullback.
Yep.
Right? They wanted him. It's the funniest thing is they want him to play the Dylan Walker role. Well, now they've signed Dylan Walker, and he's been outstanding for him.
Yeah,
right?
been great.
And Dylan Walker's signing, he's been doing that for the Warriors for the last couple of years. It's probably just been understated because he's been at the Warriors. I think he's the best 14 in the game. Right? Probably should have played Origin. I know he played Origin, but played Origin in that role because he's been outstanding the last few years, and he's going on and he's made such a difference to Parramatta because he controls that middle because they don't have a dominant hooker. And a fullback that's inexperienced in terms of playing both sides of the field, and in first grade he controls that middle and allows Mitch Moses and to a lesser extent Dylan Brown a bit more freedom, right?
Yeah.
So the retention recruitment committee at the Parramatta's probably the same as it was, but just a different, fresh set of eyes with the coach.
Now, is there any pressure on the administration? Now, I know they're in the start of a rebuild, but at the end of the day, this administration is overseeing the downfall from the grand final, or is it more along the lines of, let's give this administration an opportunity at another go at this?
Yeah, they've got to get it right. They need Jason Riles to succeed, right? Because he was, there was a lot of the people that were there inherited Brad Arthur, I guess, in a sense, right?
Yep.
He was already there. He was a long-term coach, the longest-serving coach in Parramatta's history. They've appointed Jason Riles now, and they've backed Jason Riles to make the big calls and allowed him to make those big calls. So, we're not going to judge him on this year, but, down the track, of course, they're aligned to whatever happens under Jason Riles.
Yeah, wow. And so with Riles, was he surprised when he got in there at the state of the cap and the way things work? Because outside looking in, I'm surprised at how much of a rebuild this looks like.
Yeah, I think I'm not so much the cap wouldn't have been a surprise because he would have gone through all the figures before he took the job.
Yep.
I'd suggest that's probably what the case would be. But I think he's been surprised by good and bad by some of the players there, because some young guys are looking good there, and they were definitely surprised by how developed Iongi was when they got their hands on him.
Was that a Riles move, like the Iongi?
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Yeah, he identified him, he wanted him, he signed him to be their long-term fullback, and that was a big call considering Gutho was the captain there, the long-term player, the heart and soul of that side. To make your first big call to move him positions, that was the first step.
Yep.
And then moving on was a big call. But we've all seen Iongi. He's going to be a 10-year first grader. And I think that's the benefit of two things. One, coming through a Penrith system and playing 50 reserve grade games.
Yeah.
You don't do that anymore. Players don't play that amount of reserve grade. To have 50 reserve grade games under your belt, that one first grade game, but, it made him battle ready for first grade, and we're seeing that.
Yeah, wow. It's and also Joash Papali'i as well, I think.
He's gone good. And it's just a shame that he's playing in a position where Eong is killing it, right? Because I think they feel like he's ready to make his debut as well. He's played a little bit of halves in reserve grade, and I guess that was just a way to test to see could he be a potential Dylan Brown replacement, or could he offer something off the bench in a variety of positions. He'll play first grade at some point this year.
Yeah, okay. And so obviously Lockie Galvin's the big fish thereafter. Are there any other rumblings of big players that they might be after? Because they need to recruit more than just one player, in my opinion.
I think they need a middle. I think they're still on the look. But so is every club. You look at the middle market at the moment, it's few and far between. There's not that top echelon of middle players. So I think that's probably what their next step is. But who?
I think Haas, November 1st, is available to speak to people. I'm pretty sure. Matty, could you check that for us? And if he goes to market November 1st, mate, he'll demand whatever he wants.
He could be not the highest paid player in the game, definitely the highest paid forward in the game.
What do you reckon? If it seems like he will go to the open market, and you can understand, especially with how the Broncos, I know they're still sitting in the top 8, but they're not going great. What do you reckon he demands on the open market, Payne Haas, right now?
Depends how desperate the teams are.
1.3, 1.3, 1.8.
Yeah.
Feels
I think he can push that number to certain clubs.
What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, I was thinking 1.2.
Yeah. What do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, I'll sit somewhere in between there for sure.
Oh, right, that's crazy. He really does deserve it.
And if you look at the way the positions now, the NRL sent a benchmark out every year of what players are paid, and in terms of position-wise, props I think the third most paid player behind fullback and halfback.
Yeah.
They get paid more on average than 5'8". It's in the hookers. It's crazy.
Well, at one period, the Storm, their highest paid player, I think, was a front rower. I think that's changed now, but I think at one stage. So, yeah, well, okay. Anything else with the Eels that's kind of coming up, or they're in the rebuild, they're regathering, and yesterday, obviously, an incredible win for the club. And just you've got to give them credit. They did lock Moses down for 5 more years, and he's paid that back in his first game showing. He's still one of the best players in the game.
He's in the top 3 halfbacks of the game alongside Cleary and Hughes, and you know how important he is, and that's why it made it so hard for Jason Riles to start as well. They don't win that game without Mitch Moses, I'd say. Yesterday, he was outstanding.
Yeah.
It was 2 big touches in the first half, and then that crossfield kick for that try in that second half when that momentum was shot, they were on the back foot, was huge. Yeah, he's elite. And he's a guy that you can build your team around. It just takes pressure off. Dylan Brown needs that freedom, and Iongi, the benefit he's going to get with playing outside Mitch Moses. We're only scratching the surface with how good he can be, but having Mitch Moses controlling just makes it a hell of a lot easier.
Mate, that kicking game, like, it just changes everything. The amount of sets they were on the back foot, and he would just go, boom, 40-20s, no, you name it. He was nailing it yesterday.
Obviously, we can all see it, but I spoke to an Eels player last night, and he just said, mate, different feel.
Yeah.
As soon as we walked onto the field, we were a different football team.
Crazy.
And everyone just completely lifted around him. I think it's why I think Riles deserves so much credit that I think most rookie coaches would have arrived there in round one and gone, fuck, I'm without Mitch Moses here. Maybe I do need to pick Mattos, Bryce Cartwright, his experience. Guys, I love that he just stuck to the plan. I got so much respect for that.
He's been so calm. Like, it's, he wasn't known for calmness in his playing days, right? He was so erratic, but you can tell that he's a guy that is in control of what he's doing and knows where he wants to go. And that's the benefit of having a 15-year coaching career in the lead up to and being patient in trying to get your head coaching job. Yeah,
and I think the administration deserve credit too for not putting that pressure on him, like giving him the space to be calm in the situation rather than, you roll in every Monday and the administration's going, mate, we got rid of guy, we did all this for you, like we're on the bottom of the table. So, yeah, great. Look, I won't say it's a club-defining win yesterday for the Eels, but man, they needed that win. Like, they desperately needed a big win. Mitchell Moses back in the driver's seat. That's all thanks to Code Sport, guys. Head to codesports.com.au/bloke and enter redemption code bloke. You'll get access to a special discounted subscription, $49 for the entire year. The link will be in the show notes. And there's huge stories this week. Got Jet Cleary's highlight reel of Oaks Nathan comparisons. Geez, when he made that line break, it really did look like Nathan making a line break. You got Inside Jason Riles roster revamp, which we just discussed, a much more deeper dive. You got plenty more resurgent. Warriors signed their Dylan Walker replacement. He's a gun English forward, Morgan Gannon. The story goes into that on Code Sports. The NRL to allow salary cap exemptions for clubs that sign up to 2 PNG players. Another story that you broke, mate. So thanks so much for coming on, mate. Really appreciate it. And hopefully we'll see you in the next few weeks, mate.
Thank you, boys.
Alrighty, now it's time for Menulog's Hungriest Player. As always, a massive thank you to Menulog. Support the people that support us, guys. The Hungriest Player this week for $7 off Mexican food. It is Katoa. That is right, Katoa for $7 off Mexican. I tell you what, in regards to great performances, Mitchell Moses was incredible on the weekend. But Katoa doing this against the Melbourne Storm, honestly, you could almost count like on one hand in recent memory where a half is actually put the Melbourne Storm to the sword. Like, yes, the Melbourne Storm have lost games, but very rarely do you sit there and go, oh, the opposing 7 put them to the sword. That very rarely happens because having spoken to people that have played for the Storm, for the last 20 years, their game plan usually is, if you're going to beat us, it's with your B game plan, not your A game plan. They put so much pressure on the main men of the opposition that they don't usually play well against them. Well, Katoa broke that game plan because he was phenomenal, saved one of his best first-grade games for the Melbourne Storm, and just some of the stuff he did on the weekend. There's a reason why Penrith Panthers were devastated to lose him, that he was being touted as their next big player coming through. There's a reason why he already had led Tonga to that match in the off-season against Australia in the finals there. This kid is a special, special talent at 21 years old. We're not even close to how great he's going to be. This was an absolute masterclass from Katoa.
Genuinely has the potential to go down as one of the greatest signings of all time.
From a
new franchise coming in to sign this kid out of Panthers SG Ball. He's 21 now. He looks like he's 31. It is incredible what he's doing at the moment. I'm sure we'll talk about it in the show, but like that try assist to Lemuelu was just how slow he played.
Yep.
You just don't. It's a bit of a lost art, I think, with a lot of halves nowadays. And the guys that have got it are your Moses, your Clearys. They're 8, 9, 10 years into their career. Moses is 40 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, it's unbelievable. Katoa is like 40 weeks into his career. Like, it's unbelievable what he's doing, the confidence he's playing with. And, as well, like in that game, like he didn't have a hooker. Yeah, Cody Nikarima at 5'8", but a lot of us weren't really sure if he was meant to be the 6. Like, what he's doing is just incredible. He's, Flegler's still out of this side. Most halfbacks that are without their main front row forward should go to shit.
Yeah. And, and Joey always talks about the biggest difficulty of a halfback is, scoring points when you're on the back foot. Even in the bad games where Dolphins were playing poorly, Katoa was still scoring points and creating points when they were totally on the back foot, which shows you just how special this kid is. Timmy, what do you think, mate?
Yeah, well, there are two things you mentioned there, sort of referring to Joey Johns and his thoughts on it, and Isaiah Katoa and Rue, you mentioned like how slow he plays, and it's all about time, and the greatest halfbacks we've ever seen, and obviously not to say Isaiah Katoa's there, he's sort of headed in the right direction, but he's just got so much time, and time in a halfback is, you say it's a lost art, Rue. It's not really a thing that you can teach a halfback. It just comes naturally in their game, and it's little things like Joey Johns, probably when you talk about having time and playing the game at your own speed and controlling the game, Joey Johns is probably number one in the history of rugby league, in my opinion, in that regard. And it's things like Isaiah Katoa going to the line. It's grabbing a couple of defenders' eye contact. It's going to the line and holding the ball out here and shaping it each way. It's going to the line and it's stopping and starting to put them off their balance and put them off their speed and rhythm. All these little things that, like, you can teach a halfback to play direct, or, you can teach him to have options around him, which he always does. But just the time, these little intricacies that it takes to give yourself time as a halfback, it's a very hard thing to learn, and it just comes so naturally to Isaiah Katoa.
Yeah, because you're right, because it's one of those things where it's yes, it is the player with the ball in hand that can create the tempo, but it's always reacting off the defensive line. Like, he's got to know, is the defence screaming up? Is the defence sliding? Is the defence up and then sliding? There's all these little intricacies that, as you said, like, you can't teach it, because these are like like microseconds decisions that are being made, not even by choice. It's all subconscious. And he's got it. And then, like, not to mention how good his kicking game is already. Imagine, like, look what his kicking game is like now. Imagine what he's going to be in 5 years. Imagine in 10 years. He'll only be 30. Like, he has still so much to learn. And also, the pressure of this kid has basically been going, here's a new franchise. You're our big signing. Like, I know they had other guys that eventually fell into place for him, but you're our main man. You need to, make sure that this club isn't embarrassed by wooden spoon first year, but also, like, there's a pressure of, if this club doesn't go well, the NRL, they're going to be pissed off because they need the expansion to go well. And all the little things he's done already. As I said, like, you go back to that series last year, was it like the Pacific Championship? Like, first game, Barry Crocker. Second game, basically, I think he scores the drop goal to get him into a final, and he did it with a team that, on paper, is a pretty good side, but Tonga hadn't been to a Pacific Cup final before, or I don't think any final, actually, of the thing. Obviously, they got to semi-finals in the World Cup and that, but, I don't think, it was in the World Cup, it was Great Britain and Samoa, so he truly is. There's so many different ways so many different paths to greatness. You've got a new franchise in the Dolphins, but then you've got Tonga as well, that are just going to build all around him for the next decade, something that they've never had before, which is just super, super special.
There's a big thing like in the NFL for years, like Bill Belichick, who coached the Patriots, like, he had this unbelievable record against quarterbacks who were under the age of 25 or something that was just, like, ridiculous. I would imagine Craig Bellamy would have a very similar record to halfbacks that are under the age of 24, 25, probably excluding Nathan Cleary over the last few years. But I reckon that stat would be insane. And, like, you got to remember as well, like, Isaiah would have stood behind his post at one point, looked up at the scoreboard and gone, fuck, it's 16-2.
Yeah.
Why do we take that penalty goal?
Yeah.
For the last 60 minutes of that game, or 50 minutes, whatever it was like 40 points to 6.
Yeah. Crazy.
That's unbelievable.
Yep. It didn't crack under the pressure of it too. A lot of halves have got looked up and gone, oh my God, we're ahead of the Melbourne Storm. It's about to happen.
You wouldn't hold him against him in any way, shape or form.
Well, before Penrith won their 4 in a row, Melbourne Storm used to be the yardstick of whether is he a top tier player? Like, we've always had good players in the NRL, but you would always go, I want to see them against the Melbourne Storm, because that's really where you find out what they are as a player. Hammy, what do you think, mate? Katoa.
Yeah, well, the point that Rue made, I was about to make that as well, the scoreboard pressure, let alone the fact that it's the Melbourne Storm. Like, the extra degrees of difficulty there to, pull your team around and, basically score, 40-6 was the score from that point on. Unbelievable. So impressive. Like, he just looks, we've touched on it, like 21 years old, but he looks like he's been playing for 15 years of first grade sometimes. Like, this was one of those games where, just kind of cemented that he's probably one of the most exciting young halves. He's going to be doing it for a long time, but super impressive.
Especially after 10 minutes. Like, they also lost their best forward, in my opinion, in Max Plath.
Yeah. Mate, it's
The
just
more you think about it, the more impressive it is.
Yeah, it's incredible. He did it against the Dally M winner as well. Like, just a super. So, Katoa, he is our hungriest player. A massive thank you to Menulog. As always, a huge supporter of the platform. If you're going to order food to us, use Menulog. They've been with us for years now, and we really, really do appreciate it. Okay, it's time for the Team of the Week, brought to you by Bloke Jerseys, dropping tonight at 6 p.m. $99 for the Bloke Club. Make sure you're logged into your account. $110 for everyone else. Alrighty, Team of the Week at 1, Edwards. On the wings, we've got Fox and Marju. In the centres, we've got Farnworth and Bronson Cherry. At 6 and 7, we just went the Dolphins halves pairing. We went Katoa and Nikarima. Couchman at 8. 9, Brayley. 10, King. On the edges, we've got Halasima and Young. At 13, we've got Clark. 14, Moses. 15, Stone. Tuivati at 16. And 17, it is Haas. That is our Team of the Week, brought to you by Bloke Jerseys, dropping tonight, guys. If you enjoy all the content, all the hours we release, this is the best way to support the platform to make sure that we can keep growing and keep building on top of everything. Alrighty, now it's time for the Kayo can't miss moment of the week. And do not forget that you can watch every game of every round this NRL Premiership season. It's live with no ad breaks during play on Kayo Sports. Fox League exclusive games this week are Warriors v Knights, Anzac Day, Friday, 6:05 p.m. Cowboys v Titans, Saturday, 5:30. Panthers vs Eagles, Saturday, 7:35. Raiders vs Dolphins, Sunday, 2 p.m. Don't miss all the action and get on board today. If you love sport, you can't miss it. It's on Kayo. The Kayo can't miss moment. I mean, I think everyone already knows this. It is Luke Metcalf's penalty goal against the Brisbane Broncos. And what made this special for me is, like, it is one thing if you've got a 7 that's nailing, kicking all night, and then he kicks essentially a 50-metre conversion to win the game. But to do it, A, in the conditions, but B, after going 1 from 5, and you could argue, and he's probably not thinking this, but like the reason they're in this position is because the goals haven't been converted. If they're converted, they're not in this position. But the mental fortitude to just put that in the back of your mind, stay focused, stay calm, and put the Broncos away like Metcalf did. Absolutely outstanding win. And once again, the Warriors, even missing some key players, even at periods not playing their best footy, they find a way to get a win. And Metcalf's moment was the Kayo can't miss moment, the mental fortitude. And I think that this represents the positive of the newer generation, the ability to go, you know what, just brush it off, let's keep moving forward. An incredible moment for Luke Metcalf in his career. And also to do it in front of Sean Johnson watching was also amazing stuff for him. What a moment for Luke Metcalf.
I'm so happy for Metcalf, mate. Goes over there to Vegas, all this pressure on, 1 being a halfback, 2 replacing Sean Johnson. Like, I remember getting on the plane, like the amount of people just flat out saying he's not a halfback, he can't be the guy anymore. He had all that pressure on him. He comes back, he has that huge game, sends the silent celebration up to the crowd and whatnot. And I think that he's just got a bit of a vibe to him, and I think his fans absolutely love Metcalf and what he does. Is he the perfect 7? No, he's not, but he's not telling you he is. He's going to be a little bit unorthodox. He's going to do things a little bit differently. Like, if you didn't expect that from Metcalf, I can't help you. Like, he was never going to be Mitch Moses. He's always, like, he has to play like Luke Metcalf. There's no point coming out and trying to be Sean Johnson or Stacey Jones. He's just got to play his own game, and I think he's doing it well. For all the criticism he's copped at the start of the year, there's 4 halfbacks that are in top 4 teams. He's one of them. So full credit to him.
Yeah, great moment. And look, I think whether he's a 6 or a 7, I still probably think he's a 6. I think that's almost irrelevant. You just want a winner in key moments in a key position. So it's just like, who cares? You're winning. I don't give a shit. If I'm a Warriors fan, fuck, he could be a front rower. Who gives a shit? I'm winning. I'm in the top 4 right now. Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, I mean, you boys summed it up pretty well, but it was just the confidence that, a 50-metre penalty goal. Yeah, the wind was behind him, but in awful conditions, like rain coming down, windy. It was terrible. And, like, they'd outscored the Broncos in this game 4-3. And if they lost or if you missed this goal, it'd be on him, a bloke who's far from cemented as the 7 in the team and moving forward. Warriors are going well, but as soon as the option came, there wasn't a conversation. He just said, give it to me. I'm taking it and I'll nail it. And he did. And it's like, as you said, he's winning games of footy. So. Yeah,
if you're winning games of footy, like, who would have had the Warriors in their top 4 by round 7 or 8? I wouldn't have had them. No. I, honestly, if they were in the top 8, I'd be sitting there going, that's a good start to the season. So, whether he's a 6 or a 7, it's almost irrelevant. Like, let the boys play. It'll work itself out. He may end up in the 6, he may in the 7. As long as they keep winning, who cares? Who cares? Hammy?
Yeah, clutch play. And, spot on about, obviously he hadn't had his best night off the tee, but when it counted, he wanted it. And that's, whether he's a little bit unorthodox or, not as dominant as some other number 7s or whatever, you want, your key playmakers wanting those big moments, and he's nailed it. So, the toughness to do that, put away aside that, the Broncos favourites in that game. They're doing really well, the Warriors, and, that was a great moment.
Now, any big NBA guys here? NBA?
Don't mind it.
Damian Lillard?
Oh, yeah, the Metcalf post.
So, he literally shared. So, someone tagged him because I think Metcalf did an NBA Damian
Dame
celebration.
time.
Yeah, something like, is it called Dame time? And then
Don't
he
ask
shared
me
it.
any more questions.
10.5. Shared it to his story. 10.5
It's
million
too many
people.
already.
Yeah, I'm already nervous.
Shared it to his 10.5 million followers. But also, the special thing about the Warriors, we saw a Metcalf Mania sign at WrestleMania. Then we saw an Up the Wire sign. It's a special time for the Warriors that they get to experience this, get to get rugby league to the world. So really, really good stuff. So Luke Metcalf's penalty is our Kayo can't miss moment. And as I said, what's so exciting for Warriors fans is they're not even playing to their potential yet, and they're not at full strength. If Metcalf and Harris DeVita click, they will be demolishing teams. If they're doing this now, before we're all really sure of where people end up positionally, imagine what they're going to be doing once they click by the end of the season, how well they'll be playing. So this is exciting times for the Warriors. I can't remember a year where, at least in recent memory, where Warriors were winning this many games but also not playing as well as we know they can. Usually it's either they're hot or cold, and it's either a win or a loss. That's what's really exciting for them. They're fighting for everything. They've got some young players. Some of the young forwards on the weekend against a Broncos forward pack on paper that we all rave about, we all rant and rave, went outstanding. Like Halasima. I mean, we'll get to the review.
But it can be even if things do go pear-shaped at any point between these halves combinations and they start losing games or they're not quite clicking, they've got Tanner Boyd, they've got Tamari Martin. Their depth in the halves is outstanding.
Yep.
And there are a lot of other clubs in the NRL who, if one of their starting halves goes down, you're like, all right, they're pretty light on, they're in strife. They could have 2 injuries or things couldn't go well, and they've got blokes to come up that are proven first graders who can impact games. So it's what a good position to be in.
The club's in a really, really good position.
And just on Metcalf too, you also have a look at the back line he ran out with the other day. Ali Leotawa is the only player in that back line that you would have said in the preseason is playing his correct position in their best 17.
Yeah.
Even he's been shifted edges.
Yeah, and he's been changed sides.
Yeah. So they're winning games. What else? What more can you ask? They're winning them tough, gritty, all different ways. They play really well. They can blow teams off the park, or they can grind wins out. So really, really good for the Warriors. Alrighty, it's time to get into the reviews for the week. Manly Seagulls defeated by the Dragons 20-18. What an important win again for the Dragons. And all of a sudden, it really was a swing game for the Dragons, because if they lose this game, it's a poor start to the season. They win this game, all of a sudden, it's a good start to the season. That's how important this win was for them. And they just found a way, once again, to do it. They're building on the DNA that Flano was trying to instill in this side. I thought Couchman, I've already spoken about it, but I'll speak about it again. I thought Couchman was absolutely phenomenal, and we'll get deeper into that later. But in regards to the St. George Illawarra Dragons, they're doing, in best case scenario, they're doing what you would have hoped Flano could do, and that is just grind out somehow, some way, get the wins. Doesn't matter how you do it, just get it done. And all of a sudden, you look at them, they go from a team that, they'd lost the games that they should have won, and they're winning the games that they should have lost, which is I'll take that, as long as we're getting the points on the board. And in regards to Manly Seagulls, I am starting to get a little bit worried that the wheels are starting to get the death. Is it the death wobbles down with the skateboard down the hill when you're going too fast?
Death wobbles, yeah.
Yep, mate, they're starting to get going down the hill too fast. Getting a little bit worried with the Manly Seagulls, but we'll get to that later. Root, what'd you think, mate?
Yeah, I like the way the Dragons are playing. As you said, mate, they're tough, they're gritty, they're going to hang in games, and they're going to have. I'm very confident throughout this season they're going to have games where they're going to show up and they're going to get blown out by 30 points because they're just going to be fucking exhausted from doing this shit every week. But if you were to line up all the halves in the competition, you would probably have their 2 halves right down the bottom, And if you also line up all the halves based on salary, right down the bottom as well.
Yep.
They've got their stars in other spots. They build their team differently to how other sides do, and they've got these young forwards coming through that, I mentioned it last week, but they're building such a good forward pack there. Around Couchman, mate, he's just... like it is the year of the front row forward at the moment of, your Payne Haas's, your Terrell Mays. These guys are absolutely killing it. Couchman should be in that same conversation. He's not getting the same sort of love, and he has to be in a Blues extended squad this year.
Mate, if not this year, definitely next year. But I'm with you, mate. If I'm the Blues, I'm just getting him in there to be a part of the system. He is on the weekend. If a player did these stats at nearly any other club or big club, I know St. George is a big club, but they're just not. They didn't have the best start to the year. Someone got upset that I said they didn't have the best start to the year. But before this game, the year was considered a bit of a tough start, and so they're not getting that much hype. And then, but Couchman comes out on the weekend. If he had done this performance at any other club, I reckon, not any other club, but a lot of the other big clubs, he gets massive raps. So this is Couchman's form. 14 runs, 151 metres, 54 post-contact, a tackle break, a line break, 2 offloads, 56 tackles, only 1 miss and 0 errors. Like that's, if Payne Haas punches out those numbers, you're saying that's a good effort from Payne Haas. We got a young fella that's 21 years old, just getting through his work. That's a bloody good knock, and I'm with you, mate. I think that if it isn't this year, at the very least next year, or let's say the series is over by game 3, get him in the squad. Just get him around the boys.
You have a look at the Dragons. They have got buys in round 12 and round 16. So round 12, that's one of those, major buy rounds there. I really hope they get him in the squad for that one. They won't be able to on the other ones because they'll have to play on the weekend and whatnot. But that Origin one, I believe it'll be. I'm having him in there for sure.
Especially if he keeps playing
and
like
if
this.
I'm Flano, I'm paying Laurie Daly to get him in there for a week.
The other couple of things that you got that are so invaluable to the Dragons and such key assets to him, there's a couple. Firstly, he can go between edge and middle, and the Dragons have some fantastic edges at the moment, so they don't need to play him there. But if there's injuries in games, he can go there. But the other thing, he's playing as an out-and-out prop forward at the moment. If there's injuries, which they've had a lot this season during games and HIAs and different sorts of things, he can play big minutes. And Terrell May does, like Payne Haas does, he doesn't look overly flustered when he has to play big minutes. Like he's played 70 in round 1, he played 69 a couple of weeks back, he played 66 on the weekend. So to have that as a coach, if anyone goes down, all right, Toby will play 60, he'll play 70, and the quality won't reduce.
Yeah.
Invaluable.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's crazy is that this forward pack is literally built around him. So he played 66 minutes, Clemmer played 28, Leilua played 45, DeBellum played 49, Blake Laurie played 26, and Hammy Stewart played 11 minutes. So he's the main man at 21 years old. As I said, I know the Dragons are a big club, but just because there hasn't been that much hype around them to begin the year, and as I said, the win on the weekend turns an average year into a good start to the season at the moment. But before that, I just don't think he's getting anywhere near as much hype as he probably deserves. And I think that hopefully people are starting to see how good this kid is.
Isn't it, as you said, if the Dragons don't win that, it probably looks like an average season all of a sudden. If you're Flano, you're also sitting there going, fuck, round 1, 28-20, the Bulldogs beat us. We're the only team to score 20 points against the Bulldogs. We didn't get off the bus until the 40th minute, realistically, in that game. South Sydney, they completely shit the bed in that game. That was their game to lose, and they found a way to lose it. Then the other game they've lost is that game to Parramatta, which, once again, I think that was their game to lose as well. So it's if you can just change a few critical moments in that, all of a sudden the Dragons are a top 4 team.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what's so interesting about this game. It really does show that little tweaks turn their season from not so great to bloody good. Right now, I think the start of the season is bloody good because not only are they're sitting 7th right now, but they're also debuting a bunch of young forwards. So they're in the middle of this it's not really a rebuild because you've gone out and got experience, but at the same time, they're getting we haven't even spoken about Egan yet. He's been excited.
Local boy as well. I'll put you on the spot, Roo. Test you. It's his local club.
Who?
Toby Couchman.
Oh, Couchman.
There's a link to D Kemp as well.
Thurl, was it?
The mighty Thurl Butchers.
Very good.
He's a butcher boy.
There you go.
One and the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate. True blue, eh?
Carved
True
from the
blue.
same stone.
Oh, yeah. Mate, as I said just before, we haven't even spoken about Egan. Yeah. 2 weeks ago, it was bloody Egan that was outstanding. So, and also, we haven't spoken about his bloody brother as well. So you got this club that, most of us looked at that on paper because we hadn't seen these young guys in first grade and said, okay, I don't know whether they'll make the 8. Yep, Flano might be able to drag him to an 8 spot, kind of like last year, because we know how much of a winner he is. All of a sudden, if they do make the 8 this year, not only is that a bloody good win for them, but they've also unearthed guys that can be at the club for the next bloody decade.
Yeah, and there's 2 or 3 more to come, like Hullingar, who's going to be an absolute weapon. Finau Latu, who can play lock as well. Like, they've got these other guys that I'm as confident as I was of the Couchman boys that they're going to come through. Like, they're building. Flano would be so excited there. Once Atkinson gets there next year and they've got a little bit more strike in their halves, they're going to be a dangerous footy side.
Yeah, and so that's what's like. I think the Dragons fans should be excited with how the year's going so far, but I think it's even more exciting with the unearthing of these young stars. What do you reckon about the Dragons, mate?
You're very impressive, very impressive. And, speaking about a couple of the young stars that have really, been impressive so far this year. But what about, is it Tyrell Sloan 2.0 or 3.0 at this stage? But him back out on the wing, unbelievable. Obviously got a couple of tries the other day, went for over 200 metres. Jizzy was quick when he hit top speed in that long range. Like, if you're framing a market for fastest player in the comp, you've got to have him probably in the top 3 or on the podium. He's been super impressive. I've loved what I've seen from him out on the wing, and obviously Flano gave him a bit of tough love last year, but he's come back in, playing some good footy. And that's what you love to see, and another kind of local boy doing well, which is good.
Yeah, and I think the thing with Sloan, what I like about him on the wing, is like simplified his game.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to be the main man in a spine where everything revolves around him. He's got to talk behind the goal line. He's got to be out the back. He's got to get to certain points on the field. Get him on the wing and just get him just enjoying his footy, mate. Just catch your footies, get through your work, and it'll work for you.
And not saying he's been like perfect by any means defensively, but the last 2 years playing, whether it's been in stints on the wing or at fullback, the chat's always been just defensively not there, miss him. I don't think we've spoken about it this season.
Yeah, he's been okay. Like, he's still got a ways to go. Of course he's still got a ways to go. He's new to the wing spot in the NRL. Mate, I thought on the weekend he's outstanding. And I one of the big measures I have of whether a coach is a great coach or a good coach is how does he take players that have struggled, had all this potential, but struggled to meet that potential. Like, why do we always give Wayne Bennett all these raps? Yep, it's because of the premierships that he's won, and the record that he has in regards to getting to finals, all that kind of stuff. But I think the most that people give Bennett raps for, and Bellyache as well to a degree, is taking players with all this potential that have bounced around clubs, and then all of a sudden they have their career best season under them. And you've got to give Flano a rap, because Sloan, he has been under multiple coaches and it just hasn't seemed to work. At least right now, it seems to be working under Flano.
Yeah, and some of those best coaches have had a good look at Sloan too. Yeah. He's just stayed at the Dragons. And I think you've got to also give Sloan a lot of credit, mate, that coming through the junior grades, like, he was just told constantly, you're a superstar.
Yeah, you're the man.
You are going to be the guy.
Yeah.
Gutho arrives, and I felt like from the early preseason, if you go and have a look at their content and everything, once again, it's just social media, read into what you will, but I got the vibe early that Sloan had gone, okay, my role's changed, and I'm just going to do the best thing I can for my team, which is the right thing to do, but there's a lot of players that don't do it in the game.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, Gutho probably took him under his wing and said, mate, come on, like, I am. When you actually look at it, like, this is in hindsight. When it happened, when they signed Sloan for, I think, another 2 or 3 years, I was like, I don't know whether that's, like, has he earned a 3-year deal? And look, if he keeps playing like this, it's going to be a good thing. But then you actually look and you go, okay, well, Gutho is 30 years old. He'll be 33 by the end of his contract. I mean, by that stage, you'd have to assume Flano is backing himself to get Sloan ready to be the fullback, and he'll be like 25, 26 taking over that fullback jersey. And so that actually does make a lot of sense. And as I said, this is me hindsight talking. I didn't say this when this happened, but it looks like it's all working to plan.
And also in hindsight, like, I think the Dragons weren't overly confident whether Cody Ramsey was going to make a return too. He scored another 2 tries in reserve grade over the weekend.
What a great story that is.
Fantastic story. And like, there's a couple of first graders in that reserve grade side too. Like, Corey Allen's down there playing centre. You've obviously got Michael Molo still down there. Like, Raymond Faitala-Mariner's there as well. So a side that you sort of looked at, you went, I don't know about their depth. They had a few injuries. They've had one of the Molo boys leave. Like, there is still talented players sitting down there, and these young guys that are just almost ready to go.
Yeah, wow. Mate, it's just a really exciting time for the Dragons, because, as I said, I think the years before Flano arrived, when they did squeeze into the 8, I think a lot of fans, and I don't want to speak for every fan, but this is just my assumption, not being a Dragons fan, they looked around and said, we got this old roster, we're just scraping in the 8, like, what's the future really? Like, what is it? Like, we got these 3 young guys coming through, which are Ramon, Sloan, and Sullivan. They're not firing. We're kind of getting close to the 8, but then we went up finishing 10th or 11th. I think now they can go, even if we just miss the 8, at least we're building towards something. At least we can look at these young guys and go, okay, not only are these young guys highly touted, but they're actually playing some bloody good footy in first grade. And that's exciting for the Dragons as well.
You look at, like, even 12 or so months ago, 2 of the best players in the Dragons side were Luciano Leilua and Moses Sully. And, you mentioned players like Couchman who's become a starter. Dylan Egan, he's displaced. He's displaced and become a starter now. Luciano going to the bench. And Luciano, like you look at the form the Dragons are showing, I think Luciano probably hasn't been too close to his best. We know he's got more to offer. You look at Moses Sully, who he's been okay this year, but I thought the last couple of years he's been brilliant for them. Defensively, he's been a little bit off, and I wonder if shifting edges hasn't sort of impacted that a fair bit. There's been a few reads that have been off. Maybe it's just the combinations with people around him that he's struggling to sort of adapt to, and I'm sure he will. But again, the positive there is that the Dragons are playing great footy, and two of their better players, certainly two of their attacking weapons, they're nowhere near what we've seen in the past. So they're only going to get better. So the Dragons should only get better.
Yeah, absolutely. I love what Flano's doing down there. He took some big risks. They seem to be paying off, though. Let's talk about Gutho. How good's Gutho been? Mate, this move to the Dragons could be the best thing for Gutho's legacy. And I'm not saying that Gutho is like a Lockyer or a Cameron Smith or a Joey in regards to legacy. However, I felt like there were a couple of years towards the end there at the Eels where people just took him for granted. They just because he wasn't Tommy Turbo or Teddy or Edwards or something like those players, they just took him for granted. Now, I think a lot of fans are going, oh, okay, I see what these diehard Gutho fans were seeing. Because there's no way that the Dragons are winning these games if Gutho isn't at that club right now. There's no way.
Definitely.
They honestly could be 0 and whatever. That's how good he's been. So, great for him. Great for the Dragons. Anything else on the Dragons, boys?
No.
All good. On to Manly. I mean, it's a mixed bag for me because I look at it and go, I'm still concerned about their forward pack, especially without Paseka. And even with Paseka, that was our big question, is can this forward pack play consistent footy to get him into the top 4? If they do, they can play top 4. But then you actually watch the game, and it was their errors, especially in the first half. Every time coming out of their own end, just error after error after error. And I'm just getting a little bit... You're just seeing the shakes a little bit. And the problem is, even if the playing group is fully on board with DCE and they're like, look, there's no issue if DCE is leaving. There's no issue. The problem is the truth doesn't matter because the headline is going to read there's an issue anyway, even if there isn't an issue between the playing group. And so I'm getting a little bit worried about Manly. I'm not ready to sit here and say it's time to, panic stations or whatever, but I think that they need to just find some consistency pretty soon. Otherwise, it's just going to be a situation where they're up and down, and they might scrape into the 8. They'll be out the first week. They just got to find a way to get a bit of consistency because it's the last couple of weeks. And I know Seabold came out and, had a bit of an issue with the draw, but every club has that, And also, if they had played well last week or they had played well the week before, I would say, well, yeah, okay. And then they came out and played poorly this week. Then I say, oh, clearly it's a fatigue thing, but they haven't played good footy for 3 weeks. So how can it be the draw? I don't think it's the draw anyway.
Completely agree with you. I think that's a bit of a cop-out personally. The Manly Seagulls, they've got a little bit of the Broncos to them. They play sideline to sideline. When it's good, it's great. It's fantastic. We saw that in round 1. They put 40 on a side. It's all good and well. But just when it doesn't work, it just looks like a disaster. And I think this is the last 2 weeks in a row. Mate, last week against the Sharks, I think they lost by 6 or 8 points or something. They were a 20-point worse side than the Sharkies, realistically. And I thought in this game, 20 points 18, I think it complements the Manly Seagulls quite a bit. That first half, mate, their pass execution on that right-hand side was a disaster.
They didn't want to get in any sort of grind.
They did not want to get into the fight at all.
Every time they had the easy up, they just go, yeah, we want to score points. And it was it's minute 15. What are we doing?
And once again, if the Seagulls are playing, with all due respect to the Dragons, if they're playing Canterbury or Melbourne, mate, that's an onslaught all of a sudden.
Well, we saw him against Melbourne.
Yeah.
We saw him.
Yeah, as you said, Paseka's been a huge loss. We had our concerns even with Paseka. Without him, I'm really concerned about the Seagulls moving forward.
Right now, Bullimore's really been their only forward in the middle that's playing good footy, in my opinion.
Yeah. And he get injured on the weekend or HIA?
Yeah.
He only played 25 minutes or something like that. It's really concerning. And once again, if they were playing a better side, I think that could have got really ugly.
Yeah, Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, I'm not as critical as you boys, and there's a few things to note. I mean, firstly, I hate when coaches whinge about shit, but I think there is more to the travel thing. They played in Perth and then were given a 5-day turnaround. Perth's a 5.5 hour or so flight. It takes a bit out of you, and you're not travelling a couple of hours up to Queensland or whatever it might be. Like, it's pretty substantial. Then to have a 5-day turnaround. I mean, you look at the other team who went over there the other weekend. The Bunnies, granted, significantly outplayed, but they didn't score a point against the Doggies. This is a side with plenty of attack. Don't whinge about it. It is what it is. That's the draw. Move on. But, I mean, I look at Manly and I go, I thought the second half they were going to get blown out. So they didn't have a point at halftime. They were down 8-0 at halftime. They lost Jake Trbojevic, their big minute locked forward, 8 minutes into the game. Ethan Bullymore didn't last long either. And then I think Seibold got the bench, completely wrong, really. He had Clayton Faulalo, a winger, on the bench. They had Jake Simpkin on the bench, who can obviously play 9. Jazz Tavanga, who plays 9, who starts. Said there was the Bullymore injury as well. You've got Ben Trbojevic there. So why do you need Faulalo on the wing? On the bench, I should say. If an outside back goes down, Ben Trbojevic goes to centre, and he's been picked there as a starter at times because he does such a good job out there. So you add in the early injuries in the game, then you add in that I think the bench was just wrong, and then they came out and I think they won the second half, they would have, quite comfortably. That first half they played, they couldn't have played much worse. Like that right edge, Olakwatu had one of his worst games in a long time, couldn't get it right, the big fella, nothing was working for them. So not to say there aren't some concerns for Manly moving forward, and there are some question marks around their middles without Paseka, etc. But in this game in particular, I don't know. I thought that they showed some tickering in that second half, and I don't think it was all doom and gloom.
Yeah. So, look, if they'd have played good last week or even the week before, I'd definitely see the travel being a lot. But at the same time, I just don't think they have. And so, 3 in a row they've lost at the moment?
Yep.
So it's just look. I'm not saying panic stations at all, but I thought it was a really poor performance.
And I'll say, Rue, you talking about they're side to side and similar to the Broncos and playing too laterally. That works with Tom Trbojevic. I don't think they've adapted without Tom Trbojevic very well. Like they're just, you put Lehigh there, who was tremendous in this game. We'll talk about him shortly, but Tom Trbojevic is the key to that lateral move and that side to side play. They've tried to have the exact same shape and the same attack without Tom Trbojevic, and it has not worked. Like we sort of said that earlier on in the year, life without Tom Trbojevic when he's injured, they've got these great replacements, they'll be okay. They haven't adapted well, but they haven't changed their game plan to suit a new fullback. Tom Trbojevic is something special. He's not there. Okay, we'll be all right. But you can't have the same game plan.
What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, well, they're in a little bit of strife. We just mentioned they've lost 3 in a row. They had, showed some little positive glimpses there on the weekend, but it's going to pretty quickly get away from them, if they can't kind of turn it around. The next couple of weeks are actually pretty tough for them. They've got the Panthers, who look like they've found their mojo again a little bit. Then they do have a bye for Magic Round, but then it's the Sharks back at 4 Pines, and then the Cowboys up there in North Queensland. So the next couple of weeks are actually pretty tough for them as well. So,
desperately need some. Probably need to go 2 from 3.
Yeah, need to win. Well, at least one of those. They've got to probably get another win on the board. But, you don't want to be losing 6 on the trot. Very hard to come back from there, in an NRL season.
I know hypotheticals don't get you far, but the offside of Toa Sipley, late back into the game, last 5 or 6 minutes, or might have been less, Toa Sipley had no reason off that bomb to be chasing through and getting involved in the play. They would have scored anyway. I can't remember who went through and dived on the ball. It might have been Luke Brooks. If Toa Sipley stays out of that play, they score anyway. They win this game. And I reckon we're sitting here going, geez, that was a gritty win from Manly, who weren't at their best, but they got the job done. I think Sipley cost them the game with that play.
See, I would still be sitting here saying they haven't played good footy. The result for me isn't the worry for me with Manly. It's the fact that they haven't played. They've just played poorly for 3 weeks now. And their last win against Raiders, where they just got and it wasn't, and I'm not saying that, they got lucky or whatever. They built that pressure. But a lot of those 50-50 calls went their way against the Raiders. And so I'm just a bit worried that, they just got to find some consistency. Because if Manly, put it this way, if Manly come out and beat Penrith, I'm not going to be surprised. Of course they can beat Penrith. We know what they're like. But then what do they do the next week? And what do they do the week after that? That's the worry that I have, is that if they just keep going like this, they're going to drop too many games to... right now, what are they, 11th? And I know it's a tight table.
Yes, 11th.
I know they're on equal points, but they probably need to get two out of the next 3 games won, I'd say. Obviously, they got the bye as well. But it's just about the standard of footy they've played. I just don't think they've played anywhere near what they were at the start of the season. At the start of the season, they were outstanding, absolutely outstanding. I'm just a little bit worried about that. Root?
Yeah. Mate, even at the start of the season, like, the Cowboys didn't show up week 1, in my opinion. They then got beat well and truly by the Warriors the week after. Like, I sort of said it from the start. I haven't been convinced on this side for a while.
In regards to performances, I thought Lehigh was actually like phenomenal. I know you said it as well, Timmy. Mate, I thought he was phenomenal. I really did. I thought, unfortunately, Hamole had one of his not so good games. I did like that he kept trying though. Like, you know, I feel like old Hamole probably would have gone, oh, okay, whoops, it's not the night's not here for me. But I like the fact that Hamole just kept trying, because like if you actually just look at his stats, he still ran for 163 metres, 87 post contact, 4 tackle breaks, 24 tackles, 0 misses. It was just the passing that was a little bit off.
It was just discipline, right? And it wasn't late in the game chasing points where you sort of let them off the hook a little bit. It was early on, and just any chance they had of building any pressure, it was just dumb offloads, dumb passes. He'll learn from it, mate. But it was crucified him.
But yeah, with Lehigh, like 278 metres, 71 post contact, 7 tackle breaks, line break assist, 8 tackles, only 1 miss. DCE, interesting game from DCE. Probably not one of his best. Very uncharacteristic from DCE. So, you know, he's just been so consistent for so long now. When he has a couple of games, he's a bit quiet. You're just I'm so not used to it. But they need him to find a way to turn it around, because everything's built around him, especially without Tommy in there. Now there is reports that Tommy might be back after the bye, I think.
There's a bit of chat. Was it this week or after bye?
Yeah, something like that. I know there was chat that was like super early. Like, surely they don't rush him back. Like, oh my God.
Wait till after the bye.
Not only surely don't rush him back, but like, fuck, you probably don't want him to get picked for Origin. You need him during the next 10 weeks, realistically.
True.
Like,
Hope Whiteout was probably their best on the week. Like, he was their best.
True. So yeah, look, I think we're probably all like, you're all not as worried about him. I'm not panic stations at all. I am getting a little bit worried about him. Roo, you've never really.
I just have concerns that Ches is leaving at the end of this year. A lot of people are telling me at the start of the year they're in a premiership window. If Ches leaves, you can't tell me they're in a premiership window still. And that's my concern, that they've had this great period where they've got Turbo, they've got Jake, they've got Ches, got one of the best halfbacks in the game, and I think it's just going to pass them by. And I think the rebuild's going to be really, really tough, especially if Turbo's not going to be available. And I think it's a side that on paper, I think they could have won a comp, and I'm just not convinced they're going to. Or
at least got to a grand final.
And I understand it's a tough period of time. The Panthers have been so dominant. I get that. But, it takes years to build a squad. They built a bloody good one. Like, you've got like unbelievably good outside backs that can't get a look into this side. But I think with Ches gone, I think that's going to kind of be the end of it. And like, even him, mate, like, geez, I thought his first half was so poor from Ches. So unlike
his standard,
him. It was just, I'm not sure if I wish he'd do that for Queensland occasionally. Fantastic. You just don't see it from him.
Yeah, you don't. That's what I mean. And it's been like a couple of games that he's struggled a little bit. I just want to quickly, I said that Bullymore is probably the only forward that's been in the middle, but actually I think Tokiaho has been quite good. Got to give Tokiaho a massive rap. I think he's quite good for him.
I think Jaz's been having a red hot crack too.
Yeah,
still got penalties in him, and he's not perfect. But
I will say as well, they haven't had Croker all season, so that's going to be an interesting back in. But I just think they need to find some consistency. Otherwise, it's going to be just an up and down year. So hopefully,
do we know what's going on with Croker? I swear he was on an extended bench.
Yeah,
and you got to clean out on his knee or something like that.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
Alrighty, guys, don't forget, grab your Grumpy Coffee from grumpycoffee.com.au. Join the Bloke Club. You get 20% off your Grumpy Coffee, and you automatically go in the draw to win a Mazda BT50. This month, we're giving away $2,000 cash to one lucky winner. Go to www.bloke.club. And where each month we give away prizes. It's totally free to join, no strings attached. You get 20% off your Grumpy Coffee. Plus, there's also a bunch of other businesses we've got on there. I'm just trying to get it up now. 40% off the DMP shirt, 20% off Grumpy Coffee, and as I said, the giveaway is happening as well. Okay, make sure go to grumpycoffee.com.au. Grab your coffee, the best coffee in all the land. Canterbury Bulldogs defeat the Rabbitohs 32-0. Honestly, boys, I think I'm ready to say that they're a premiership threat this year. And I know that sounds like, are you serious, Dan? They're fucking 6-0. But the question I was hesitant to say was the Melbourne Storm are just so red hot. Like, can they go to the next level? But seeing the Melbourne Storm be vulnerable the way they have, all of a sudden I feel like brings them back to the pack a little. And granted, I still want to see the Bulldogs against some of the top tier sides, and I don't think Broncos are a top tier side right now, so that's probably not going to be a convincing. Like, I want to see them against the Melbourne Storm, and like that's a bit silly because any team I'd want to see against the Melbourne Storm. But yeah, I think I'm ready to say I think that they are a chance of winning the premiership this year. I really do. 32-0 against the South Sydney Rabbitohs. Haven't dropped a game. They've done it without their main players, with their main players, and like I even think that the Bulldogs administration are all looking across at each other, going, "Are we 2 years ahead of schedule hit right now?" Because I think they are 2 years ahead of schedule. An incredible win by the Doggies. They are absolutely in the fight to win a premiership. And who's to say, like, okay, let's say if their kryptonite was the Melbourne Storm, let's just pretend it was because they're attack or whatever, even though they're the ones with the best defence in the competition. But let's just assume they were. Who's to say they don't land on the other side of the draw in finals and, like, I don't know, a Broncos knocks the Storm out or something like that, or a Panthers or a Warrior, you know what I mean? Like, or a Warriors. And then all of a sudden, like, right now, I'd back Bulldogs against essentially any team. And even with the Melbourne Storm right now, I would be like, it's a 50-50 coin toss, which suggests to me that they're there. They have arrived, which is crazy to think that only 2 years ago they were getting, 2 years ago they got pumped by the Knights.
Yep, 66-0.
66-0. Now they've started the season with some of the best defence we've ever seen. It's an incredible turnaround. What an amazing story, because they still have so much improvement left in them. What a performance by the Canterbury Bulldogs.
Yeah, they are without a doubt a premiership threat. Mate, the amount of comments this week about they haven't played anyone, it's like, fuck. Can we stop pretending like there's easy NRL games?
Well,
what are we talking about?
It's not like a normal season. Everyone's beaten everyone, so it's very hard to say that there is a standout side that you can't beat.
Mate, they put 32 points on a Wayne Bennett coach side last week.
Yeah.
They beat Cronulla a few weeks ago. They've been a consistent top 4 team the last few years. I look at if they would have beaten the Dolphins last week, people would have gone,
Yeah.
they're still not a team that can win it. They come out, they beat Melbourne this week. They put 40 on the Melbourne Storm. There are no easy games in this competition. The Canterbury Bulldogs can only play who's in front of them. And the best thing they've done for the last 6 weeks is defend. And have we learnt anything from the last few years? Best defensive teams, they win comps.
Yeah.
Canterbury are without a doubt a premiership contender this year. And
was it this week though that convinced you that finally put you across the line? Because it was for me. This week was where I was like, oh, okay, I think they're a premiership threat.
Oh, I was probably a little bit. I guess this is the week though that properly put it up in lights.
Yep.
I went, yeah, okay. Like even a few weeks ago, I was looking at him going, geez, if DCE's there, do you go and get him? Do you?
No, that's what I was saying. When people were saying they need to go after Galvin and DCE and that, and I was like, mate, stick to the plan.
Galvin makes no sense. DCE, I could understand.
Yeah, I'm saying stick to the plan. Don't go after bloody anyone. Whoever is in your retention program for the next 5 years, stick to it because it's working. It is working. Timmy, are we getting too excited or what?
No way, mate. I was on board 2 or 3 weeks ago. Doggies premiership contenders. So, like, the thing is, and I know it's only one game for the Melbourne Storm, and look, we'll get to them shortly, but the Storm, as good as their attack is, as we know, like their defence, it's not crash hot.
Yeah.
Defence wins premierships, as the old saying goes. The Dogs are the only team in the NRL right now that are going to show up every week, and not just show up every week and put in a good performance, but play 80 minutes, right? And we always talk about teams that can switch off for 10, 15-minute periods in games, and it can cost them a game no matter how good they might be. And to be honest, that's probably every team in the NRL right now. The Doggies make a point of, and we saw with, I think it was an unreal Viliami kick out, try saver late on in the game. I think there was a player in the bin at the time as well, where they had him to nil. The game was well and truly done. Player in the bin. There could have been a try scored against them, and no one would blink an eyelid. But Kikau's making these massive plays. The defence is as good as it was in minute 1. They're playing like the score's 0-0 and the game's on the line. Like, they play for 80 minutes. They turn up every week. They're fast starters. They can close out a game. They're doing nothing wrong right now.
And as Timmy said, every team's got this 15-minute period where the arse can fall out of them a little bit. Like, Canterbury did that in the first 2 weeks, but the month since that has been incredible.
Well, I tell you what, this is how much better their defence is than everyone else. Points against, 58. Storm. So the Bulldogs have only had 58 points scored against them.
And they had 44 in the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, so 58 for the whole season, the Bulldogs. The Melbourne Storm have had 136, so nearly triple the amount of points scored. Raiders, 152. Warriors, 136. Broncos, 144. Sharkies, 128. Dragons, 118. 153 Rabbitohs, 158 Cowboys. Like, no one is even close to them with their defence. It is such an exciting time to be a Doggies fans. And as I said, I think there's still more in them. Like, I think there's still more in them. Another really interesting stat that was sent to me, and this just shows you how gritty and tough and grindy they are. I think it's been 16 tries have been scored by forwards and only 11 by outside backs for the Bulldogs. So they're basically, they're dominating middles so much that forwards are essentially just falling over the line. Like, and to take nothing away from the forwards' tries, they're still bloody good tries, but that shows you they are scoring most of their points through the middle. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So exciting to be a Doggies fan right now. What do you reckon, mate?
Doggies looking pretty good. If the finals were happening, next month, I'd say, yep, premiership threat. I'm just a little bit wary of, last year, we get about a month out from the finals, and the style of footy they've been playing took it out of them, and they ran out of puff a little bit. Yes, they won a final, a close one, but it's all about peaking at the right time, I guess, with winning a comp. And if you look at if you go all the way to the last 3 games that they play in the regular season, that's when they play the Storm, they play the Panthers, and they play the Sharks. And they're probably all teams that are going to be in the finals. If it gets to a point where they've run out of puff again, like they did last year, and they come up against some of those sides who, potentially, well set by then, that would be a bad time to run out of puff and lose your mojo. And
they did play pretty good in the final game. Was it just DC and Tommy that beat them?
Yeah,
they would have won that game.
They did play well, but my point is they weren't playing their best footy at the pointy end of the season.
In the lead up to it.
So now,
I get that. I'm not as convinced that their finals game wasn't a really good performance from them.
Yeah, I'm still saying it was good, but I'm saying their best football.
I think they lost 3 in a row coming into that.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is I still think that they played really good finals games. Yep. So. I'd like to think that they fell out of puff and they didn't play good footy in the finals game. I don't think that's...
No, but they weren't playing their best footy then, is what I'm saying.
I think they played really good in the finals. That's what I'm saying, yeah.
I agree, but you want to be playing your best footy at the pointy end, and I think that's where, teams like Penrith have kind of worked out how to do that in the last couple of... Right now, they're flying, no doubt. But can they keep it up for the whole season? That'll be the challenge. But right now, they're killing it, and it's good. Like, a good Bulldog side is... great for the comp. Like, you don't see 65,000 fans at a game. Like, doesn't matter how well most other clubs are going, but like Bulldogs fans, exactly. Bulldogs fans.
The marketing campaign they had leading into that was outstanding for the Dogs. Like, they had the march to the stadium, which fans could get around and be a part of prior to the game. Like, they were throwing out $10 tickets by the end of it. All these sorts of great initiatives, like the hype around it the week going to get to the game, it's going to break records, etc. Shout out to the marketing team. They did a great job.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely,
mate. It's so good what they're doing at the Doggies, and it's a fan base. Like, they're a big club, the Bulldogs. They've been a sleeping giant for bloody, what do you reckon, a decade now?
Absolutely.
So really, really good signs. In regards to performances, look, I got to give Max King a massive rap. Like,
Hercules is old boy,
mate. Hercules is old boy. You're the father of Hercules. You got a bit about you.
Exactly.
I mean, Max King on the open market. What do you reckon? 500K before this run of good form?
Well, put it this way. When you have a look at the history of the Melbourne Storm, the amount of players that have left Melbourne and got better, it's probably Tohu, it's probably James Maloney, Gareth Widdop. Chuck Max King on there. People forget he was there.
He was there. Well, his last try was there, 2019.
He went from the Titans to the Melbourne Storm. And I remember when he arrived at Melbourne thinking, oh, fuck, he's going to play Origin in 2 years. And it just never took off. Full credit to Cam Serrato. He's brought him in. And... mate, I don't think he will be, but if Max King was picked for Origin, I'd feel comfortable with it. I'd know he's going to do a job for us.
Yeah, honestly, nearly anyone in that Bulldog system I would trust to do a job. Like, that's how much Serrato has got this team just doing the basics extremely well. And as I said, like a guy like Max King, we're talking about Payne Haas and your Fanua Blakes and your, you name it, these superstars on these $1 million contracts. We've got a battler here, Max King. He's the leader of their pack. Run it, he's probably on, 400 or 500K max. Yeah. And right now, he's the main guy in a team that is beating everyone, by, at least in the last month, easily.
And I think that's the bigger question instead of what is Max King worth? It's how much would you have to pay him to walk out of this right now?
Yeah, no way. You know, like honestly, probably.
Like it would have to be a huge sum of money for him to leave and be in a better spot than when he's in right now.
Yeah, and it's just such a good credit to him.
He has some of, which I recently found out the extent of it, some of the greatest rugby league DNA of all time. So his pop's Johnny King, obviously, 7 premierships, Dragons, legend. His dad, he played NRL for the ARL for the Seagulls. That was early 90s. His great-granddad played for the Rabbitohs in the 1940s. So his 4th generation NRL player, or whatever you want to call it. Born in Huddersfield in England, where rugby league was born. Like, they could not have better rugby league DNA. And if the Blues don't want to pick him, which they might not, he might be playing for the Poms against us at the end of the year.
Yeah, fair shout. And getting over for a try, so I think it was an 80-game drought. Last try was in 2019, and he just barges over the big fella.
Mate, how are they stat? 164 run metres per game this season. He's got a 97.4% tackle efficiency. He's missed 1 tackle in his past 4 games. That's 216 minutes of footy.
That's so good. And also, to not miss a tackle in this Bulldogs outfit, it's even more impressive because their line speed is so hectic. Like, usually you look at the Bulldogs, they've got all these missed tackles, and you're going, what's like, how can you be the best defensive side with all these missed tackles? Well, it's because their line speed's so hectic. So, of course, you're going to fall off a tackle. So, I just want to give a massive shout out to Maxi King because what a weekend of footy for him. And, you know, sometimes as a competitor, you look across and everyone's ranting and raving about all these other forwards, and you're going, well, hang on a sec. I'm the big dog in the forward pack that's dominating everyone. Yeah. You know, no one's even talking about it.
And won't it be unreal when you get to round 1 next year and he's finally got a partner in crime in the front row with Leo Thompson? Like, it's been Josh Curran. These guys have all done a really good job, but none of them, in my opinion, are out-and-out front rowers.
Mate.
Him and Leo Thompson next year.
You brought up Josh Curran. I just want to reiterate how absurd it is that Josh Curran is playing in the front row in NRL. Like, this bloke, he might be 95 kilos, and yet he has been... I know he played on the edge on the weekend, but, like, that's how strong this system is. This guy has been running for, like, 150 to 180 metres in the front row for the Bulldogs. Like, if you met Josh Curran, you wouldn't even know he was a footy player. Like, if you didn't know it was Josh Curran. And once again, just a credit to this Serraldo system and what they're building there, because it is truly squeezing the potential out of every player that's arrived at the Bulldogs. It's incredible.
And you go back 4 or 5 years ago, he was playing on the edge for the Wyong Roos in the Roosters system. Jacob Preston was at North Sydney in the Roosters system 2 years ago. Just hiding in plain sight.
Yeah.
Serraldo's just got the absolute best out of him.
It's another, you know, I've always said, like, when we talk about expansion of, we don't have enough talent for expansion. In my opinion, we don't have enough good coaches for expansion, because once again, Serraldo rises, and all of these guys, like, honestly, I reckon there's a lot of these guys that would be let go and not signed by other NRL clubs. Like, I mean, Sexton got let go by the Titans. You know, Saluka Fafita didn't play on the weekend, but he's a part of that squad. He got let go by the Rabbitohs and by the Roosters as well. You know, Preston was sitting in reserve grade. You know, there's so many players here that...
Montoya, Warriors?
Yeah, like, there's just so many. Anyway, so...
Even Kiraz, mate, like, he bounced around.
Mate, he went up to the Knights. They basically allowed him to, you know, weren't really that keen on him. Came back, he backed himself. One of the great stories all time.
Kurt Mann,
who has just turned into an absolute beast. But yeah, back to Preston. Is he... Oh, do you have to pick him in the squad somewhere, the Blue squad? Mate, I know it's stacked. I know it's stacked. Yeah. But it's almost just like... I know we've talked about getting a guy like Couchman in for a bit of experience, but surely Preston is a part of it at some stage this year, don't you think?
I think he has to be, yeah. And I think Preston has done enough to be picked. I just think it is such a crowded market at the moment.
Hudson Young is probably, you could argue he's the best back row on the comp right now.
Hudson will be there. Liam Martin will be there. Crichton, Olaquatu's going to have to fall off a cliff, like ordinary on the weekend, but he'll bounce back and has been quite good this year. There's just so many, isn't there?
But if you said Preston's played better than all of them, I wouldn't fight you over it.
No, not at all.
And that's what I mean. Like, is there a world where, you know, Michael Maguire last year, he picked players that suited a specific style of play. And is there a world where they go, we want one of the best defensive edge back rows in the competition? Because I'd argue that Preston, Liam Martin is a really good defender, but it's more about intimidation and everything like that. I would argue, technically, you could argue Preston is the best defensive edge back rower in the comp. Misses a few tackles, I'm pretty sure. Good line speed, all that stuff. And so I just wonder if there is a style of play that he's leaning towards that Preston does edge a bench spot. However, geez, it'd be hard. Like, how do you leave out Hudson Young and Olakau'atu?
I'd be getting him in around the squad.
I think so. That's my point. Like,
Yeah.
at some point, this bloke has to be brought into the Blues squad, whether it's as 18th man or even just squad, just to get some experience, because he's that good. He's been so good at the Bulldogs. And also, like, the Bulldogs are getting to areas. I understand they haven't won a premiership and they're still ways away from it, but they're getting into the area of, like, you want those cultural traits being brought into a camp. Like, just like with the Panthers, you bring them in because you're like, I want those standards being brought. Just like with the Melbourne Storm. And as I said, I know that you can't put the Bulldogs in their category just yet, but geez, they can't be that far off. You know, like, if they manage to win, because like a lot of people heading into this year were saying Sexton and Connor Tracy, they probably need to be replaced for them to go on a premiership. And I think we all kind of agreed, or at least I felt, that like they deserve an opportunity to prove that they are good enough to be the main man for a premiership push. And I think we all kind of landed to that to a degree, whether it's... and I think that they're both kind of proving, like, maybe they are good enough to win a comp.
Broncos this week, Titans the week after, Raiders, Roosters, Dolphins into a bye. When do they lose?
That Raiders game will be a hell of a game, I will say.
cracker.
Down in Canberra, that will be a cracker. But it's a good point. Like, the way they're playing, not many of those other teams are going to get near them.
Just the confidence in
when's an opposition team going to next score a point against them?
Mate, I cannot wait to see how they go over the next month. Now, in regards to performances, I thought Kiraz was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, there's a reason why he got selected in that Australian squad and had to turn it down due to an injury. He's another guy that, you know, if Toto and Lomax are still struggling with injury, you're probably looking at him to land on the wing for the Blues. And I could see him killing it. We spoke about that last year as well, actually.
Yep.
Yep.
I think he'd be the most like-for-like guy you could get.
Yep. Burton had a bit of a mixed bag. His running game was incredible, 192 metres. That's what I am noticing. Like, the sides that are playing really well, their 6s and 7s are running the ball a lot. Like, I just think that we're getting into a day and age now where if you're a 6 and 7, you can't afford not to be running the ball. You just can't. Like, you know, all the good teams, like even Cleary, I think he had nearly 20 runs on the weekend. And you look here, you got Sexton, who ran for 87 metres, who was like 10 runs, who is definitely not a ball runner. He's more of a, more about a ball player. But Burton, he ran for nearly 200 metres. He had 2 line breaks. There was a few plays where he, passed when he shouldn't or whatever. But if he fixes that and Burton is hitting this red hot form, geez,
yeah, and first game back in a month or so.
Yeah, of course. He's going to be rusty for sure. I'm stoked for Burton. I know he made some plays that were a bit rusty, but mate, Burton running for nearly 200 metres of his first game back. Imagine what he's going to be like in a month.
Even just little things like talk about, whether or not they're in a premiership window, can they win the comp? All the little things have to go right. And Stephen Crichton steps up goal kicking while Matty Burton's out. Comes back this week. Crichton retains it. Crichton 6 from 6 or 7 from 7 with the boot or something. They just hit him unbelievably.
Yep. Mental. Absolutely mental.
We've brought up State of Origin a few times. Game 1 is the 28th of May, 22nd of April today. Harry Grant set to miss 4 to 6 weeks. So if he's out for 4 weeks, they'd pretty much have to pick him off no games, come straight in the side.
Yep.
Reid Marnie, Kurt Mann, 2 guys that have to be in the conversation for that spot.
Yeah. Well, I think you'd have to say Reid Marnie would be the front runner. Just trying to think.
Or do you start Ben Hunt,
Ben Hunt at
and
9?
you bring Kurt Mann?
I don't think Ben Hunt will get selected. I don't think he'll get
You don't reckon he'll be there at all?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Not with the way he's
that makes
playing.
it really interesting then.
Yeah. I think you go
Friggin' oath it does.
Dearden at 14. You probably go Cherry, Munster, and then you put Reid at 9, potentially. I'm trying to think, is there a number 9, a Queenslander that I'm forgetting?
I don't think so.
I don't think
But
so.
yeah, I don't think Hunt will be there this year.
Unless they played, Maxi Plath.
Max Psycho Plath, 13.
Plath.
See, I reckon you could afford to go Dearden and then have one other Plath or Mann as another bench player.
Start Dearden at 9.
No, so Dearden at 14, but you could have Kurt Mann or
Oh, yeah.
Plath as the 15, number 15.
Well, they're middle forward, so.
Yeah, but you can also get them to cover hooker if you have to. And then you have Reid Marnie at 9, potentially. I swear I'm forgetting someone that's a
It's probably Owen Paddy, mate.
Can you look up like eligible Queensland number 9s?
We have officially, by the way, passed the threshold of Easter, so we can now discuss Origin at
Yeah,
length.
that's true. That's true.
We're into
Just
that period.
Thoughts, boys? Do you think Hunt will get selected?
Mate, I just sort of had it as a bit of an automatic thing in my mind, but I mean, it is a fair point. He's playing pretty poorly at the moment.
Like he played really poorly on the weekend.
Ruben Cotter might be the other one you're thinking of.
Yeah,
Can
maybe
play
Cotter.
I wasn't picking him before the ground injury, to be honest.
Yep.
I've said for a while, I don't think the Maroons need him. Again, it changes a little bit now with the Harry Grant injury, but I just think Harry Grant's an 80-minute hooker, and when you've got Cotter in the squad, he can play for 15 minutes there and give Harry a break if needed, and it allows you just to pick a way better bench. I don't think it's needed at all.
In saying that, there's no one. In saying that, if Ben Hunt moves to 9 now and kills it, then obviously you'd consider it. He's been there and done it. We'll get to the Broncos chat, but I actually would be moving Benny Hunt into the 9 immediately, but we'll get to that. Anyway, Bulldogs killing it. How good. Now on to the Rabbitohs. I'm a bit torn with this one. Yes, it is 32-0. The completion rate was pretty poor. They travelled a lot. But I'm leaning more towards they've got a few injuries, and the Bulldogs are just the best team in the competition right now. Yes, you can't be happy with a 32-0 thrubbing, and I think that we could talk about individual performances. I felt I really wanted Latrell to just get his ball in the get his hands on the ball and just start running it. And I've been always a big proponent of Trell's running game. I think sometimes he leans too heavily into the pass when he is literally one of the best ball runners in the competition. But it's very hard to pinpoint a single player and say they played terribly when the Bulldogs just squeezed the life out of them. So as I said, I look at Trell and I go, as $1 million player, I just want to see him getting the ball and just hit ups. I know he took some scoots, but I don't want him taking scoots. I want the dummy half to be hitting him in behind the ruck and just steaming onto the ball. So I thought there was a period there where he probably could have got more involved, but however, the Bulldogs just played almost like a perfect game. So very hard to be too critical on a side that got squeezed out of it with injuries as well.
Yeah, I saw a lot of the things on social. Right? I think as well, it's crazy how important a Lachlan Hubner injury is to this South Sydney side now.
Yeah.
When you look at how they're built now, when he goes down, that was a huge loss. I thought they did get unlucky on a few calls and whatnot, but they just didn't show up ready to play at the same level at Canterbury. And that is just the reality of it. Things go against them, but they
showed grit for periods. There were periods where they hung in there.
I personally don't think they get beat 30-0 against every team in this comp on the weekend.
No, I don't
think
so.
Canterbury are just, especially, mate, you show up to Canterbury, mate, it was like playing Where's Wally trying to find a South Sydney fan in that crowd. That was, say 100 grand.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
Do you have a mic there at all? No. What are your feelings on Rabbitohs, and maybe just run up here quickly and have a chat as a fan? Because I'd love to get your thoughts, especially on a guy like Trell, who, he's back now. He's your superstar player.
Yeah. I think, and this is going to be very controversial, I think Latrell's got to go back to fullback.
Okay.
I think it's a no-brainer. He's the best fullback in the club. And I don't know what you do with Jai Gray, and Jai Gray's he's a ball of energy, he's awesome, but Latrell's not a 6.
You think that he's not getting involved enough?
Exactly.
Whereas at fullback he does.
Last year at fullback, he killed it, and I don't care what anyone says. He killed it. I know he didn't play many games, but he absolutely killed it. He's not a 6. When we get JP Humphries back, and I don't know if you do it this week because there's so many injuries, but when everyone's fit, except for Cam Murray, I know he's out for the year now, but when everyone's fit, he's got to be fullback.
There you go. And that's around him getting involved in the game. You want him more touches, okay?
I tend to agree with Matty, to be honest with you. I think just for this week in particular, Cody Walker got taken off with about 30 to go. Wayne said it was just a precautionary thing. Jamie Humphries isn't going to be available. I know Bud Sullivan is, but personally, I'd be playing Cody at 7. I'd be playing Jai Gray at 5'8", and I'd be playing Latrell at fullback this week.
Don't mind that. I like this shout. If it's going to get his hands on the ball more, I just want his hands on the ball as much as possible, because I feel like at 6, sometimes he's thinking, I'm a 6, so I've just got a ball player, got to get certain people. And I just want Trell running the ball and just as much as possible.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, and so maybe even in centre, when he was at centre, and granted, he was coming back from a hammy injury, so but I just want his hands on the ball. And you're right, a lot of people don't want to admit it, and I get it. It's easy to be on the Trell hate train. When he played fullback last year, aside from maybe one game, he was pretty phenomenal. He had 14 try assists in 8 games or something like that? It was crazy. And so I just want his hands on the ball more.
And mate, he's just got that it factor about him. Like he did his, I think it was his Liz Frank against Parramatta last year, and he came back in that game, and I spoke to him pre-game. I said, "How you feeling?" He goes, "We're not losing this game of football."
Yeah, wow.
And I straight away went, "Fuck, they aren't losing this game of football."
Yeah.
And he absolutely killed it. And you sort of looked at South Sydney that night, and you went, "Oh, okay, maybe." And then they did the post-game interviews, and he disappeared off the field. I thought, "Oh, that's fucking weird. Maybe he's going home or something." And it turned out Liz Frank injury.
Yeah.
Like, there's no denying he is. I love Jai Gray. I've been talking about him for years, but I do think they need to have Latrell at fullback.
And that's me putting my hand up. I had Jai Gray at fullback, so I'm changing my mind now. I was wrong, or maybe I wasn't wrong. I don't know, but I'm just saying that I'm going back on what I said in regards.
And
so
just on that
I'm
as
wrong.
well, Jai's an incredible fullback. He's a fucking good 5'8" too. I said for a few in the trials this year, I said I think Jai Gray will replace Cody Walker eventually.
You could probably find a spot for him at 14 too if you wanted to.
could.
Because Mamas Ellis he's playing pretty long minutes at the moment.
Yeah. And that's where as well, like if it's not a spot for him at 14, if he jumps into the halves, he does well. It's probably a little bit unfair on Humphreys, but you could also have him as your 14 and your 9. So like that, they've got options there. The reality is a good player has to lose out somewhere.
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
the
for
South
sure.
Sydney side to make it work.
As I said, I want 15 runs from Trell, and I want him to touch the ball like fucking 50 times if he can. I know that's a lot, but that's just how good he is. And I think that now having watched them, he's been at centre, he's been at 6. Having watched someone like at fullback, at the very least, it forces him to kick returns, all that stuff. And also, I think he enjoys fullback the most out of every position.
Yes.
Which is if you want him in there. What do you reckon, Timmy? You're a bit quiet at the moment. You still want him at the centres?
Yeah, like I think the chat is a bit knee-jerk to one bad performance from the Bunnies. Like, you have to look at it. Firstly, they'd been going fantastic up to this point with injuries in their team anyway. Like, they've had 3 completely different halves combinations in 3 weeks. And not just different, but like the first one of those was Cody Walker at 5'8" and returns as a halfback with Latrell as his 5'8", which is completely different to when he had Humphreys there playing as the 7. They've had Sullivan in there. There's been a lot of chopping and changing. They'd been up a fair bit this season. Again, they were in that Perth fixture last week on a relatively quick turnaround. The Doggies outclassed them. They were way better. I was of the opinion a few weeks ago when things were going a little bit better for the Bunnies that Latrell will end up back at fullback at some point, but I just, returning from this hammy injury, I didn't think they needed to rush it. I think you could easily just put him back to centre, and then you can put Ewan Aitken, whether it's to an edge, an arrow to the middle, or Ewan Aitken to the bench. And you've got to remember, like, Ewan's coming back from injury himself, and get Latrell back to centre where he's very comfortable. You get him the ball, right? You're finding the ball, you get him early service, and he can be very damaging. I don't think it's right to drop Jai Gray just yet. I think at some point, as I said, it's probably inevitable that Latrell goes back to fullback. You're also going into an origin period where Latrell's going to miss a fair bit of action, so you're chopping and changing your spine again. I think it'll happen. I don't think this is the way to do it, though.
I wouldn't be dropping Jai Gray out of the side at all. I just want Trell to get the ball his hands on.
Well,
as much as
the
possible.
exception, and if you wanted to do it now, is, and look, I haven't seen Jai Gray enough in the halves, but like to Rue's point, he's obviously played a lot there, come through the grades. If you can put Jai Gray into the halves right now, sweet, go for it, get Latrell to fullback. How good's that look? That I can get around. I haven't seen enough of Jai Gray in the halves.
I definitely wouldn't be. I'd almost keep Jai Gray at fullback before dropping him, if you know what I'm saying. Like, if you can't fit him into the side, then I'd go Trell back to centre.
Yeah.
And I'd try to find ways to. I'm just always looking at them going, they're only going to have a shot at a top 4 or top 6 or whatever if Latrell has his hands on the ball as much as possible.
If he doesn't have his hands on the football as much as possible, they are not beating Melbourne on Friday night.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. And that's my think is like, how do we just get Latrell to just have his hands on the ball as much as possible? What do you reckon, mate?
Yes, I agree that if he's at fullback, he's going to touch the ball a lot more. I like the idea of having him at centre. I think it worked, bringing him back from injury there, and that was all good. But we just saw on the weekend, when you come up against a good team, they're not going to allow enough good ball to get out to him.
Yep.
I know he's playing at 6 there. They did move him to centre in the second half, and Whiten played a bit of 6. But if the one thing you want him to do is touch the footy more, run it more, having him back at fullback will definitely solve that problem.
Yep.
It works, when the rest of the team around him is a little bit more like e.g. Origin. You can just whack him in and just let him run and all that sort of stuff. But for what they probably need right now, and playing a couple of good oppositions, especially the Storm this week, maybe getting him back there will work. Particularly if he can move Gray to 5'8". I haven't seen a hell of a lot of him at 5'8", but if he's good there as well, pretty simple, switch. At least you can at least give it a go, and if it doesn't work, like as we saw with Bennett did last week,
Just switch him in
you can
game.
just change it again.
Yeah. Cody Walker getting interchanged. Thoughts on that?
Oh, the game was done. He's 35, 36, whatever Cody Walker is. I think Wayne just summed it up perfectly post-game. He sort of said, the game was gone. He's had an injury concern. You could tell Cody Walker had the shits about getting taken off.
Which
I'd
is
love
what you
to
want.
see,
Yep.
which is a great sign. But I think Wayne just went, he took Campbell Graham off as well. I just think he looked at me. He read the room and went, fuck it, this one's gone.
Yep.
Got Melbourne next week. Let's just get prepared for that.
I like it. And you see the NBA, as you said, they'd have been filthy, had taken off, and a lot of coaches would be like, playing for pride here, that's the joy of being Wayne Bennett and being able to do whatever you want to do without getting basically any criticism, any pressure, that he can do that. A lot of other coaches do that and they'd get hammered for it, but you summed it up well, Roo. Massive game next week. The game was done. All right, maybe you keep them on and you're for and against, your percentages are 10 points better at the end of the game, whatever it might be, but at the same time, these two blokes with these injury histories and hammy injuries, etc., Graham, Cody, they get injured, well, then you're up shit creek even further next week. So I like it.
I wonder if that was part of him just looking at the game going, fuck, I don't want to do this with Latrell next week, but in order to move him, I need Cody on the field next week.
No, I like it as well. I just wanted to get your thoughts in regards to what you thought about it. I like it. I think that you'd be crazy to leave Cody Walker out there. What's the point? Especially with how regular people are getting injured these days and head knocks and everything like that. Mate, get him off the field. There's no point him sitting out there as a 34-year-old, 35, or however old he is, getting bashed up by a Bulldogs side that's just on another level. It truly was just a situation where the Dogs are just on another level. They're in a premiership window right now. They are building towards potentially winning a premiership, where the Rabbitohs are in this weird, holding pattern, waiting for blokes to come back, coming back from injuries, and the recruitment hasn't been the best. So there's, given minutes, but then does it work? And so there's a lot of questions at the Rabbitohs before you find out where their best side is situated. Whereas there's no real questions of the Bulldogs.
They've just got all these 5'8", right, the Bunnies. So, Wayne Bennett needs Cody Walker fit, because Cody Walker, at the end of the day, is a 5'8" as well. He can play 7. We know he can.
Yeah.
But, if he goes down, they've got Latrell trying to play 5'8", Jack Whiten can play 5'8". Yeah, Humphries can play 7, obviously. He's done it well early in the season. I still see him as a really good ball running 5'8". Jaden Sullivan, I think, is a 5'8".
Yep.
So if Cody goes down, I think they're in all sorts. So I think leading to that.
Smart.
I mean, the other one there, boys, is if we want Latrell back at centre, can you just put Jack Whiten at 5'8"? Get Latrell to centre again, you and Nate, can you put wherever you want? The other thing with Jack Whiten,
He'll get Trell the ball as well, I reckon.
he'll get Trell the ball, and I don't like Jack Whiten playing right edge. I love he's got that right hand fence.
Yep.
So he's just and always has been suited to the left edge. And the beauty of Jack Whiten is he'll play wherever you need him to, and he can plug so many holes. But at the end of the day, he's a left edge player because of his fence. So you can get him back at 5'8", just another option. But
Mate, I'll be honest. Look, if Trell can get the ball, if he can have 15 runs at 6, put him at 6. I don't care where Trell plays. I just want him running the ball as much as possible. That's running the ball and obviously also setting up tries. Because you go back to the last couple of weeks, a lot of their big moments are around Trell. He literally, the offload that to Jai Gray against the Cowboys, I think, got him back into the game. And then obviously we got the match-winning play with it's just all around him getting the ball. So whether it's a 6, centre or fullback, the position's almost irrelevant. It's just it's more just I just want him hands on ball.
looking quickly ahead to that matchup with Melbourne next week, we've got two of the better defensive halves in the comp in Jerome Hughes and Cam Munster. They're edges, and we'll get to them very shortly. They're shot ducks at the moment. Get Latrell out there at centre, early ball. Have fun.
Have fun. So I just, as I said, we could be super critical of the Rabbitohs, but I just think it was one of those days. In the end, they had 31% possession of the ball. 39% possession of the ball, and the Bulldogs had 61%. So just a total domination. Alrighty, before we get into Dolphins v Storm, don't forget, Tom and Eddie have released Daylights. You can also use code DMP for 10% off that. And as usual, you can use code DMP for 10% off their Good Day, 20% off if you pair it with a subscription. Guys, the best multivitamin in the business. I use it every single day. All the boys use it. It's super convenient. You just take a satchel, boom, put it in your water, shake it up, drink it. The best in the business. Go to begoodhealth.com.au. Dolphins defeat the Storm 42-22. And when this game started, we're all probably sitting there going, okay, it's business as usual for the Melbourne Storm. They come out in the 9th minute, the 12th minute, and the 20th minute and score 3 tries. And, the whole of the NRL are sitting there going, okay, I could switch this game off right now. We're about to watch an absolute pounding. And then the Dolphins do something that, nearly any team doesn't do, and basically score 40 unanswered points, essentially. Their first ever win against the Storm. And, you don't want to be too dramatic, but, this is a huge moment for the Dolphins as a club. They've beaten the Melbourne Storm. There are clubs right now that haven't got a win over the Melbourne Storm in, friggin' 10 years. And the Dolphins have done it in their 3rd year. They've got one of their key playmakers playing absolutely incredible. It's not like the Storm were decimated by injury or anything like that. They did it against essentially a full-strength Storm. Granted, I'm sure there was 1 or 2 people out, but you know what I'm saying. This was a incredible win from the Dolphins, and all of a sudden, I can't believe how much the Dolphins have gone from, oh my God, this could be a wooden spoon, because they were favourites at one stage a few weeks ago.
Correct.
To, oh my God, could they make the 8? Now, yes, it's still a long way away. Yes, it's only 1 game, but they didn't just beat the Storm. They absolutely towed them up. It's an incredible win by the club. Roo?
Man, I thought Craig Bellamy summed it up best. He just said, I don't think I've seen a Melbourne Storm team. I don't think I've been involved with the Melbourne Storm team that's let something go like that.
Mental.
16 points to 2. The Dolphins had no right to be in that game. I mean, mate, if the Bulldogs did that, I'd be blown away.
Yeah, we'd be sitting there going, premiership, it's grand final, favourites to win it. It'd be huge.
Yeah, and we already sort of spoke about it when we were talking about Isaiah Katoa, but they lost Max Platherley, Jeremy Marshall-King's out, Flegler's still not in this side. They've had every reason in this game to get beat 42 points to 22 realistically.
Yep.
To do that was just incredible.
What did you think, Timmy?
Yeah, when it got to 16-0 or whatever it was, to your points, you honestly would have just gone, all right, Melbourne Storm, one of the best attacking outfits we've potentially ever seen in the NRL, or up there. Throw in the towel, get spanked like they've done to just about every other team in the competition this year, the Storm. Well, they've done it to plenty, I should say. But to fight back and do what they did, for the rest of the year and probably next year as well, if you're sitting there and you're talking to them at halftime and you just say, boys, think back to the Storm game. We're down 16-0 early. We didn't just have to fight back and win it in a tight one. We went out and put 42 on them and beat them by 20 points. The amount of self-belief this will give the Dolphins in any contest for the rest of the year, it'll go a long way. This is against the red-hot premiership favourites.
Yeah, absolutely. Who are still red-hot premiership favourites.
Correct.
As we speak. And that's why, I know it's dramatic to say club-defining, but, it could be. It really could be, because they've finally got essentially... Actually, have they beaten? They've beaten the Panthers. Oh, no, they haven't beaten the Panthers yet.
They did
beat Panthers.
The week before.
Yeah,
2 weeks in a row.
Well, yes.
So last year's grand final.
Oh, yeah, they beat them fucking last week. Oh, my God, what am I even thinking about?
Yeah.
But so you look at it and you go, this last couple of weeks for the Dolphins, all of a sudden there's not any team in the competition where they have to go, as a club, we're probably not there yet. They've done it. Mm-hmm. They've beaten them. And granted, you could say, oh, okay, it's early in the year, can't be wait till the end of the year. But mate, we're talking about a club in its, 3rd year of existence? 3rd year of existence with... It's had to have multiple years with key players being injured, not playing. Flegler's not going to be back till next year, most likely. It's an incredible win. It's an incredible win. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, they were unbelievable. And just the fact that, a couple of weeks ago you mentioned they were outright favourites to win the Spoon, $4.50. They've won 3 in a row, including both grand finalists in consecutive weeks. They're now $3 to make the 8. They're only sitting 1 win outside the 8.
Way.
Wow. The amount of confidence they will have taken, not only from this week, but the Panthers win the week before as well. Every chance. They're definitely good enough to be in there. And they've got a lot of good young, good players right through the roster. Katoa's coming into his own. We touched on him in the Hungriest player, but a lot of upside for the Dolphins at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Wolf must be sitting there going, thank God. All of a sudden, you're probably looking up going, oh my God, we're getting towed up each week. The Wayne Bennett curses hit. And, we haven't gotten through the whole season yet, but just the 3 on the trot.
Yeah.
Geez, he must be going to bed sleeping a little bit easier. So really, really good win for the Dolphins. And what surprised me the most is it wasn't even really a gritty, grindy win. They absolutely blew them off the park. They've got Hamiso back to his best. Ray Stone's kick chase and his chase through the middle with Nikodima. What about Nikodima's flick pass? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Benji 05, unbelievable. And I love the fact that it was Ray Stone that scored both those tries. I put a little snippet up on Instagram about it on Sunday, just about the importance of hard work. And I think that's what the Dolphins are doing really well right now, is they're mixing their star players with hard work really well, because it's not right now you look at the roster, it's not a glamour roster with all these superstars in it, but they've got their hard workers working hard and they've got their stars making the big plays, and that's what you need.
And you got to give the coach full credit. Like, we sort of spoke earlier in the season, just from talking about the Dolphins, like, they sort of felt like they were on the right track. They just had a bizarre sort of start to the season with all the shit that went on. And, I'm sitting here going, fuck, move Joe Cavarillo, play this guy there. Play. And coach just went, no. I know what I'm doing. I know what I've got here. We've just got to get it on track. And, granted, they've won 3 games in a row. They've beat the 2 teams that are in the grand final last year. But, even round 3 against the Tigers, that was a game they could have won. They just let that slip. I thought they were really good against your Broncos in that game as well.
Oh, great.
It's now been 5 weeks of, it's good 3 footy. Wins in a row, but it's been 5 weeks of good footy.
Yeah,
from the
absolutely. Dolphins. Yep. And that's a key point, because it's not like a fluke 3 weeks wins or whatever. They actually built into this I guess purple patch, you could say. And you're right. I do think Wolfie deserves a lot of credit for. I even think a lot of experienced coaches would have made changes pretty early on when they started like that. He stayed the course. He really did. And look, am I still convinced that this is the set going forward? Not yet. However, look, if they keep winning like this, of course I'm going to be convinced. But he stayed the course. They've won 3 on the trot. You can't knock a bloke for the results are there. The results are there. How can you be negative on it?
I really like they've won 3 games in a row. The Raiders are a perfect barometer for them right now.
Yeah.
This will be a tough, gritty side. You know what you're going to get. On paper, you might have more talent than the Raiders, but they're going to drag you in a gutter and want to play with you. I'm really looking forward to that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So we've already spoken about Katoa quite a bit, guys, in our Hungriest player. So if you want to listen to us give Katoa a rap, head back to that and have a check of that chat around Katoa. In regards to some other performances, Herbie Farnworth for me was just he had a try. He had 9 tackle breaks, 150 metres, 20 tackles and only 1 miss on the edge there. And I think that went a long way to almost just putting a blanket on the Storm's attack. If your centres can defend really well against the Melbourne Storm, it's half the battle, because they hit the edges so much that usually they attack weakness, weak points on sides, that most centres, if you send a lot of traffic down their way, centres and halves, there's a lot of pairings between centres and halves that will fall apart under the Melbourne Storm pressure. And clearly, Herbie Farnworth stood up to that, and that's why he's one of the premiership centres.
Yeah, there's not many better teams in the NRL at exploiting a vulnerability in a defensive line than the Melbourne Storm and Craig Bellamy. And the one for me, mate, going into this game, looking at it from a punting perspective, I thought Eli Katoa running at Cody Nikorima was going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah.
I'm like, this poor bloke doesn't stand a chance. And look, Nikorima missed 7 tackles, but there weren't tries let through it. Eli Katoa had next to no impact on this game by his standards. He busted 2 tackles all game, extraordinarily low from him. So credit to Nikorima, who, again, I'm still going to have doubts around him in the defensive lines as a smaller body moving forward, but a massive mission for him. We saw what he did with ball in hand. He was fantastic, but defensively, he stood up.
Yeah, and interestingly, Katoa missed 6 tackles. So it's almost like, the David versus Goliath kind of story. You've got Nikorima, who is quite small, but the benefit is in attack. He's going to make Katoa struggle a little bit laterally, and we saw that on the weekend. So
big dub for David.
Yep, huge dub for the Davids out there. I thought he was outstanding. I thought obviously the Hamiso try was phenomenal. Probably still want a bit more from Hamiso in regards to just the hit-ups and everything like that, but I think I'm always going to be begging for that, and he's always going to be more of a Ferrari rather than a hit-up merchant.
You know what? If he doesn't have to be a hit-up merchant, but just support.
Yeah.
And make sure your support is there the whole time. So you don't have to have 20 runs a game, but if your support plays there all the time, your game doesn't have to be that hard, right?
Yeah.
If he gets the ball in hand off an offload in an ounce of space, he's away and gone and they score. It's game over. So just your support has to be up if your running game isn't there.
I want to give Saifidi a massive shout out, because although he had games early on with a few errors that, defensive errors and drop balls or whatever, especially his last 3 weeks, he's been outstanding. But I'd argue this is the most consistent Saifidi's played. How long do you reckon? 4 or 5 years?
Yeah.
Since he made his Origin debut, maybe?
Yep.
And I want to give him a massive shout out, because you look at the Knights and to to be really clear, we were really critical, well, not really critical, we were pretty critical of Saifidi at times. At the Knights, you know, he needs, you know, we know how good he can be and he can step up and he can be top tier and all that kind of stuff. However, you know, like maybe I look back and I say, was I a bit critical of Daniel Saifidi when you look at how much the Knights are struggling without him and you look at how good he's going at the Dolphins? Like maybe the problems weren't really. I'm not suggesting that the problems were all Daniel Saifidi's, but I always looked at Daniel Saifidi and his brother as well and said, like, I think that he can be a top tier front rower, kind of like a Payne Haas to a degree. Obviously not that high, but in that tier. And then I look what he's done at the Dolphins, and especially with these last 3 wins in a row, like he's the heart of that pack. And I think he's been bloody good. Deserves credit.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's I think I still do want to see it on a more consistent basis, if I'm completely honest. But the last few weeks he's been good.
Yeah, and I just, you know, you want to give the bloke when we're critical of him when he made errors early in the year, I think it's fair to also give him the raps when he's been consistent as well.
Yeah, very fair.
Yeah, yet another week of Josh Kerr carrying the Dolphins to victory.
Artie beats him.
Beats him, you mean?
Yeah, beats him. Mate, they can't stop him.
Mate, they can't
and
stop him.
And they won't. Don't even try.
No, don't try, mate. Don't
You're
try.
wasting your time.
Mate, 5 tackle breaks, 12 runs, just under 100 metres, offload. Mate, he's a big bit of gear. I think that he's that kind of player that if he can just get that confident roll of form, like, you know, he's always had the potential. It's just about getting it week in, week out. So who knows?
Even came back on late and jammed. I think it was Tyron Wishart and forced an area there off just a great shot. Like, mate, he's on the up. Has been for a while.
So Psycho Plath, unfortunately, foot injury, I think. So he will be out for.
Set to be named this week.
Set to be
but
named.
If not, he'll be playing next week.
Okay.
Scans came back very positive.
Okay, that's good. So just looking at NRL physio. Yeah, cleared of any significant foot injury, just a ligament strain, a chance to play around 8. So that's great stuff because I was a bit worried for Psychoplath there because I think he might be on the verge of an Origin call up this year. At the very least, he'll be in the squad, I think, no doubt.
Especially now with that Harry Grant injury. If he's available, I think he gets picked.
Surely. Outside of that,
touched on him before, friend of the show, Raymond Stone, 2 or more tries, paying $101, 2 or more tries.
No way.
Well done to there's a handful of punters who gobbled that up. Well done.
No, and they were typical race drone. Look, top 5 angriest tries all time. Very angry try scorer.
Yep.
Never looks happy when he scores a try. Always looks angry.
Yep.
But what I liked is how, like, they're all just hard work. Just hard work. And also that hard work didn't stop. Even in the last play of the game, essentially, he was getting up, putting kick pressure on Hughes. He had a bloody good game.
Was there actually punches?
Yeah, can you see how many got on that?
Yeah, there was a handful. Yep.
No way.
That's remarkable punting.
Yep. Well done to them.
Katoa, we spoke about him, but 3 try assists, 85 metres, 2 tackle breaks, line break assists, 22 tackles. Mate, geez, you've got to be excited. You've got to be excited if you're a Dolphins fan because that's those 2 wins back to back. Jeez, heading into their last 2 weeks, you would have said guarantee loss. Guarantee loss.
I think we said on the show, like, the next couple of weeks are tough.
They're not going to pick up. The games they should have won, they should have got them because they weren't going to pick them up. And all of a sudden, they've gone boom, boom.
On top of that, when we probably said that, we didn't know Jeremy Marshall-King was going to be out for 2 weeks.
Yeah, so true.
It's actually you look over the last few years, like, I would argue that JMK, he's not the best player in the team, but I think he's been the most influential. When you take him out over the last 2 years, they look completely like a completely different footy side. Missing for both of these, they knock off the grand finals.
Crazy. So good. Alrighty, on to the Melbourne Storm. Look, I think it's not like we could sit here and be super critical about their performances, but I think the only thing that it's kind of hurt them in the long run is it's just shown a bit of vulnerability. Like, I think if you went, okay, Dragons game, they're missing players, it was in the wet, Dragons got up for the defence of their lives. But then for this to happen twice, I think the biggest worry for Storm fans would be there's a lot of clubs looking across going, okay, like, it's not like they got beaten by Penrith or, the Bulldogs that are top tier sides. But I understand Penrith aren't going well this year, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if they get beaten by those, like a Bulldogs or a Penrith, you go, okay, they're top tier sides. But they got beaten by the Dolphins and the Dragons, who are both, playing top 8 footy level of footy. I think a lot of teams look at that and go, okay, they're not as unbeatable as they do look at times. Round 1, when they played the Eels, like, they genuinely looked like no one's going to beat this side. They are just too good. And I think that's the biggest worry. It's almost, I always talk about it with the Penrith Panthers. it's like that Mike Tyson effect that once you lose it, very hard to just get it back within a few weeks. It takes quite a while to get that almost the other team is beaten before you ran out in the park. And I think the biggest worry is not necessarily that they've lost 2 games. It's more if they had have, kept winning the way they did in round 1, they would have had that aura of no matter how well we play, we're not going to beat this side. Yeah. And that's probably a little bit of a worry for the Storm.
I think Timmy made a really good point earlier too. Like their edges at the moment, they're in serious trouble.
And their defence is just not good.
Yeah, as we said all last year, and it still stands. Like Jack Howarth, he got injured in the 17th minute. Like when you lose an outside back, life gets very, very difficult. We saw that the other day for the Storm as well. It pretty much went downhill from that moment almost. I don't think Nick Meaney's back available this week yet.
Nah. Well, that's the thing. Like there's obviously Howarth gone, Warbrick's out, Meaney's out, Jeremiah, he's been unavailable all season. Like Joe Chan was made to defend, I think it was at centre for periods of this game. Like the Storm's defensive edges, it's not a new problem. And they have the excuse in this game of, all right, like we're depleted out the edge and defensively we're not there. But it hasn't been great all year defensively on the edges. Last year it was the Nick Meaney edge.
The right side.
The right edge. It was in all sorts until sort of the very back end of the year. They got it right, but there was trouble there. So like we know what their attack can do, but if you're going up against the Storm, you're not sitting there going, shit, how are we going to score points? Like, the defensive lapses on their edges and the reads and the missed tackles, they're there for all to see. And that's with their starting back line, not necessarily like a depleted one. So, daunting in attack, absolutely. But, yeah, there's opportunities. Like the Bunnies this week, for example, as we mentioned, they'll be going, oh, God, how are we going to stop this attacking onslaught? But with ball in hand, they'll be going, no, we can score tries against them.
Well, that's the exciting thing for other teams is they go, listen, boys, if we can just keep them below 20 points even. Like, I think they're averaging, like right
23
now,
per game against
23 per game. So if you go into the game and go, boys, if we can just keep them to 20 points, we have a chance of winning this game. That's a way different conversation to playing the Bulldogs where you're like, boys, we might be lucky to score 10 points here. So we've got to keep the Bulldogs to 10 points, which is probably not going to happen.
Well, you'd be sitting there going, as we saw on the weekend, we could beat the Storm 30-26.
Yeah. And so that's where you go, their attack is absolutely electric. It's exciting. But, if you get a centre like a Herbie Farnworth that clearly can, if you just find a way to get your centre and half to have a really good game of defence, it actually can shut down a lot of what the Melbourne Storm do. And look, we're being hypercritical of the Melbourne Storm right now. Like, we wouldn't be this critical of, like, a mid-tier side. We're talking about a side that is basically, it's them and the Bulldogs who are, I guess, battling for a premiership right now. And right now, there's a huge, obvious weakness in the Melbourne Storm, whereas is there an obvious weakness in the Bulldogs other than, obviously, what Hammy brought up with is, like, are they peaking too early? Like, that's really the only question. If your team, the only question is, are you peaking too early?
Yeah, you're in a good spot.
Yeah, you're in a bloody good spot. Whereas if you're like, we're leaking 20 points a game, that's a big concern. And so I think that, look, if you're talking about top 8 or even top 4, of course, like, that's not even a worry right now. It's more just like if you're going to win a comp, you're not going to do it by leaking 20 points a game. And so I think that in regards to performances, boys, what do we think? Individual performances for the Storm.
Well, I was just going to say, like we spoke last, it was so funny how quickly this game can change and when you look at the way you look at games and teams, but we spoke last week about the impact of Jerome Hughes at the Storm and when key players are out, who steps up, what it looks like. Harry Grant, out of nowhere, that hammy concern, so he's out for, 4 to 6 weeks, pending at the moment. Just be interesting to see how they go without Harry Grant because they have like a Wishart or a Garlic, blokes who can both play 9, but it's just a significant downgrade.
Oh, mate.
So, like Harry Grant, he's played 21 plus games for the Storm in the past 3 seasons. The win percentage has been through the roof. They've been outstanding. Like, I'm very keen to see the impact of no Harry Grant on this Storm.
And he's their captain too.
Yeah. So, one game, a big loss, and let the big lead slip. Interesting month for them.
Mate, a huge month. If they have any more injuries, like, you can only slap Tyrant Wisharts and, Grant Anderson on certain amount of spots. Like, yeah, 1 or 2 more injuries and they get really, really, like they're already going to be tested, but it could get really interesting.
Well, and the problem they face is like because their salary cap is so heavily invested in that spine, if one more goes down, they don't have the salary cap like filtered throughout the rest of their squad. Whereas the positive for 20 years for the Melbourne Storm was like Cameron Smith never missed a game. Like literally never missed a game. So you didn't have to worry about him getting injured. And then Billy Slater, outside of a couple of years, was actually pretty robust. He didn't get injured much. Cooper Cronk also super robust. And so like you can afford to put all your money into the spine because these guys play every single week. Whereas at the moment they're just niggly injury for Hughes, and then Munster struggled last year, and then you got Grant injured.
And a good contrast example of that is the Raiders, who don't have these big name stars. So they're like, their squad depth is so good that if players go down, they can cover most positions. The Storm, obviously there's, Tyron Wishart, but as you said, Guru, he can only fill one of those spots for them kind of thing. So it's like,
So it's going to be interesting next month of footy for the Melbourne Storm. Not worried about them at all, but as I said, whenever you're talking about Melbourne Storm, you're talking premiership. We're not talking anything else. We're talking premiership, and so this next month is going to be.
Put it this way: if their defence was in order, like the Melbourne Storm's defence has been for 20 years, pretty well, give or take the odd flutter, you'd be going, well, they can't be beaten.
Yeah.
But the defence isn't in order, so there's a few vulnerabilities.
What did you make of the Suafalongo named and then didn't play? Kane Bradley came in. I thought. Started the game pretty well, particularly looked pretty good as a bit of a target. Had some good high ball, some good catches and scored a couple of tries. What did you make of that? What do we read into that?
Just before you do, I've got a mate of mine who saw him on the bench and got on him first try score at 26s.
Oh,
no way.
Smart footy.
Oh, man, that is smart footy.
Thanks for the tip.
Yeah, thanks for the tip. Yeah.
I didn't get it either, to be fair.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Very surprising. Like, I don't know, maybe he looked across at the team sheet and thought, I need a bigger body there, potentially. I'm not sure.
I don't think they like him as a winger. I didn't think about it during the week, but as soon as it happened, I went, that actually doesn't shock me. Like, have they played him on the wing all that much?
Not this year.
What?
I don't think he's played at all this year, has he?
But even last year, did he play on the wing?
I reckon he did once or twice.
Once or twice, but bugger all. Well, he's very small, right? Defensively, we spoke about Tyrell Sloan before. Defensively on the wing, he's not there right now. He can't. I don't think he can hack it. And he can get bigger and he'll grow and he'll learn. But right now, I just don't think you'd trust him defensively.
Yeah.
This is going to be an interesting watch Falungo over the next few years.
Sure.
How it all plays out.
Especially Pappenhausen keeps playing consistent footy.
Because like Sewer couldn't show like any more skill than what he has already.
Yeah.
It's just even watching him play, and like I'm a huge fan of him, obviously, but even watching him play like in the New South Wales Cup Grand Final last year, like there is still a lot of gaps in his development that he's got to get sorted out, and I'm just not sure when the opportunities are going to come at Melbourne.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they've done really well to keep him, but I don't see if Pappy extended for 1 year, didn't he? So it's 26. So I guess that's when they'll really probably have to make a decision if they do extend Pappy. There's no way Falongo's sitting around in Resi's for the rest of his career.
Not when it looks like he can only play at fullback.
Yeah.
Like if he can play on the wing and get some NRL experience in game time there, sure, but
Yep.
it doesn't look like he can.
It'll be interesting though, like if Pappy just keeps signing 1 year deals, what do you do then? Which if I'm Pappy, like I don't hate it.
I think that we'll know by their next deal, by Pappy's next deal, we'll know whether he's staying or not. I think because there was even whispers there were clauses around. Actually, no, was that Pezzett around Hughes extending or something like that. Yeah, Pezzett. Anyway, we'll see. Pappy unfortunately had a few errors, especially heading into Origin kind of season. I think obviously Edwards will get that spot, but you obviously want to be playing your best footy to put your name up there. So look,
I think going into this game though, it wasn't obvious.
Yeah, fair. Like I still had Edwards as the guy I would pick, but I agree with you, mate. I think that his form had warranted at least is Teddy or Pappy in the
I think if
conversation?
Penrith lose that this week again, I think it's a serious discussion all of a sudden.
Yeah, I'll still be Edwards, but I'm with you, mate. Like it would definitely getting closer for me where I'm going. Like even now, like he's not a lock. He's not like a guarantee gets that jersey.
I think Edwards was in a spot last week where if he just put together 2 or 3 solid good games,
he gets it for sure.
Then it's his because it's already his jersey. But
he killed it on the weekend.
He killed it on the weekend. So I kind of think, unless he has a disaster few weeks, I almost do think it's kind of put it to bed. I think it will be Dylan Edwards. But I wouldn't say it's a closed case.
Yeah,
we've got to mark it up actually. All in Origin game 1 fullbacks try scorer market. Dylan Edwards 350, Tedesco 950, Pappy 1050.
Okay,
so it'll be interesting to watch. I think you're right. Probably be Dylan Edwards, but
yeah, I think it'll be Dill. But I think that I'm with you, Roo. Like I think if there was another week where Dill looked a bit just not working, I think that's where Laurie Day will go. Okay, which direction do I want to head in? The style of Pappy. Does Teddy get a call back? Anyway, but I think it'll be Dylan Edwards now after he killed on the weekend. And do not forget, guys, if you join the Bloke Club, you automatically go in the draw to win a Mazda BT50. Totally free to join, no strings attached. Not only that, each month we give away prizes. Last month we gave away $2,000 cash. This month we're giving away another $2,000 cash. Make sure to say a massive thank you to LDC_01, Luke Camilleri on Instagram. Give him a follow because he always does competitions. So he's provided the Mazda BT50 thanks to Aspley Mazda, but he's the best car man in the business. We've already had multiple Bloke community members reach out to him and he's taken care of them. I got my cars from him, guys. If you're in the business for a car, go to LDC_01. He is the best in the business. He's an absolute legend. And he does giveaways on his Instagram. So he's also given away a Mazda BT50 if you follow him. So a massive thank you to Luke Camilleri. He was on the show last week as well. Absolute legend, Dragon supporter. And if you need a car, he will take care of you. He's a legend, mate. He take care of mine. I bought them years ago and I still call him for anything I need. Absolute legend. Massive thank you to Aspley Mazda and Luke Camilleri. Join the Bloke Club today. Alrighty, before I get into the Warriors versus Broncos, guys, got an announcement. I'll be at the Wellness Warriors Gathering. This will be in June this year, the 7th of June on the Gold Coast, and I'll be speaking in front of the audience. It's essentially the Wellness Warriors Gathering. It's an event about men's mental health and well-being to be staged on the Gold Coast on the 7th of June this year. Men's mental health is a real concern with 40% of men not discussing their mental health. Many men feel embarrassed or ashamed to seek help due to societal pressures to appear strong and suppress their emotions. Alarmingly, in Australia, 8 people die every day because of suicide. At the Wellness Warriors Gathering, you'll get life-stage health and well-being advice from leading medical professionals, leading speakers on key topics including nutrition, fitness, financial management, and e-safety, life experiences of former professional sportsmen, and then there'll be an optional post-group experiences, connect with other blokes, and an informal, relaxed sports club atmosphere during winter on the Gold Coast when the weather is great one day and perfect the next. For details and tickets, visit www.warriorsgathering.com.au. And this was actually put together by my father, Dr. Jeffrey Kemp. He's got his doctorate, but he's also won an Order of Australia for helping young men through sport. So, he's really good at what he does. Not to pump me old man's tyres, but if you win an Order of Australia, you're pretty good at what you do.
To pump your old man's tyres, I've met him once. A very impressive character.
And he's always been really interested in helping young men through some trying times. He's been a school psychologist for quite a while, and there are many people that listen to this podcast who have actually been helped by good old Jeffrey. So that is the 7th of June, guys, and I'll be there just talking about things that I use and techniques and ways that I deal with pressure and transitioning from sport and then managing Bloke and everything like that. I've actually never done one of these before because I always want to make sure obviously these this stuff can be on social media and it's all a load of shit, whereas the real ones you actually don't hear about with the actual professionals that know what they're talking about. And so obviously I'll be a part of this one and a huge believer in this, the Wellness Warriors Gathering. So yeah, head to the website and you can grab your tickets. It's a $60 tickets and you can, you'll be able to scan, I think, a QR code on the website, or you can just go through it all. So that's www.warriorsgathering.com.au. Okay, down. New Zealand Warriors beat the Brisbane Broncos 20-18. And we already spoke about this a little bit in regards to the Kayo can't miss moment. But what I love about this the most for the Warriors is they didn't play. They actually had periods where they played really well, but they're still yet to put together 80 minutes of a good performance, a good Warriors performance. And yet, if Metcalf kicks every goal, they win this easy. I actually think 20-18 is a bit flattering to the Broncos. The Broncos played 10 good minutes of rugby league and somehow managed to fight their way back into the contest. This is a really good win for the Warriors. They are now in the top 4. This is exactly what they needed. And what's great is they got so much more in them. So much more in them. And if you had have said to me at the start of this year, the Warriors will play not their best footy, but they'll be still sitting in the top 4, I would have said you are taking crazy pills. And yet here we are. And I think that's a really good sign for the club. You might go, that's a bit weird, they're not playing well, but you're saying it's a good sign for the club. I challenge you, find me a Warriors side that's ever been in the top 4 but isn't playing to their potential. I can't remember a time, maybe a decade ago, I don't know, but it's either rocks or diamonds. It's either they're on top of the world Whereas this new version of the Warriors, they're finding ways to get wins. I think it's exciting. It's a bloody good win. Well done from the Warriors.
Yeah, they're doing great things. And, if you just look at the halves, we've obviously spoken about Luke Metcalf already. But, mate, if you go back 18 months ago, Luke Metcalf is still a journeyman. Chanel Harris-Tavita's in Europe having a look at the sites. It's crazy where they've come from to where they are. Tomato Martin was, a big talk of the town during the off-season and everything. He hasn't, he came off the bench the other night. He hasn't played in the halves yet. Chancellor Clockstad was out of this game, so I think he had to go back to fullback. Kurt Capewell had to play in the centres. I'll be honest with you, egg all over my face. When I saw Kurt Capewell in the centres on Team I went, oh, fuck. Brisbane could have, they could run a train down that edge. I thought Kurt Capewell was outstanding.
Yeah, he was.
God,
absolutely.
he did some good things.
And it just kind of we spoke about it when it happened, and you can go back and check the tapes. We were like, are they letting Kurt Capewell go a little bit too early, this younger Broncos side? And I tell you what, there's plenty of times over the last couple of years they could have used Curdy Capewell.
I'll just say on the Warriors, Capewell moved to centre and allowed Halesima to jump in on the edge. I'd be keeping Lecker there.
Mate, 100%.
I know it's probably unfair on Capewell, but
you could move... Sorry, jump in, but you can move Niokora to the middle right if you wanted Halesima and Capewell.
Sweet, yeah.
I'd go Halesima and Capewell, and I'd be putting Niokora in the middle. 100%.
Got to keep him out there. I think he just, especially with these two halves, I think he's just a bit of a safety blanket, like what kick out was for Penrith, what he is for Canterbury. Just let them gain some momentum down there and play off the back of that.
Mate, every time Halesima got the ball, Broncos were stressing out. You could see that they were rattled every time he got the ball. Now, that's in week 1 starting. Because this is the first time starting, or was it last week?
No, first time starting.
First time starting. Imagine in week 10 of him starting. We will see a guy that's doing what Kikau was doing in his prime, which is literally just tearing teams apart on the edge. And it's a scary prospect.
He's like his Kikau, he's Eli Katoa, he's all these boys, and, very early on in his career. But the potential, and I know it's one great try that he scored in one starting game on the edge, but with his mobility, size, speed, the potential of this bloke is there is no ceiling on how good he can be.
I'll show you the potential of the bloke. This is how good this guy is. So I'll be totally honest with you. When he scored that try, I was going, you soft, screaming at the Broncos defense, thinking that it was soft. How soft is that you would back off? But the reason they had to back off is because his footwork is so good.
Yeah.
So they can't afford, when I initially saw it, I was looking at Ricky going, mate, go straight at him and jam him. Why are you waiting? But he had to wait because he's one of the rare back rowers that he has the footwork of an outside back. And it was that footwork that... So basically, if you go and watch that try closely, he comes off his right foot and goes into the gap behind Reynolds. And you just don't... Very rarely is there an edge back rower, we talk about Kikau or whatever, and he is one of those guys that you have to worry about his physical presence, but also his footwork as well. You don't usually have to worry about both. And Halesima, at 19 years old, is already making defence go, shit, I've got to back off this bloke because he'll tear me to pieces if I jam up over the line.
And the early parts of his career, he looks better to me now than what Eli Katoa did then.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm with
Definitely.
you. I'm with you, 100%.
He just looks like he is a completely out-of-the-box, that use of a better term, genuine could be anything.
Truly could be anything. And really, the only worry I have is, hopefully he stays grounded.
Yeah.
That's it. Because there's going to be games where he scores 2 or 3 tries, just doing what he does best, length of the field tries or whatever it is. And it's just a matter of, trying to keep that. You want him to be happy and proud and, stand up tall with what he's done, but at the same time, just keeping that work ethic that got him to where he is today.
Yeah, because it's from when I was over there in Las Vegas, went to a Wires training session, and those young forwards and Leo Tauert, you can tell they're all really tight. If they can just build around those guys, put the experienced guys around them, they're going to really come into their own over the next few years.
And look, I think in the modern game, Niokora suits in the middle anyway, to be honest. Don't get me wrong, on the edge when he's playing well, he's unstoppable. But in the modern game, I like him through the middle as well. So it's just it's almost like a win-win situation where, because Jackson Ford, although he played well in attack, he still had quite a few errors.
Had a few moments, yeah.
And so if you can just add depth to that middle forward rotation, especially with Fish out as well, it can't hurt. It can't hurt. Who else stood out for you, mate? Warriors.
I don't want to steal him, but your boy Aaron Clark, fellas, he's been outstanding for them this year.
That whole rotation of Barnett, Ford, and Clark, they went up against a Paddy Carrigan, Hetherington, and Haas. And although you can look at Haas and Carrigan's stats and go, wow, like those stats are crap. As a unit, they won the battle. As a unit, they won the battle. Like, it's really, you can't deny it.
Even like the game last week against the Storm when they were belted off the park, Aaron Clark, the whole game, he was threatening. He was threatening the line, busting tackles. That was in a well-beaten side. Like, he's one of the signings of the season so far.
No, he's bang for buck. You could put him up there. Bang for buck, because he wouldn't have signed for a lot.
Especially you add in the fact that, and he didn't know this when he signed, the Warriors did, they may have known, but when they signed Aaron Clark, that Dylan Walker was going to leave.
Yeah.
So if they lost Tohu Harris to a premature retirement with the injuries, Dill Walker, like, they're in need of a 13. And that smaller ball-playing 13 that they have had for a couple of years now, if they didn't have Aaron Clark, guys, who's next?
We're talking about a Warriors side that lost Adam Fanua-Blake, Tohu Harris, Sean Johnson, and their biggest signing, Fish, didn't play on the weekend.
And Dallon's out as well. He's been incredible the last few years.
Any other team that lose Sean Johnson, Tohu Harris, and Adam Fanua-Blake, they're down the bottom of the table right now. Like, that's why I can't stress how incredible this year has been for the Warriors. Like, the Warriors 5 years ago, if they lose 4 of their best players, are falling apart.
Yeah, isn't Dallon the forgotten man this season for him? Like, he got RTS to come back. We're talking about Capel at centre. Like, Dallon to come back.
RTS, Dallon, Fish to come back.
Chance.
It is incredible what they're doing. And they didn't, 2018 flatters the Broncos. They were way better than the Broncos on the weekend. Like, by the 40th, 50th minute, it was almost game over. Like, as I said, there was 10 minutes where the Broncos show what they can do. And that's what's so impressive. Like, no one is talking about, has anyone even mentioned Adam Fanua-Blake? Like, whereas when he was signed, everyone's going, okay, holy shit, like, what are we going to do now? No one's even really mentioned him leaving, which is not a discredit to him. He's been great at the Sharkies, but it's more, mate, I'm telling you, this Warriors side 5 years ago loses an Adam Fanua-Blake, like, they fall off a cliff.
Yeah, and I guess, the part of losing Adam Fanua-Blake is you went, okay, like, James Fish-Harris, he'll have really good impact there. It'll be his influence. And sure, he would have had some influence, but, I think that the signing of JFH is, it's going to pay 10 times more dividends in 2 years' time.
Yeah, well, mate, mate, in the preview, I was saying, guys, don't be upset if this year you're not seeing the dividends of the Fisher-Harris signing. It's in 2 or 3 years where you see the upside of it.
So it's going to be a cracker. Magic round, 5:30 Saturday, Warriors-Cowboys. Fuck, that'll be an exciting game.
Belter of a game. Hammy, what do you reckon, mate, about the Wars?
Yeah, they're doing really well. Top 4, obviously. We had a bit of a moment a few weeks ago where we go, they're a different team at home and they're going to be tough to beat over there, which they've proven to be, but they've been able to get a couple of wins over in Australia as well. They're tracking very nicely. I think Aaron Clark, you touched on a minute ago, going really well. 29 tackles, none missed. He's been there and thereabouts team of the week just about every week, I think, so far this season. He's been unbelievable, doing really well there. Kurt Capel, you touched on, I thought he was great in the centres as well. He's one of those guys that just a coach can just about put him anywhere. Yeah. I know that he'll rip in. I remember last year he came from the clouds and played in Origin 3, and I thought did a really good job there as well. But
agreed.
He was unbelievable. Pompey, I thought had a good game as well. Wade Egan, I thought he's been really sharp for them right the way through the season. But a great gritty win. Well done to him.
Yeah, so good. So, mate, Warriors fans, as I said, there's a lot to be excited about. And when you actually look at, you look at the 3 players they lost last year, and then you go through RTS is missing, Dallin is missing, Chance is missing, Fish is missing. Mate, what a win. What a win for the club. It really is a bloody good win. And, they probably, it won't get talked about that much in Australian media because they're over in New Zealand or whatever, but mate, they're in the top 4. It's an outstanding start to the season. Absolutely outstanding.
And imagine if you would have said in the preseason that it's round 8 and they haven't changed their halves.
Yeah. Mate, and also, I'm still not sure what their best halves pairing is. I don't get me wrong, I think Luke Metcalf is in their starting side as a 6 or a 7, but it's not like I'm sitting there going, all right, lock it in, that's what they're for the next 4 or 5 years is, which is, again, it's credit to this roster and what they're doing, what they managed to put together.
And New South Wales Cup, after 7 rounds, the Warriors are first place, 5 wins, 1 loss, second best defence in that competition at the moment.
It's crazy. And so, this is Aaron Clark's stats. 20 runs, 160 metres, 53 post contact, 2 tackle breaks, 1 offload, 29 tackles, 0 misses in 60 minutes. He's can we all lock it in? Probably the bang for buck buy of the year so far.
Right up there, yeah.
Who else is being purchased probably on, what do you reckon, 300 grand, 400 grand?
Probably
Max? Three?
300,
Probably three?
yeah.
Who else is doing what he's doing? Like you could argue he's been their best player all year. And
very fair.
I don't know any other signing that's gone to a club on such little money that you would say he's their best player all year. Like you obviously got Lomax, but he's on about 600.
Yep.
You've got
Potentially
you've
May
got
at the Tigers.
Terrell May at the Tigers, but he's a big signing on 700k.
Yep.
So like,
Yeah, that's fair.
I reckon you got bang for buck signing the year so far with Aaron Clark.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
yeah.
I was trying to think of anyone better, but be right up there.
So really, really good stuff for the Warriors, and just more evidence of Webster as a coach. You know, you could tell in Vegas he was under a mountain of pressure. You know, you just feel it, and you could see it in the press conference. But he deserves a lot of credit, like a lot of credit for just managing to get these wins for the Wars. Anything else with the Warriors, boys?
No.
All good, mate.
I think we already just kind of alluded to it, but geez, Jackson Ford, if he could just get rid of those errors, if he could just go a month with maybe only one error every second game or whatever, oh man, he's a good player.
Yeah, and it's been the story for a long time, and it's sort of, it does frustrate me a little bit because I know it's something that the Warriors have identified for the last 2 years, and it just doesn't seem to change.
Because he rips and tears.
Rips
it's not
and
attitude
tears.
or anything.
He buys into everything. The New Zealand Warriors. They love him, but he just...
Is he doing too much, do you think? Is that it? Is he trying too hard?
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is, and I mean, seemingly the Warriors don't know either at the moment, so I don't know. We're just wait and see, but mate, like, so much talent there.
Mate, gun.
He's so tough. He's got so much to offer.
Okay, on to the Broncos. Mate, I tell you what, like, it's almost a bit weird that they're still sitting fifth. It's bizarre because when you actually have watched them play, I don't actually think outside of the Roosters round one, and even then you could say it was a 60-minute performance, but outside of round one, I don't think they put together an 80-minute performance. Unfortunately, love Benny Hunt, but he had a really poor game. My takeaway from that game, and my takeaway from the year so far, they need to give the team back to Adam Reynolds. They need to move Benny Hunt to 9, and I would even consider putting Billy Walters at 6. I just think that Benny Hunt has been so used to being the main man at the Dragons that the balance of him and Reynolds is just not working. It's just not working. And I think that, he's kicking too much on the last, whereas I think Adam Reynolds should be taking nearly most of the kicks. I feel like he's calling the ball quite a lot, and the patches where we seem to go really well, in my opinion, is when Reynolds gets the ball and starts dictating things. Because Reynolds has been actually quite great. Outside of this week, he's actually been really good this year. So I just don't think that the balance is working at the moment. And I don't think they've got enough time to get the balance right because they're both older players right now. And as I said, I understand. I know it's easy to go, Benny Hunt, you just play 6. Mate, he's been at the Dragons as the main man for like 6-7 years. Like, it's going to be very hard to take away that immediate, the natural instinct to be the main man. And I just think that they're finding hard to balance the side, finding hard to balance their sets. It's all clunky. As soon as he got put back into 9, we straightened all our attack and we started dominating through the middle. And so I just think put him at 9 because at that point at least they're not going to get mixed up as to who is the 7. But also, it will straighten our attack. I don't know why we go side to side when we've got the best front row pairing in the competition on paper. And so that's what I think should happen.
It does not feel like there's 12 worse teams than the Broncos in this competition.
Nah.
Like, I hadn't looked at the ladder. When you said 5th, I almost thought
Crazy.
You'd made a mistake.
It's insane.
It's wild. Too many chefs in the kitchen. Is that the sort of problem there?
I think, and they just don't have the time. And you got to remember, I think Reynolds was injured for a lot of the preseason. So, although Benny Hunt played poor on the weekend, I'm not blaming him for the imbalance because he's been playing the main man at Dragons for a while. I'm just looking at him going, I just don't think they've got the time to make it work, especially with Mem, probably coming back in the next few weeks. Obviously, he'll be in reserve grade first. But I think on the weekend, they looked the best when he was in at 9 and Walters was at 6. And to be honest, the fact that happened suggests to me that Michael Maguire is already looking.
100%.
He's already looking at it. Because Walters played a lot of 6.
He's a good 6. He's a handy 6.
And with that, because like I look at Benny Hunt, he's just not running the ball enough either. He's constantly, and that he's playing like a 7 would play rather than a 6.
He's had this season 1 try, 2 try assists, and 1 line break. And as you mentioned, like when Benny's at his best footy and playing his best footy, he's running the ball. Like 1 line break in this Broncos outfit, like that is huge. It's not saying you have to stat pad necessarily. Where it becomes very interesting for the Broncos camp is Reece Walsh gone. So like your whole game plan centred around basically getting Reece Walsh 3-on-3s, and because of his speed and his timing in the back line, turns into a 3-on-2, you score tries. Walsh is gone now. Like,
can I be honest? I actually think it might be a blessing in disguise.
I agree with you.
For Walshy and the Broncos. Because it'll force us to straighten up.
Yeah, it'll force you to straighten up. As you said, you've got probably the 2 best front rowers in the game. Payne Haas, Pat Carrigan, play through the middle, play direct. And it'll also give, Ben Hunt doesn't have to sit there and go, all right, it's all about getting to Walsh, getting him in those positions. He'll finish off because he is. He's getting a lot of try assists, Reece Walsh for like Jesse Arthurs or Shibasaki sweeping out the back. It changes the style of their attack so much, doesn't it? So how do they adapt? Who do they pick at fullback? Because it doesn't really matter who it is. It's going to be a completely different style to Reece Walsh. It's a big challenge for Michael Maguire. And he's an experienced coach. He would have thought about what they do if Walsh goes down. Plus, there's always Origin as well. I can't wait to see what you throw up this weekend.
Yeah, I think he'll lean into that Origin selection of a fullback that takes 25 plus runs and just straightens everything up. And so I actually think he'll put Selwyn Cobbo back there.
Well, it's a great week to do it because you've got the doggies. And if you try to play side to side against the doggies, I just don't think it's going to work. You have to meet them in the middle with your big boys. What a game of footy also.
Yep. The only problem with Selwyn, though, fullback is just the errors.
Who else do you have?
Do you have any other?
We've got a young fellow. I think his first name is Latrell, but I don't think he's ready to put in there yet. And also, he's more similar to Walshy than he would be to like a Dylan Edwards. And so, I'd be almost. Even Jesse Arthurs. Like, I just want a fullback there that gives me 25 runs and just works his absolute ring off. Because I just think we've got the forward pack to dominate sides. Like even Willison. I know he had an error here or there on the weekend, but like even him, like get him through the middle as well. Maybe we could start with, you put Paddy back to 13, Willison back in the front row, and you put a Hetherington out on an edge for defence potentially. But I do think that if you put Hunt back at 9, it straightens our attack up. It gives Reynolds the team back. Where it's, I know it's his team at the moment, but where it's just fully, there's no ums or ahs about it. And if you put Selwyn Cobbo at the back and just fingers crossed he doesn't make silly errors and chip chase out of his own or whatever, and just say, mate, I need 25 runs from you, I think that's probably the best way forward.
So fascinating. You don't want to overcomplicate things, especially when you know that Reece Walsh has gone for 4-6 weeks, whatever it might be, and he'll come back in and he'll become the focal point of the attack again. But do you just sit there and go, Hunt's pretty well left at the moment, Reynolds is on the right. Ben Hunt, play him as a 6. Play him as that second receiver. As you said, you give the control to Adam Reynolds. He's the traditional half that plays first receiver through the middle. And because you're going to need some more creative playmaking ability with Walsh gone, you play Hunt, he plays off Reynolds, and you give him the opportunity to be the man in attack whilst Reynolds is controlling the show. Is that an option?
Yeah, for sure. It's just a matter of can Hunt naturally play that quickly? I just don't know whether that's his... I think he's been so used to playing, as the main man that I don't know if he could quickly. If he can, it's great. Like if you can get Benny Hunt running the ball and just an out and out 6, he's got as a 7, he's one of the best ball runners in the comp. He's got that low center of gravity. The amount of times that he flips off tackles where they flip over his back and that it's almost second to none. It's just a matter of getting him to run first rather than pass first, in my opinion.
Your fullback options are really limited, aren't they?
I'd actually consider it,
Yeah.
without Walsh. But
I actually, as I said, I actually think he'll lean heavily into the Origin style that he picked, which was outside backs that can run 20, heaps of metres. So each wing, give us 150 metres to 200. Fullback, give us 200 metres, and just win through the middle.
I don't mind the after shout.
I would put it. I'd consider it. Really would. I know he's safe. I know he's fit as anything. Because the worry I have with Selwyn is the coverage in defence.
Cobbo at fullback worries me.
Yeah, it's just he could be the best player on the field, but he also could. Whereas I don't mind Arthur's because is his ball playing good? He's not the best. However, you just lean into metres.
Well, he'd be like a Tuivasa-Sheck at fullback where he's just running. You don't. not to say there's no ball playing, but it's not his strength. You don't lean into something that he doesn't have. But like Cobbo's similar enough, probably a little bit more ball playing, but he's an out-and-out ball runner.
Well, I don't mind it because it forces the Broncos to just play the way Michael Maguire wants, which is conservative footy and grind them out of a game. But as soon as you put a really good fullback there in Reece Walsh that's arguably the best ball player, if not best, second or third, it automatically just puts in their mind, we've got a superstar at the back, let's strip them of numbers every single... Whereas if you've got Jesse Arthurs out the back, it's literally like, guys, we've got to grind this win. We've got to win this 10-8. And I just don't think that they've been fully in that mentality at all this year, outside of round one where I felt like they did grind that, and then they obviously won by quite a bit. What do you reckon, Hammy, about the Broncos?
It was going to be interesting to see how they patch this up without Walsh. What about Marino? Is he another one that you'd think?
Yeah, he's the other one I was going to throw up.
At fullback?
Yeah.
Yep, don't mind it.
Yeah.
Don't mind. He's fit. He's quick. Don't mind it.
Yep.
What's his reads like in regards to talking at the back? That would probably be the biggest question.
Yeah. Well, I suppose they're going to have to put someone there to be taken. I don't think that's really many of those other options' strength. So, it'll be interesting to see. But, it's a good point you make about the two halves and the two kind. It worked for a couple of weeks at the start, but then for whatever reason, as time's gone on, it just hasn't really gelled as a combo, has it? So, I don't mind the shout of putting Hunt to 9, and probably a good time to do it with. I actually think he's a smoky, or not a smoky, but I think he's in the Origin picture, particularly if Grant is not there, because he's played with a lot of those guys before. Combinations are important.
Mate, a lot of the best minds in the game, much better than us, think he's an out-and-out 9. Like, that's literally his best position.
If he gets moved to 9 now, with Haas and Carrigan, I reckon he will be State of Origin 9.
Billy Slater will be
hoping.
Not licking his lips because Harry Grant's gone down, but in terms of replacements, he doesn't want to pick Ben Hunt at 9 if he's playing in the halves consistently, but if he gets moved to the 9 for the Broncos now, Billy's going, thank you.
I found it really interesting that he moved Billy Walters to 6 in that game. Like, that to me was like... That says to me that he's been Michael Maguire's been thinking about this for a few weeks now, because you don't just randomly do that. Yep. Like you do that if you've looked at the 6 and 7 and it's just been clunky for a few weeks now, and like there have been periods where they've gelled kind of okay, but they've never put together an 80-minute performance where they've just like dominated. So outside of round one, obviously.
Yep.
Does the name Kobe Black come up at all yet?
Nah, too young. You don't want to put him in now. We got this. Troops is not an issue. It's the mindset that's the issue right now. They're not buying in to what Michael Maguire, the style that he wants to play. So I don't think the roster or the talent's not an issue. Roster's not an issue. It's mentality, in my opinion. I mean, they had a 66% completion rate or something like that on the weekend. Like, I don't know. You're over there.
69%.
You're over, and that's actually it got better in the second half because they played well for that 20-minute period. Before that, it was like, mate, it was really low. So they just got to buy in. They've got to buy in all the way in. Get used to playing boring footy.
Whichever way you look at it. Yeah, sorry, mate.
No, I was going to say, they've got to buy in very quickly because it's the Dogs and then the Panthers next couple of weeks. So
absolutely.
Yeah, whichever way you look at it, going to be a very different looking Broncos outfit this weekend.
Yeah. And I actually, as I said, I think it's good for Walshy because just really, granted he was injured from essentially the first tackle. So I think, a lot of people have been really negative on Walshy recently. And look, I understand he's a star and you want him playing good footy. But I don't think Walshy of a couple of years ago plays that whole game injured. And he, I know he doesn't get enough credit for some of the tougher stuff he does. He played that entire game with an injury that requires 4 to 6 weeks. And I think, although if you want to pinpoint the kick out and the full or whatever, mate, the Broncos lost that game way before Reece Walsh kicked that ball out on that last kick. Not to suggest that he's been at his best, he hasn't. And that's why I actually think that this might actually be good for Walshy just to take a step back, just calm everything down, focus back in on himself and just, get used to playing under Michael Maguire over the next 4 to 6 weeks, more video sessions, more conversations, more everything. I think he'll come back a better player for it. I really do.
That kick out the full, that was into the wind, right?
Huge kick.
If that was into the wind, because I was under the belief that Metcalf had it behind him.
Yeah, they chose to go with the wind behind him.
He has annihilated that
kick.
Especially when he's on one leg for the game.
Yeah.
It's 80 minutes later.
Yeah. So I think it actually come at the perfect time because unfortunately for Walshy, it was coming to the time of like, how long can we keep? You're a key player in a key position. We need good footy from you. And I think before last week, I think he had like the most errors by like 7. And so you just can't. We know Michael Maguire doesn't play like that. We know he doesn't. So come at a good time. I think he'll come back better than ever. Gives him more time to become the fullback that Michael Maguire envisions. Now, you don't want to take away what makes Walshy great, but just more time to learn under to Michael Maguire. Because ironically, Kevy Walters is almost like the perfect coach for Walshy, at least initially, because he's all attack. And so, of course he's going to thrive under that environment because that's what he brings. But I think he'll be a better player for it in the long run if he just buys into Michael Maguire. Okay, on to the next game. Don't forget, guys, tonight, 6 p.m, the jerseys are dropping. $99 for Bloke Club members. Go to www.bloke.club. Join. It's completely free. No strings attached. Plus plenty more. $110 for everyone else. Limited edition. And it is the best way to support the show. If you listen to hours and hours of content, this is the best way to support the show. Okay, Titans versus the Raiders. The Raiders beat the Gold Coast Titans 30-20. 30-20.
Haven't we skipped a game?
Yeah, skip Roosters Panthers.
Oh no, the comments are going crazy. I did it on purpose. I hate that team. Oh, actually, you know what? That wasn't my fault. That was Matt's fault. Classic, Matty. It's all
Left
right.
the Roosters.
So Sydney Roosters is it's just been put in the reverse order. Anyway, all good. Roosters lose to the Penrith Panthers 40-12, and it puts the Roosters currently at second last. Oh, he couldn't say that quicker, could he? Jeez Louise. Penrith Panthers, did they look back? Did they look like they were back at their best? No. Did they look like the Penrith Panthers that we have come to know and hate? Yes, they did. They looked much better. I think when if you expect them to look like the team that they have in previous years, I don't think it's actually going to happen, at least in the next, month to 6 weeks of rugby league. However, they just look like the Penrith Panthers we know now. Last few weeks watching them play was almost like, what is happening? What is going on? It's not even really the result that I'm looking at. It's just the way they played. Nathan Cleary was outstanding. And it's a really important win for the club. This could be the kickstart to their top 8 charge. Really like this performance from the Penny Panthers.
Yeah, I went into this game during the week when we recorded last Monday, actually feeling pretty good about the Roosters in this game. And obviously Angus Crichton was ruled out. But I watched the Panthers New South Wales Cup on Friday. Mate, Ivan was on the sideline. You just tell the guys on the field that would have been training with first grade, your Eisenhuth, your Cole, your Tolaus, Dane Laurie, they looked unreal in that. I know it's reserved, but you just tell there was a bit of an attitude shift. And I walked away from that game, and Ivan was on the sideline, and you could just tell he was feeling confident. I walked away from that game thinking, fuck, I reckon they've turned a bit of a page here. And you're right, they didn't look like at their absolute best. Yeah. You can tell that they're on their way back there. Yeah. It'll be hard to beat again.
And it's just almost like a confidence thing. It's almost like they just a few things went their way. And they were like, okay, now we're back in our rhythms. Now we get it. As I said, they're still not at their best, but of course they aren't. They've lost so many players. In regards to performance, mate, Timmy, what do you think, mate? The Panthers?
Yeah, I mean, this for the completion rates of the Panthers in the last 5 games leading into this game: 79%, 68%, 69%. 88% against the Storm when we all thought they played pretty well in that one, and then 71%. They got that back up to 85% on the weekend, and they know the class they've got in this team. They don't need to reinvent the wheel or change anything too dramatically. It's actually about going back to what has worked for them for the past 5 years, and that is just discipline, holding the ball, completing, because they know they've got the class. When they've got Nathan Cleary, of course they've got the class. Dylan Edwards, he was bounced back to form. Do those little things right to basically get your completion back up, and then they obviously need to sort their edge defence. Get those 2 things right, Penrith aren't going to be far away from top 4 out of nowhere. They'll string wins together. Their discipline's been lacking this season. Completion was back up on the weekend. Edge defence a little bit better. Still a few concerns, but as I said, they don't need to reinvent the wheel and panic because of that. The 5 losses in a row.
Yeah, and I said this a few weeks ago that their dynasty was literally built on high completion and ball in play. And they got that right in this game, and they got it right in the Storm game. It's their 2 best performances. And so it's just going to be their edge defence. Like, this is 1 week. Now it needs to be every week. That's the standard. And that's going to be the big question for them is like, I wouldn't say it's very easy to get up for one game, but like they had a lot of reasons to get up for this game and defend really well. But it's like, mate, it's got to be every single game now. It can't just be one here and there. That's what the Penrith Panthers are demanding. What do you think of the Panthers, mate?
Yeah, well, we all kind of thought the penny was going to drop eventually, and they're going to snap this and kind of get back to their best. And a lot of the guys who'd been a little bit quiet and a little bit out of form got back into their work in this game. Unlucky for the Roosters, but guys like Dill Edwards, I thought he was, back to the kind of player that he was last year. Lindsay Smith, I thought, was great as well. Like, they just looked a lot better. And Timmy's point spot on about just getting the completion, right back up there, 85%. When they're kind of getting around like that and not making those errors that they have been for that little 5-week patch.
Yep.
Very, very tough team to beat. So good luck if you're playing them in the next couple of weeks.
Thought that was probably Papali'i's best innings for the Panthers so far.
Yep.
For sure. Absolutely.
Really good. Not a perfect product or whatever, but I think they need to stick with Blaze at 5'8". I think that in this side that's tired from the last years, I think it's going to take him time to find his place in this side, but I just think he can bring that X factor that I think they're going to need this year.
If he makes his tackles, they will.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because even if the attack with Cleary, which is naturally going to be a little bit clunky early on, we saw the improvements already in this game, and just straight away settling into that role a little bit better in this fixture. Granted, things went the way a little bit. If he gets his defence right, you don't change anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate, because I think that, one thing that probably didn't get spoken about that much is, for as good as Cleary is, he needs, he's still a very structured 7 that gets through his work. I mean, he's added so much to his game when it comes to running and all that stuff, but he does need almost like a foil, and that's what Luai played so well for him, is when it almost became too monotonous and too structured, they would just spin the ball out to Luai, and he would just kind of, break everything up. And I think Blaze Talangi can be that guy, and I agree with you, Tim. It's just all about if he makes his defence is sorted. It doesn't have to be perfect. There's no half in the game that's perfect. I mean, even Cleary sometimes has issues with his reads and defence. But he can be that point of difference that you just throw him the ball. Things are just getting a bit monotonous, a bit predictable. Just get Talangi the ball. He might try something, and that'll just kind of open things up for him. And I feel like also, I know they don't have to stick to anything, but you brought him to the club, just get him in there and back him all the way in. And when I say you don't have much to lose, they're still in a premiership hunt, but at the same time, it's listen, if there is 1 year where you can kind of go, let's just, spend it on developing him. If any club's kind of earned that, it's them, So it's and also it's who else do they really have that's I know they've gone back to reserve grade and played really well, but they've given Schneider heaps of opportunity. They gave Cole quite a lot of opportunity to start the year. It's kind of no one else is really banging the door down, so why not back him in?
Tell you the other one that impressed me in this game, and from what I've heard, Mitch Kenny's shoulder is no good. Came back and played 74 minutes in this game.
Right. Their toughness doesn't get talked about enough.
No.
The toughness of this squad, especially a guy like Kenny, I'd be very confident he needs a shoulder surgery.
From what I've heard, that's exactly what it is.
Yep.
Yes.
The exciting one for me, boys, at the moment with the decline of the Panthers as it stands, it's just, honestly, it goes back to the Nathan Cleary and Joey Johns debate. And, who at the end of Cleary's career is going to be better. And all the Joey Johns advocates sit there and say, well, Cleary's done it in dominant teams. But, at origin level, he's been okay, had his moments. The grand final, when he did in that last 20 minutes against the Broncos, 60 of the worst minutes of his career leading into it. Yeah. Finally, he's in a Penrith team that isn't killing it and dominating the opposition. What will Nathan Cleary do this year? Can he lift them off the canvas in a side that is struggling? And look, in a month's time, we might be going Penrith are back and all good and well, but I feel like for the first time, certainly at club level, we've been able to go, show us what you got, Nath.
And if they are back in a month, don't forget this 6-week period.
Yeah.
Where you all bagged him and you all said it's over. It's done, because you have to give Nath credit if he does it then.
Because, let's be real here. This is their back line heading into this game. Blaze Talangi, a lot of us would say probably not ready for first grade at the moment. Gunn, incredibly talented. Thomas Jenkins, couldn't get he's at the Knights, got a lifeline, wasn't even in their top 30. Casey McLean, could argue probably not ready for first grade, but still incredibly talented. Luke Garner playing centres. Paul Alamotti, a guy that got a lifeline from the Bulldogs. This backline, this isn't a stacked backline. This isn't you look at some of these other backlines, you even look at the Broncos backline. It's outside of Dylan Edwards, like this back line, a lot of these guys are lifeline players or rookies or being moved out of position to play certain positions. And I don't think because we're so used to being they're the best team in the competition because they won 4 premierships, not enough credit is given to like this side on paper, at least the back line. Like there's a lot of improvement there. Like there's rookies or lifeline players, and if they are managed to make a big push for it, like it's a great point you boys bring up. Like on paper, like even look at their forwards. Like okay, Sorensen, Martin, Gunn, Isaiah Yeo, Gunn, but off the bench, like Liam Henry, bit of a I wouldn't say rookie, but he's still earning his trade. Tungor, he's been dropped from the first grade side, the starting side. And you got Papali'i, who, a few years ago he was a top tier player, but he hasn't played like that for a while. So, like, on paper, they're not as dominant, nowhere near the side. Like, when you go back and look at that side of, like, 2 years ago, where you've got guys like Critter, Luai, or Burton would have been gone by there. But, like, Burt, you know what I'm saying? Like, genuinely marquee players going to other sides, whereas there's no... No,
they had 7 or 8 game breakers where at any time you could find kick out, Critter, whoever it is. Brian To'o's out as well at the moment, keeping in mind. All these sort of players, at the moment, Cleary doesn't really have it around him.
Yeah, which Edwards, and if he's a bit quiet, you've got rookies that have the potential to do it, but you shouldn't be relying on bloody 19, 18-year-olds in their 5th game or whatever to be the main man.
They're at $12 to win the comp, Penrith.
$12. Wow.
It's huge.
They were $14 before the weekend, shaved $2 off their price for that win.
Okay. Yeah. Just another, I mean, look, people are going to get sick of me saying, but Isaiah, like fucking seriously. 23 runs, 176 metres, 68 post contact, 39 tackles, 0 misses, 0 errors. And also had another great kick for a try. Mate, he might go down as the most consistent player of all time, seriously. He is so consistent. Like, I can't even remember the last bad game this bloke had. It's a joke.
Well, I think you'd be very hard-pressed to find a more consistent 5-year period.
Mate, it's insane. Like, even Teddy dipped a little bit in his, 3rd or 4th year. Don't get me wrong, he was still bloody good. But he dipped a little bit. Whereas, like, if you just put Isaiah stats there and you didn't look at the name, like, you'd be in Team of the Week every week.
I said it last week. Isaiah threw a forward pass about 3 weeks ago. I still haven't gotten over it.
How dare he? So, look, really, really good signs for Penrith because the system's there. The system's always been the star. They seem to have nailed it. Now it's just a matter of week in, week out. High percentage, get the defence right. And, they can make a top 8 push. On to the Roosters. So strange because, there's been a lot of games, outside of this game anyway, there's been a lot of games where they've either been ahead or in the game at 60-minute mark. And now they find themselves sitting second last on the table. What's so weird with the Roosters is they went out and beat the Panthers last time and then they beat the Broncos. I think you could look at both those wins now and go, okay, maybe they weren't as, and I don't want to take anything away from it. They were $11 against the Penrith Panthers, but maybe they weren't as hectic as you look at the Broncos, even though they're 5th right now, they haven't played good footy in a while. I don't know where the Roosters go from here, but they have gone on massive runs before. They've done it 3 years in a row, not last year, but the years before that, their last 10 rounds are some of the best footy played all year. So I don't know.
I have no idea whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
know.
going to get out of the Roosters every single week.
Yeah.
No idea at all. And I went and watched, for a difference in these two sides at the moment, watching that New South Wales Cup game. The Panthers had more first graders than non-first graders. Egan Butcher, returning from injury, was essentially the only first grader the Roosters had in their New South Wales Cup side.
Wow.
So there's already a lot of guys up there at the moment. Billy Smith, he's suspended. He'll be back this week. Very keen to see what they do there.
Surely...
I don't know. He obviously left him out last week, and I get that they won, but I just don't think this team can afford to not have Noanganituase in the side.
Mate, once another incredible flick pass for a try.
I don't know if I've seen probably dramatic, but just a player that has a better offloading contact. They look risky and low percentage, but every one of them are calculated. They hit the spot. I think it just comes back to when he goes into contact, he's obviously just so strong.
Yeah.
And he's so in control of everything he does. That offloading contact is unreal.
Yeah, it's just honestly incredible. He's already, this early in his career, to have this many tries from flick passes from him, it's amazing.
He defensively possibly caught out a little bit on the weekend a few times at different stages, but I'm with you, boys. He's clearly a a star in the making, I think you just lean into him, don't you?
Yeah,
I don't know who's at the expense or what you do, but I think he's got to be there.
What would you do?
Mate,
Smith back this week. He's available.
I'd be putting Nwanga Nituase on the wing. It'd be Smith, Toya, Tupou. Dom Young has been okay last couple of weeks, but no, like okay. So for example, this game,
Toya scored a great try off the scrum too.
So they had 46% possession of the ball. Like, I think Dom Young, you're probably going to need. So Tupou had 20 runs and Young had 15 runs. And I think that you're probably going to need 20 also. Like if Tupou's still doing that and running for 178 metres, granted he had a line break, so that could have helped a little bit. I just think with Dom Young, with the size of him, you probably just need a little bit more out of him. And I guess if Nwanga Nituase was on the wing, I reckon he's probably got better stats than that next week. Potentially. Could be wrong.
Well, I mean, it could be exactly what... Not that Dom Young's been terrible, but he's not been at his best. Mate, sometimes these out-and-out NRL players just need a wake-up call. Very comfortable. His defence has been up and down for a few years now. A couple of weeks in New South Wales Cup, maybe it'll do wonders for him.
Yeah, potentially. Like, as I said, I actually don't... Especially these last 2 weeks. The week before, I thought he wasn't great. Last 2 weeks, Dom Young's been pretty good. But I just... there's no way Nwanga Nituase... He's probably been their best outside back.
And great problem for Robbo to have.
Yep.
Like, whoever gets dropped from this side, they don't deserve to be playing New South Wales Cup. It's just a stacked backline. Like, Robert Toya's taken his opportunity with both hands this season.
Yep.
Nwanga Nituase, he's converted, back to NRL very, very quickly. So it's not like any of them deserve to be dropped, I don't think. It's just they're blessed with options.
Yeah. Positives is Hugo's kicking game. Big boot, 500 plus metres, which is what you want. Connor Watson once again working his backside off with 50 plus tackles, only one miss. 53 tackles, only one miss. Teddy a little bit quiet, unfortunately. I don't know how to judge the Roosters, because I could sit here and lay into them and be like, they're coming second last, blah blah blah. But every game I watch outside of this one, like they haven't played poorly for 80 minutes. Like they actually played pretty well for 60 minutes, and it's just that lapse in concentration for 10 to 20 minutes that cost them the game. So I don't think they're playing as poorly as their ladder position would suggest.
Yeah, they're not as bad as second last looks, and the Broncos are nowhere near as good as fifth looks. It's obviously just such a tight competition. Yep. One positive for the Roosters, and it's only a small thing, but they cop a lot of criticism for their junior development and all that. They've made a big play over the last few years for that Central Coast sort of catchment. They've got a Roosters team up there. In the Harold Matthews, their Roosters team played the Central Coast Roosters team on the weekend, and the Central Coast won, so they're through to a prelim final, which is good to see. Last time a Central Coast Roosters side got to a prelim final, their fullback was Sandon Smith.
Oh, wow.
So it's been a number of years, pre-COVID that was. So, one positive to take out of the weekend.
Alrighty, on to the next.
Just very quickly, Roosters have lost 4 of their last 5. Dragons looking for a third straight win. Who do you reckon's the favourite on Anzac Day?
Roosters.
Yep. $1.78.
That shocks me.
That's crazy.
What's doing?
What's doing? What's Adam doing? Okay. Next game. The Titans v the Raiders. So this game starts off, and I'm a genius. I had Jojo for feeder anytime, Bo Fermor anytime, and Gold Coast Titans 13 plus, and I'm going, I am the greatest punter alive. And then friggin' the Raiders just go bang. Set back on fire. Hudson Young, he becomes the second only, I'm pretty sure, forward to score 2 tries in 3 games in a row behind Steve Menzies.
Beaver Young.
Look, I love what the Raiders have been doing. I think the Raiders this year, for me, they're probably outside of the Warriors, who I probably had the Raiders a bit lower than the Warriors on the ladder. They're probably the real story for me this year. So much so that I'd almost say if they don't make the 8 this year, it's disappointing. They've gone from a side that I thought would slide quite a lot to they definitely should be in the 8 this year. I think they're the real feel-good stories this year. I love the style of rugby league they play. They've got a real certain DNA and culture about them. And the really exciting thing is they're just getting started. They're just getting started.
Now $1.57 to make the 8.
Yeah, I think they'll make the 8. I'd be very surprised if they don't. Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, we've been so consistent this season. Very few poor performances. Even the Manly one where we did get blown off the park. There was a bit of merit there, and it felt like a game where I thought Darwin would have taken, and very well may have, a lot out of them in the heat up there, the humidity. It just felt like a Titans team with their backs against the wall, a few bad performances, that maybe this was one that could just get ambushed a little bit. The timing's right for the Titans. And to your bet, Kempy, like the 3 early tries, okay, all right, we've been up for a while. We're due a down week. To come back from it and pile on those 5 tries, near enough all back-to-back. The first 3 tries from the Titans, I believe, as well, were all off kicks. Like, it's not like our goal line D had been breached overly badly. So, mate, an awesome win and another 2 points, and it just takes a lot of pressure going into the back end of the year.
Well, I'd make the argument you did get ambushed.
We did get ambushed, yeah.
And they just managed to just go, okay, hang on a sec, boys. Let's wake up a little bit here and wring the momentum back. And let's talk about it. Starling. It all started when Starling said, you know what, see that front rower that's played Origin, played for this country? I'm going to meet him on a kick return and make him knock the ball on. And I think that all the Raiders boys looked across from each other and said, how dare we not start ripping in when the smallest bloke on the field is willing to go toe-to-toe with one of the biggest blokes on the field. And from that moment on, there was some, twos and fros, but from that moment on, I think the Raiders all woke up a little bit and said, come on, boys, if this guy can meet him, we can do a lot better by Starling.
It was a great moment because just before that, I was sitting there going, okay, is Ricky going to use one of his big sprays at halftime here? And he didn't need to. Tom Starling did it for him and just got the boys up and about.
And, it's such a, what a bloody good story. A bloke that, a lot of people felt should have got a start earlier, but Ricky Stewart, as he does, he's very patient, very patient. He would have been told nearly every single year, Starling, you're not big enough, you're not big enough. And now he's all of a sudden, he's pulling off hits to get his team's momentum back. It's a really good story. I think that moment of the game typified what the Raiders are all about. It's a really good moment.
It's the beauty of having competition for spots, right? Like Tommy Starling, who's never really cemented himself as a starting NRL player. He's always been thereabouts, whether it's been a starter or off the bench as number 9. But with Owen Paddy there, who's pushing every single week for that starting spot, and then they signed Jaden Brayley, and Tommy Starling's going, all right, I've got a lot to prove here. And he's been one of our best this season. And to his credit, the shot he put on the weekend on a bigger boy, he does this all the time, Tommy Starling.
Yeah.
He always plays above his weight. He loves getting in and under and jamming big front rows and showing size doesn't matter in that sense. So, yeah, he's been great.
The only team in the top 4 right now that hasn't had a bye to the Raiders.
Wow. What a start to the season. And I'm just such an admirer of what Ricky Stewart's built down there. First of all, he does great press conferences, which I always really enjoy. But second of all, this Raiders team has no right to be where they're at. They're supposed to be in a rebuild. Literally supposed to be in a rebuild right now with young guys coming through in key positions, and all of a sudden they're sitting they're the box seat. Right now, you could go, is top 8 too low? Is top 4 supposed to be where they're at least with form? You'd go the Bulldogs, you'd go Melbourne Storm, and then Raiders would be close to 3rd or 4th with the form to start the season consistent-wise.
$3.60, top 4.
There you go. So, I just, they deserve massive raps. And also for Hudson Young to go to another level, I genuinely thought his level, he'd reached his kind of potential maybe a year or 2 ago. Mate, he is playing so well that, sometimes if you're a selector, you almost sit there and go, Hudson, can you just relax a little bit? Because we've got 2 stalwarts in the starting side for New South Wales that will get shot if we don't pick Angus Crichton and Liam Martin. But you're making it really hard for us not to pick you in the starting side, let alone the bench, the starting side for the Blues.
He's a guy, and whether you pick Angus or I think Liam Martin, you have to. I think Angus Crichton's pretty close to a have to there. But the only thing that makes me think maybe Angus on the bench is that he can play as a middle or an edge guy. But mate, Hudson, he's just demanding to be picked. I think he's, and I would love to bring him off the bench and have him as my jersey 17, because if we had injuries in the outside backs, I would feel okay with playing Hudson out there to do a job. I think he'd be able to handle it. And I see a lot of people on social media he's had his chance on the bench before, it won't work. Fuck, blokes change.
Mate,
blokes develop, blokes grow.
He almost deserves an opportunity in the fact that there are a lot of players that get dropped from Origin that their form never recovers. He's been dropped twice.
And both unfairly, in my opinion. I don't think he's been given the proper opportunities in Origin.
And not only has he recovered, he's gone to a whole new level. That mental, that type of mentality you want in Origin. Getting knocked down twice and getting up the 3rd time as the best version of yourself. That's what Origin is literally all about.
Equals second top try scorer in the NRL with 7. Jesse Arthurs is first on 9. There's only the next 2 best forwards are Britton Nicola on 5. His edge back row partner, Matty Nicholson, is on 4. He's putting up unbelievable numbers.
It's crazy.
If he gets back in, I'd love to see a situation where he starts, because he does play so hard, like tries to hit hard, do stuff. Every now and again, there's an error, but he then makes up for it very quickly. Like when he's come on in the past, they've brought him on, you know, he might have missed a tackle or something like that, and then they go, right, they've either taken him off or it's just stood out a bit more. But if you give him the full game to kind of make up for a little bit, I feel, you mentioned, Rue, there's other guys that can maybe, you know, Angus Crichton can play on the edge or in the middle. He maybe off the bench makes a bit more sense from the impact perspective. I'd love to see Hudson. I think it suits his game more to start the game. Yeah.
Oh, but look, he's playing so well. Sometimes that guys that you think are definitely in the side, it happens all the time in Origin where a bloke just refuses not to be picked in the starting side.
Yeah, I hear a lot of people say Ola Kawatu is a lock. Like, I'm not sure if he is. Like, if you're going to have Liam Martin in the side, you would. I sort of on our podcast last week tinkered with the idea of moving Liam Martin to the other side to allow Ola Kawatu, and Sally made a great point. He's like, mate, you can't split up. If you're going to pick Nathan Cleary, you can't split up.
You got to keep Liam Martin. Yeah,
so if Ola Kawatu is not going to be on the right edge, do you pick him coming off the bench? Do you
see? I think he'd go right through the middle. Like I think you could pick him on the bench because he can play edge and middle, and he's just so destructive. Every time he runs the ball, people are falling off him. I don't think he's a. If he keeps playing, like, let's discount last game and just go through all the other games. If he keeps playing like that, I think you probably do have to pick him on the bench. But in saying that, there's always good players that miss out on Origin.
Ola Kawatu over the next month needs to make a statement and not give selectors the option. They have to say, all right, it might not be on the edge, it might be coming off the bench, playing through the middle for 25 minutes, but you have to pick me. But to your point, he's far from locked into a bench spot because of the amount of edge back rows we've got.
Yeah, just to be clear, he has to play good footy. Like, if people think that he's done enough already this year and if he plays average for the rest of the month, he'll still get selected. I don't think that's true at all.
And he's done this in the past, right? Yeah. Rue, you've spoken about it plenty, that leading into Origin, he's killed it to start the season. There's been about 5-6 weeks where he's needed to put his hand up to say, you know, pick me, and he hasn't done it at stages. So let's see what he's got over the next month.
I think as well, like when you have a look at the rest of the side, what I assume it'll be, you know, Terrell May, Payne Hassels, AEO, all those guys can play enormous minutes. Like, you don't have to pick your traditional 2 front rower, second row. Like, you could go with like an Angus Crichton and a Hudson Young on the bench. I could see, depending on how that, like, you could go with an Ola Kawatu and a Hudson Young with maybe just another out and out middle forward.
I think you probably go Barnett will have one spot if May's if May and Haas are starting, or Barnett and Haas, whoever. You go Watson, Barnett, and then you've got 2 spots to work with, I reckon.
And I think what decides it is Laurie Daly, what he's going to do with Spencer Leniu. Do you just pick him because of what he did last year? Is it too much going up there to Brisbane? Do you just lean into having the villain in your side? I think that sort of decides what they do there.
See, that's where I'd go. If I was picking right now, I just think Young and Ola Kawatu are playing so well. I would pick those 2 bench spots for those. Because, like, Ola Kawatu, he can skittle defenders. So can Hudson Young. Like, if you said Hudson Young, I want you running straight and direct, like what Spencer Leniu does, like, they may not be as good as Spencer, but I reckon they can do something quite similar.
Yeah. And then, you know what? I would have said the exact same. Like, I did say the exact same thing to Matty pre-Origin last year when he wanted Leniu on the side. We don't win the series without him, in my opinion.
He was so good last year, Spencer. So good. And almost like just perfect for Origin footy, like just a skittle defence like that. Anyway, so look, it's a good problem to have. That's how good Hudson Young's playing. Because usually you'd go, mate, there's too many back rowers, just don't even worry about it. In regards to other performances, I think Tamale, is how you say it correctly?
I believe so.
Tamale. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Let us know in the comment section if we need to correct it. Mate, he might be like, by the season is dramatic. But like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, underrated, no one's talking about a rookie. Because he's essentially a rookie, isn't he? Played a little bit at Knights, 1 or 2 games?
Dragons. Played 1 or 2 games. Well, he would have played more at the Dragons had he not signed with the Raiders, in my opinion. But, yeah.
Like, this guy has been outstanding since Vegas. And no one's talking about it. Like, so much so that, look, as a winger, you're probably not going to win Rookie of the Year or whatever, but, mate, he's been one of the best rookies this season, easily, in the NRL.
Yeah, without a doubt. And he's been doing this stuff in Cup for a long time. Like, anyone that's, you know, watching that level of rugby league has known about him for a long time. The Dragons just haven't utilised him at all.
Still 20 years old too.
Yeah, and like you go back and have a look at his cup season last year. He played fullback, wing, centre. Like he can offer a coverage for a range of positions, and like him and the Raiders are doing so well at the moment. Like Albert Hopoate's not in this side, and like it hasn't even been spoken about. Like, and I think he's been one of their more consistent players.
Mate, I think he's playing so well that I actually think he's your first winger picked, Timmy.
Yeah, I think he's probably not been spoken about that much because he scored, I think, 3 tries this season and hasn't had like a hell of a lot of attacking opportunity. But he's doing the grunt work. Like, he's currently 5th in the NRL for tackle bust. He had 37 tackle busts in his 7 games. So it's a lot of it's just been hard work, having to create things off his own back.
Yep.
Like, to get, especially if you're a winger and you're playing down in Canberra, to get your name out in lights and in the papers, you need to be going double, double, double. He's not scoring that many tries, and that's why I think his probably name isn't up in lights.
Mate, read that list of tackle breaks. So tell me who's the guy that stands out on this list.
Yeah. Herbie Farnworth, James Tedesco, Greg Marju, Payne Haas, Savelio Tamale, Jesse Ramian, Hamoli Olakwatu.
That's what I'm talking about.
Best.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, no one's this kid is killing it. Like, on the weekend, 20 runs, 217 metres, 72 post contact, 8 tackle breaks, a line break, an offload, 3 tackles. Mate, he's 20. He's 20. And, like, no one is talking about how good this guy's going. Like, if this same, like, take away his name and you put him into, like, the Penrith Panthers or the Roosters or any of those top-tier, like, bigger clubs, mate, we'd be all ranting and raving about, is he a New South Welshman, is he Kiwi? Like, that's how good he's going. Like, do you know whether he's eligible for...
Kiwi, isn't he?
I believe he's Kiwi?
Kiwi?
Yeah. Not 100% on that.
Like, right now, I'd be probably selecting him on the wing with Mulatalo as the other winger.
Fire, he's playing so good.
Yes, like, that's how well he's playing. No one's talking about it. And also, you're doing it in a side where, like...
New South Wales.
Is he New South Wales eligible?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. He's playing so well. Like,
Born in Manly.
no way. And so you go, mate, this isn't a Raiders side where, like, respectfully, you barely ever get good ball as a winger in Manly. Like,
The dog. Oh, my God, we both had Barrys. The Raiders.
Just keep it together, you two. Right?
yeah, and so, yeah, mate, I just don't think he's getting enough reps. We're talking about a 20-year-old that's coming 5th in tackle breaks. Like, it's and also he's run me. What is he averaging? Like 150 a game or something like that.
The one negative on him, and just the back 3 under the high ball.
Yeah.
Holy moly! Just this week, don't do any drills except catching under the high ball because, mate, like, good kickers are just going to absolutely pepper these back 3 at the moment. They're all playing great footy, but we're turning over way too much possession off just putting down high balls. None of them look confident. It's a big area we need to address.
And I think that's I think it's excusable in Tamale because he's a rookie. I think Savage and Weeks, like, that's obviously you can drop some balls, but it's just becoming too obvious of it.
You don't have to get every single one, but mate, every time it goes up, all 3 of them look uncomfortable.
Yep.
Just on Tamale, just some stats from the Roo Crew. Shout out to it. Go and join it. Stats from the pre-season. Just talking about Tamale, the Dragons last year. He played 24 games in the New South Wales Cup. Scored 12 tries, had 23 line breaks, 4 try assists, averaged 180 metres per game, and broke 199 tackles in 24 games. He hasn't just popped up out of nowhere. He's been doing this stuff for ages. It's just wild that no one's recognised him.
Well, right now, he's had 7 appearances. He's got 3 tries, 8 line breaks, 37 tackle breaks, and he's averaged 163 metres per game. Sorry, 163 metres per game. And no one's even talking about him. No one's even talking about it. So I just want to give him a quick wrap. Just watching him on the weekend. The negative is obviously great win for the Raiders, but as you just mentioned, mate, if they don't sort out this catching soon, it might cost them top 4. Because like, that's their biggest weakness is, and clubs are identifying it and going, okay, let's just bomb. They need to sort that out as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And it's also part of what's kept Chevy Stewart out of the side too.
Is his high ball stuff?
Yeah,
wow.
we saw it in trials too.
I mean, is that, if they're all struggling, is that more I guess a negative on the club not training them well enough?
I just can't imagine it like that. As if they're not spending countless hours during the week working on this. I think it comes down to the individual. Like, you're in the back 3, you're a winger or a fullback in the NRL. It's almost like your number 1 job is catch a high ball.
Yeah.
Right?
The Warrior Eye was like, all of them are struggling. It's like, surely at least one of them be good under a high ball. Look,
I don't know.
the Weeks one I can excuse a little bit because he's moved around a bit in positions. He hasn't always been a fullback. Tamale, he's a rookie. Savage should have that sorted by now. And I also think Stewart by now should have it sorted.
Just out of interest, a little bit off topic. How did you go with that when you came in? Like,
It's actually one of my strongest. My lack of errors was one of my strengths.
Yeah, but like under the high ball, like it's something you wouldn't have done much of.
Very interesting,
Yeah, I'm coordinated though. Like I know that sounds like weird, but I am quite coordinated. So just never an issue really.
Yeah, okay.
I guess like you could say catching the ball like that, but I mean any winger is catching the ball like that is
tough for anyone.
Is tough. But in regards to that, never ever drop the ball. Like I think you'd struggle to find me in NRL just a normal catch like that dropping the ball. Because that's what I prided myself on. Because I knew I'm not a big winger, so I need to make no errors.
Can you get down to the capital, mate? Give the boys some lessons.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure you can find some me like challenging for a ball, and we're like both coming together, and maybe don't make the catch then. But like just one out catches, like no, that was actually one of my strengths.
Bit like the water boy.
Yep. Wow.
He's got no mic, so I thought I'd have a little cheek.
What a drive by.
Wow. Totally uncalled for there. Okay, on to the Titans. The disappointing thing about this is like, mate, for 20-minute period at the start, and then also there was a back end of 10 minutes or so, you're sitting there going, mate, this is a bloody exciting Titans side. They've got a bunch of injuries, but look how well they're going. But at the end of the day, it all counts for nothing. It was one of the games where they really needed to get this W. Really needed to get the W. I don't know what else to say, really. Like, it's... Yeah.
Yeah, they needed to get this W, and they had the perfect start to it.
It was all there from. It was all there from.
Yeah, and they're missing key players. Keeney, Dave Fafita, etc. Jaden Campbell obviously ruled out of this one too. But when you start like that in the NRL, you can't let those games go.
You really can't. Look, some positive is I thought it was De Groot's best game in first grade.
Yep.
I thought his running game really did shine, whereas I thought his running game was probably one of the areas of his game that wasn't the best, but he was much better on the weekend. Look, I thought Regal Campbell-Gillard, I thought Tarpiner was pretty lucky to stay on the field with that shot to the head. I don't know what's going on with his head highs. Like, seriously. One week it's a crackdown, the next week who gives a shit? Mate, it's bizarre. We can just talk about what we talk about every week with the Titans. They're super inconsistent. They make poor errors at poor times.
If they lost this game by 10 points and it was an arm wrestle throughout the game, they'd scored some decent tries against an informed Raiders team, you'd go, all right, there's a bit to take you out of it. But I said, I'm pretty sure the first 3 tries were off kicks. They had a 16-0 lead or whatever it was. After 2 poor weeks against a Raiders side that had done a lot of travel, like it's inexcusable. They then conceded 30 points to 4 in the back end of the game, or basically from the 19th minute onwards. Like, what do you say?
And even Desi Hazard was like, in the press conference, this is a game we should have won because, Raiders are travelling. We thought we could, so they were even aware of it. Man, I don't even... They
got the Raiders at a perfect time and had the perfect start. And as you said, Roo, they had a few injuries, but to NRL, they happen. Yep. You've got to find fixes.
If I'm looking for one positive, geez, I prefer their bench makeup this week compared to last week.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm glad that they just started the winger.
Just start just pick him on the wing. He's a winger.
Yeah. He was pretty good.
He was good. Scored a try, had another one taken off him. I thought he, bit of upside there for Alan Fitzgibbon, bit of cult hero sort of vibe about him. I thought he played really well.
Geez, I know I probably say it every week, but geez, Tino just gets through. I've got to say though, like this on and off. I reckon just
got to leave him out there.
Leave him out there. Like I get where Desi's coming from because he's like, mate, I got this like absolute Ferrari of a forward that's this just specimen of a human being. They just can't afford it. As soon as he went off, that's when the Raiders the Raiders bench was way better. Jolliffe comes on, makes an error, they score a try. And Jolliffe's usually pretty good, but unfortunately, they just can't afford to have Tina off the field.
Sorry,
you go, mate.
All right, mate. What do you reckon the best players with him? Play in the first half, first 10 or so of the second half, then give him 15 to 20 off, then come on for the last 10 or so? Is that the play? Or?
So I reckon playing for the first half, maybe you take him off 5 before the half time, and then 5 after half time. So you've only really got 10 minutes of him not on the field.
No, I'd let him play through the first half, get through that first 10 minutes, then I'd take him off for. I don't trust this mob just before half time without him on the field. With all due respect.
Yeah,
like,
I know what you're saying, but isn't that like you just say, boys, can you just 5 minutes? Give us 5 because all we
he
need.
obviously doesn't trust them. I just, you know what? 2 years ago, if they were doing this with Tino, just using half their interchange on him, I go sweet. But like, mate, Mo Fodawaker, Regan Campbell-Gillard, like you haven't got spuds up there.
That's what I just can't understand. They got Origin players.
Yeah.
There. I don't know what the answer is at the Titans. I really don't. I'd love to actually. You know what, Titans fans in the comments section, let us know what do you think the problem is, because we don't want to sit up here every single week and talk about the fact that they can turn into a really good attacking side, but their inability to defend and get into the grind is going to kill them. It's been their issue for so long. I'd love to know what you guys think the issue is. Like, is it roster? Is it style of play? Just mate. Are they desperate for foreign back? Would he give them that guiding hand? I don't know. And to be really clear, guys, I know that they were missing some key players, so I'm not suggesting they're at full strength. But you go 16-0 up with everything on the line like that, surely you just... And it's not... The Raiders were good, but they weren't great.
And the problem is that if you put Fafita, Jaden Campbell back in this side and they still did this, you wouldn't be shocked in the side.
This
is on brand for the Gold Coast Titans.
It's not like you go, with these boys back in, we're actually really consistent. It's just... Unfortunately, so I don't know what the...
Mate, in that second half, the Raiders obviously took the lead and then Fitzgibbon scored in the 51st minute, but there were moments, the Raiders coming out of our end, where we just made, I think it was 2 or 3 times on first tackle, we made mistakes and turned it over and invited the Titans back in. Didn't look like scoring. It was like...
You did everything to lose this game on a number of occasions. And, mate, when you go out to a lead like that, all they had to do was make their tackles. They've actually got a guy that can kick the ball in Tom Weaver.
His biggest strength is his kick.
Biggest strength, and usually you don't have that.
And I thought Weaver was brave. The amount of times that they targeted him, rightly so, he's the half and he's a smaller body. Mate, he showed so much ticker. He got up every time. I don't know what the answer is. I thought Brimo's try was really good.
As far as guys that can kick for themselves and produce that sort of shit, AJ is the best we've seen it do it for a long time. Alan Langer was a freak out. I can't think of anyone in between that does it as consistently. Yeah, Sam Walker's a good shout, actually. Yeah, but Brimson, mate, his ability, he can do it from 2 metres out. He can do it from 20 metres out. His touch is incredible.
Yeah. Look, the positive is the Titans are actually still sitting 13th. They're actually, yes, they've had their bye, so that's not great. But they're not that far off the 8 yet. It's been such a weird year that really it's only the Panthers, Roosters and Eels that are sitting on 4 points, whereas everyone is sitting on 6 and above with really the Bulldogs that are out and out, quite a ways away from people.
The hard thing is now that Jaden Campbell's out for, I think it was 6 weeks? Along those lines?
Yeah, 4 to 6 something.
You're now Brimson's going to spend 6 weeks getting used to playing with a genuine halfback.
How far's Foz? He must be getting close, right?
Yeah,
around 9 or 8 or 9 or something. Yeah. Anyway,
but they're still, regardless of if they're going to stick to this plan of Campbell and Brimson, which I think they should realistically, if you're going to look in, because you can bring Kieran Foran in, you can stick with him for the year, but then you're going to kick off round 1 next year and you're back in the same shithole anyway. You've got to make it work at some point. If that's going to be your plan, you've got to lean into it.
Alrighty. Don't forget, guys, Bloke jerseys tonight, 6 p.m, limited edition. Best way to support the show.
Have a quick break.
We'll keep going, and you just okay. Sharkies defeat the Knights 34-14. Okay, I thought this was a really good performance from the Sharkies. Look, granted, I know that the Knights aren't at their best right now, and their attack just seems super clunky. At the end of the day, the Sharkies did put 34 on a side that actually has some of the best defence in the competition, which is a huge... I don't think the Sharkies are in this weird spot where, don't get me wrong, I understand you could be critical of them and they haven't started the year that we thought they would, but I never feel like they get the credit that they deserve. I don't know what it is. But yeah, the Sharkies, they scored 34 points, and I think they really did show, especially the forward pack, the difference between... And, the Knights are missing key players, for sure. But the difference between a top-tier forward pack and a not top-tier forward pack. And as I said, I know the Knights are missing key forwards. I get it. But they were just too big and strong through the middle. Just too big and strong.
You're right. The Sharkies are in this weird spot where, they come out in this game. They do what they should do. But how many teams do it every single week, realistically? Like they win 34-14. They were dominant through the middle. Knights are missing players 100%. But, they kept a side with Fletcher Sharp and KP in it to, 4 points for 70 minutes?
Yeah.
Well, they just did what they had to do in this game. What does it mean for the Sharkies long term? I have no idea. Look, they went up to Newcastle. They got the job done.
Yeah. I think the positive is like they went up and scored 34 points against a relatively good defensive side. And I know they're missing some players, whereas the Sharkies, like even last week against Manly, everyone's like, oh, well, Manly didn't play that great. And look, I get that as well. But, I mean, at the same time, like, they're doing as well as they can against sides that they're playing. And yes, the question is, when they get up against a Bulldogs again or against a Melbourne Storm, how will they go? But at the end of the day, right now, hasn't been the best start, but also hasn't been a terrible start. They're currently sitting 6th. They've played 7 games. They haven't had their bye yet. It's decent. They're within 1 win of the top 4.
And I think that's the big takeaway from the Sharkies. Like they know within themselves that they can play so much better than what they have. And they're still in a good spot.
Yeah, they're still in touch with the top 4. I thought that the Hines Trindle balance was much better on the weekend, which is good. I thought Hines started the game really well as well. I think the biggest takeaway, though, is Kennedy is currently leading the Dally M. And I just want to give him a massive rap because, out of all of that spine, his position was under the most pressure. And he's come out and he's been phenomenal. Like, this is easily the best start to a year he's had. And, I think he deserves credit. I really do. Like, I know people go, by the end of the year he won't be there. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But what I do know is he was under pressure and he cannot have done more to show everyone that he deserves that number 1 jersey at the Sharkies.
Yeah, 100%. And, is he at the level of Turbo, Teddy, these guys? No, he's not. But
is he getting paid what they're getting paid?
He's not getting paid to that amount either. And he's doing what he needs. He's doing what the Sharkies need from him at the moment. He's doing a good job. And it is just, it sort of is an example of just what the Sharkies are like. And read into this what you will, but can be like, in Supercoach, for example, if a team scores 34, there's going to be a few guys that score 100. Like Will Kennedy was the top scorer on like 80. And there's like, it just, for me, I just looked at that and I went, fuck, that just summarises who the Sharks are. Yeah. They all just do their job. No one needs to be, like, occasionally it is Hines, it is Trindle that are the superstars, but quite often they can get through games like this and no one is the out and out, blew it away sort of guy. They're just a really well-balanced squad, and you got Itero to come back in. I think he's a chance to play this week.
Hirotti's been great.
He has been unreal.
He has been like when Hirotti got brought in, I was like, oh, yeah, they're going to really miss Itero. And don't get me wrong, like, have missed Itero to a degree. But, mate, Hirotti has been phenomenal. And look, once again, Craig Fitzgibbon, he deserves credit for these guys that just come in and play bloody good footy.
Yeah, if Itero comes back in this week, he's been good, Stone Street, but geez, I'd be considering Hirotti on that win.
Mate, so would I. I think I agree with you,
I don't think it's a
I'd keep
automatic thing.
We'll put it this way, Lux. I don't think Stone Street, if he has a couple bad games, I don't think he's locked into that edge. Going to be, and like, what's crazy is we haven't even talked about Katoa that can come back into the side. So like the depth is good. They're spreading the load in regards to who's having star performances and who's not. Some real positive for me though was just seeing Brayley just take a bit more control around the ruck there with a couple of try assists. What do you think, mate, with the Sharkies?
Yeah, well, you mentioned the Knights' defence is the big thing. Like, they've gone up to Newcastle on a beautiful afternoon for footy and throwing the ball around and putting points on the board, and they put 34 on. Tough crowd, we know, Newcastle, with their backs against the wall after some poor performances. Like, leading into this game this week, they were conceding 17.2 points per game. That's like, that one, I think they had the second best defence in the NRL, leading in, and we know that last year was similar. The Knights can defend. The attack's their problem. So for the Sharks to go up there and put 34 points on, statistically, the second best defensive team in the competition, and, they conceded the 2 late tries, mate, it's a great performance from them.
Yeah, I don't think you could really ask for much more.
Completed 85%, 40 of 47 sets.
And also, like, the game was pretty much over at, like, what do you reckon, the 60-minute mark? Maybe even earlier. So I'm happy with it. As I said, I always feel like the Sharks are in this, like, because they have this big game, like, curse over their head where everyone goes, doesn't matter what they do in season, we just want to see them in a big game. It's like when they do well, they never get any credit for it because I was like, I want to see them in a big game. It's like, well, fuck. Like, when will they get a little bit of credit for the way they're playing? And they haven't started the best. But it's a bloody good win from the Sharkies, in my opinion, and I love the fact that Kennedy's on top of the Dally M.
Even then, as you said, the game was done with 20 to go. Like, mate, even at half time, it was 16-4, and I don't know if Newcastle's got this in.
And and you know what? The Sharky side has developed so much. I had confidence that they're not going to let the game just fall away from them. In regards to some other performances that were really good, Adam Menulog once again, running for 164 metres, 65 post contact, 2 tackle breaks, a line break. He was great. As I said, I thought I really liked that we saw Hines running the ball more, 18 runs, 100 metres, a line break assist, 2 offloads. The good thing about the Sharkies is like when they're not at their best, usually they're not terrible, which is a sign of a pretty good squad. Sign of a pretty good squad. I can't wait to see Ito back. Is he back this week, did you say?
Yeah, I think he'll be named. Whether he plays or not, we'll wait and see. But if not, definitely back next week, I think.
Yep. I thought Kafusi started the game really well up front.
That first 15-20, Kafusi, AFB, they were devastating.
Like they really showed that if you've got a few injuries in your forward pack and it's not, you are going to get absolutely blown off the park by the big boys because they were unstoppable through the middle. Like could not be stopped. Yeah. So really good win there for the Sharkies, and it's just all about I guess building that confidence back up. I think that if you could say one thing about the Sharkies, if you want them to be a top 4 side that's going to push for a premiership, is you want them to get to a point where they've got a bit of swagger about them. And I just don't know whether they've been to that point, maybe ever, at this group, where you've watched a Sharkies side run onto the field going, we are just the best.
You always say it can be, but be ruthless, right? Like you look at the Doggies, who we've just said, we think they're in title contention now, and they've had 2 shutouts in a row.
Yeah.
In this game, the Sharks, they let in 2 late tries. And look, that's fine. Like the game was done, but all right, you want to win a comp, set these standards, you need to learn to play for 80 minutes. Do what the Dogs have done and go, we do not let them through at any minute just because the game's won and done. Learn and make it habit to go the 80 minutes.
And that's what I think that they can build into. Like their next challenge is not necessarily, are we a good side? They know they're a good side, but it's like, how do we take that next step with the swagger, with the ruthlessness of like, we put teams to the sword. Okay, now onto the Knights. Oh man, I remember saying at the start of the year in the preview, and Knights fans got upset with me, basically saying the problem, the concern with the Knights is if KP is not firing, their attack is just not there. And Knights fans got a bit really upset. Well, some of them, not all of them, really upset with me saying, "Come on, mate, you're being disrespectful to guys like Gagai and Bradman Best and all these other players." First of all, that's not being disrespectful to anyone. It's just, I still think Bradman Best and Gagai are bloody good players, but KP is the one that gets the ball to him. I think at the moment what they're struggling with is KP. He's a little bit off right now. And so that connection between the forwards and the backs is just not there right now because KP, he's had some of his quietest games in, what do you reckon, 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, without a doubt.
Still ran for a bunch of metres or whatever, but definitely not the KP that we know.
The other issue there with KP is that we know that he bypassed the potential to play for Australia at the back end of last year because he wanted to focus on the Knights and get a full pre-season in. He looks fully fit to me and good to go. It's like you can't sit there and say, he's carrying this or he's carrying this and maybe he's a bit off. Like, he looks good.
Yep, absolutely.
But the performances aren't there.
Yeah, and he started the year extremely well, killing it. And so it's just, I don't know, he got to a point in his career where literally whenever he wanted to be the best on the field, he just was the best on the field. Whereas at the moment, it just does not seem to be clicking for him. And the Knights just don't, when their system doesn't work, which is based around KP, although you've got guys like Marju who were so good on the weekend, and he did actually create points himself, they just struggle to go to a plan B and go, okay, KP's not really working for us here. Let's get some early ball. And granted, maybe it's because they've had to swap their 7 around all the time, and Hastings not there anymore, and then Cogger is out, and then Gamble's been brought in. So maybe that has a lot to do with it. But I reckon if they could just find a way to go, okay, KP's a little bit off. 6 and 7, let's get our early ball to Bradman Best and Dan Gagai and let our origin players create a bit of havoc on the edges. And I think that that's probably what they need to work on to a degree.
Yeah, without sounding like a broken record, I talking to Knights fans last week, I said, I think they have to bring Hastings in to play halfback. And so I said, oh no, Gamble's back now, he was the plan from the preseason, and fuck, that made me angrier. How have we gone through what we went through last year and Gamble? I love Tyson Gamble as a player, but for him to be the first choice halfback at the club, like as you said, mate, like KP, the entire attack is, completely built around him, as it should be. But like, fuck, you found the halfback that he won a Dally M medal with. You found the halfback that got you to 5th place. Like, I don't care if people don't like Jackson, they don't want to talk to him. Give a fuck. Win some games of football.
Yeah.
Score some points. How is a team with Fletcher Sharp and KP playing in the halves not scoring points? Gagai's in the centres. Bradman Best is in the centres. Marsh is in the centres. Like, if they struggled defensively, I'd go, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
For them to be struggling in attack, that's a joke.
Yeah. And that's why I'm so surprised that these centres and wingers can't just get some early ball. Like, if KP's a little bit off, just get them early ball. Like, and I think an out-and-out half would do that.
And that's where, like I said in the preseason, I think they'll be a bottom 4 side. Then I watched them in the trial and went, okay, Adam O'Brien's not going to play that normal, boring brand of footy. He's going to let them play. But now they've gone back to it, but they don't have the halfback there to play that style of footy.
And KP's a lita little bit out of sorts as well.
Yeah, just...
Look, some positive is Greg Marju was unfriggin' believable.
Yeah, outrageous.
The Marju monster on the edge there was outrageous, Hammy.
Yeah, like a wrecking ball. 264 metres. Good grief.
It's
A
almost,
try assist,
88 post
almost-
contact.
tackle breaks.
it's
Yeah.
almost like if they get him some early ball and get him some one-on-ones, he'll do some damage.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Yeah,
Oh,
just,
it's- so this is-
spin it early. If nothing else is working, just get it out to
But
him.
like-
That's my point. Like, if KP's out of sorts, just spin it.
But the thing with Marju is, all these backline movements, sweeping backline movements, they're all about trying to strip and get your winger
Don't
in
even
that
need
space.
to that.
He doesn't need it. Just if you can get him a one-on-one,
Yeah.
Yep.
they won't stop him. And it's like the Knights' attack is just so predictable.
Yeah.
It's like you're going out the back and they're either going to play short or go sweep out the back, short or go play out the back. Like, where's the variation in the attack? Like, have a look at the Dragons and what they've been able to do this year when, there was a few weeks ago, there was this expectation, they're going to Gutho. So the attacking coach went, let's have some variation and throw something up a little bit more unpredictable. And they'd throw the tunnel ball through and it'd miss Gutho. The Knights just don't have that. Like, change your attack.
Well, I
Not
thought
substantially, just throw some variations in your movements.
Well, at the start of the year, I thought they did because they were putting KP at first receiver. And so that was changing it up from
Yeah.
a defensive perspective because it was like, well, he's first receiver, so are they going at the back? Is he running it? What's happening here? Whereas I don't see him at first receiver in good ball anymore. I feel like they've gone back to 2 years ago.
And granted, like, they're not on the front foot, as they probably would hope that because of a few injuries, but this is also the squad they built. They let Daniel Saifedi go. They're short on middles. They've
And
got-
even we could see they were short on middles.
we can
at
see they're
Saturday.
short on middles. Like Tyson Brazil lined up in jersey 8 on the weekend.
He should become like 13 or off the bench impact, I think. I wouldn't start with him at 8.
And on top of that, like, they've told Adam Elliott he can look elsewhere. What are they going to do in the middle next year if Leo Thompson isn't there for one, who I think's been great this year,
He's actually been outstanding. Surprisingly so. I thought that because there might be some tension, but clearly not.
and then Adam Elliott, if he's not going to be there, like, who are they going to play there, and who's going to go there?
Strange situation. Let us know in the comment section, Knights fans, because obviously they're not in as bad a shape as the Titans, but I would love to know your thoughts about, if KP is out of sorts, do we feel like we have a good enough game plan to get your centres the ball and the wingers the ball? And what do you reckon the problems are at the club currently? Because I'd love to hear from the Knights fans and the Titans fans, because I feel like, we repeat ourselves nearly every week about the concerns about it being too KP-centric, and if he's not firing and the 7, you haven't got a lockdown 7 that has enough, I guess, leeway to just be the main man at times.
Mate, we sit here and watch all these games of footy and do all the analysis, but no one knows a team better than their own supporter who
Yeah.
watch them like
a
more
hawk.
than we do anyway, like a hawk, every little bits and pieces. So I'll tell you one thing, the stocks of Dylan Lucas are going through the roof with every game he misses.
Yep.
Jeez, they're missing him.
And so, to be clear, we understand they've got players missing, for sure. But you still got to side with KP, Bradman Best, Gagai. I actually would have thought their defence would have fallen off and it would have been their attack that, Anyway, I'd love to hear your thoughts because, like, we watch every single game, but when you watch so much footy, you're sometimes it can blur. Like, sometimes the games can blur a little bit. Whereas when you just watch your team, you know exactly what's happened every single minute of every single game.
80 minutes of footy watching live each week plus replays is a lot of footy, so things do get blurred.
Okay, now on to the next game. Tigers v the Eels.
Oh, was it against you? I thought it was against the ref.
Mate, I got to say, look, I actually had a bet on Para 13+, so this doesn't come from any bias whatsoever. But, mate, I thought the ref You know, I don't usually talk about refs very often. I thought he was extremely poor on the weekend. Extremely poor on the weekend. I cannot believe some of those calls that were let go. Like, how May got shot direct shoulder to head off a kickoff.
Yeah.
And not even 10 in the bin, let alone could be worse.
Yeah. They the Tigers got penalised shortly after for one that I didn't think was there. I don't think there was any contact.
Barely touched him. And I got a little note here. It's insane.
As that penalty was happening and they were lining up for goal, they replayed the May one, and all the players were up there pointing at showing the ref, like, "Are you seeing this?" And he goes, "Oh, sorry." And they popped him on a report, no penalty, no sin bin. Meanwhile, we're copying, a 2-point penalty.
Mate, and that's like, if you ever wanted an example of how the NRL has rewarded diving, there's your example. Because if May stays down, like he's fully gone, because you could tell he was rattled, but he's like, "Nah, I'm getting straight up." If he had played to the ref that he was down, that guy goes 10 in the bin every day of the week. Mate, honestly, if he stays down long enough, if he just goes out, he might even get sent off. It was direct, forceful contact to the head with no mitigating circumstances.
Yeah.
You could argue he couldn't bend his arm, maybe, I don't know, but it was direct, forceful. Anyway, I don't want him sent off. I'm just going off the standard the NRL has set. But then Junior Polo, being a bit older, being a bit more crafty, gets touched on his face. And he plays to the ref and he gets the penalty.
Disgraceful. Should have been sent off.
But who's silly in that situation?
Yeah.
Not Paulo. They won the game.
Yep.
He's swallowing his ego and going, "Look, I'll get caught soft by everyone. I don't give a shit. We're winning the game." I
think as well, part of Terrell May's thing would have been, fuck, if I get a HIN, I can't come back on. My team's screwed then.
My team's stuffed.
Yep.
And so there is a perfect example of that you are rewarding players playing to getting hit in the head. Anytime someone gets touched in the head, they just look straight to the ref now. And players that don't do that, you're punishing them. It doesn't make any sense. And I didn't want to talk about it in the Broncos game. And I'm so glad that Michael Maguire didn't blame the refs, because the journos tried to say it. And he said, "Mate, the refs had nothing to do with it." But I think it's Ali Latawa goes down with a hip drop. I think he's made a line break the next set. What are we talking about here? We're talking about a bloke that 2 seconds ago was about to get stretched off. Now all of a sudden he's taking the first hit up of the next kickoff out. Mm-hmm. They kicked it out. He took the next run. We need to get a system that stops rewarding this type of play, because I don't blame the players. Their job is to win rugby league matches. But refs and video refs need to get better at not rewarding playing to the ref, because it's just going to get worse and it's a zero sum. It's just going to get worse, a race to the bottom, where we'll end up like soccer, where people are just diving left, right and centre. It's crazy.
As you said before, we watch a lot of footy, and even that moment where, I forget who it was it Taruva that was scoring and Mitch Moses came over the top?
Yeah. How is that not sin bin?
Well, my mate said to me, he goes, "What do you reckon's going to happen?" I don't fucking know.
Don't know.
This could be a penalty try. This could be a sin bin. He could get fined $2,000. He could get I don't know what's going to happen.
I didn't know how it wasn't a penalty try, because
he's in the act of scoring a try.
He's in the act of, and he got hit in the head. It's foul play.
Do I need to draw your diagram, but honestly.
And then also another call where Taruva, there's a rubber that gets put through. Taruva just shoulders Adokar, the tiniest shoulder ever. It was a penalty.
Yeah.
So what?
And meanwhile, not long after, in the second half, was it Toa maybe that put a kick through, or he chased the kick? Whoever put the kick through for Toa, might have been Dewey. Adokar just levelled him. He didn't get penalised. And then Iongi, I thought was a little bit probably hard done by to get sin bin. He did the contact at the back with Toa. It was all over the place.
Because the Iongi one that was a bit of a tough call, because it happened like that. It wasn't a premeditated, professional foul. It was just the timing. Anyway. Look, what I will say is, I don't think it lost the Tigers the game. I think the Tigers lost. The Eels played better than the Tigers.
They were better.
The right team won on the end. But yeah, just some of these calls I just thought were bizarre.
Yep.
Anyway, what a win from the Eels. If Dylan Brown's worth 1.3, Mitchell Moses might be worth $2 million. He might be worth $2 million. Mate, they are a bottom four side without him, maybe even wooden spoon, potentially a top 8 side. Now, I'm not ready to say that yet, but potentially a top 8 side with him. And I'll take you back. This is how much things can change. Remember when Mitchell Moses first wanted $1 million and got hammered by the fans, going, "How dare you haven't played Origin, you don't play for the country," and he got hammered by the fans. This was only 3 years ago. Mate, if he wants $1 million now, you are saying that's a bargain deal. A bargain deal. That's how good Mitchell Moses is now.
If Newcastle signed him for 2.2, I'd go, it's overs. But fuck, I get it. I know he's going to have influence the moment he walks in and he's going to win you games of football.
Yeah, that's how good he is. And you know what? You can see it. You got a team that's essentially wooden spoon at the time. He comes in and beats a West Tigers team who was a little bit scrappy in the game, but has been essentially a top 8 side to start the season. And he's been that good. He comes on 40-20, every kick's 20 metres longer. It's just amazing. And just the journey. We've spoken about it so much, but I cannot express to you, and it might hurt that a former Tigers player did it to you. Didn't even think of that. Sorry about that, mate.
Yeah. That family was all over us this week.
I didn't think of that. But if you actually remember his journey from the Tigers to now, the work he must have put in, the hours he must have put in to round his game out, he deserves everything he gets, Mitchell Moses.
Maybe a little bit off topic, but just while we're talking about it, do you think the first $2 million player per season is playing in the NRL right now?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think so. I think Katoa might be it, Isaiah Katoa. When he comes off contract in 27 or 8. And then you got the next salary cap jump up.
How is Nathan Cleary?
yeah.
I don't think Cleary will ever take that.
You don't think so?
Because I think he'll know if I take that, then we're going to have to lose half our side.
He'll have won 9 comps by that point. He won't care about taking too much coin.
Because like right now, he's on like 1.
He's 27.
He's on 1.2, whereas he should be on 1.5. Easy.
I mean, if you're a new franchise in 3 years and Nate's at 28,
you're taking him.
Do you pay him $2 million if he wants it?
If he wants it, absolutely. But I think that he's so rich that it doesn't matter to him. Like Nathan Cleary has to knock back endorsements. So like by the time he ends his career, his contract money won't even be close to the money he's going to make in endorsements and that. So I think that he'll never get paid more than $1.5 million because he knows that if he does that, like any team that has a player that's on crazy amounts of money, they can't afford other players around them. They don't win premierships. Every team that's ever won a premiership, you've got key players taking pay cuts.
What do you reckon is the lowest a team could pay Nath Cleary before the NRL go, that's not sweet?
$1 million.
$1 million, you reckon?
I don't think he should not be allowed anything less than $1 million.
Wild.
That's how good he is. And you know what? Mitchell Moses is getting into that territory too. That's how friggin' good he is. I know he's not Nathan Cleary level, but if he's on anything less than $1 million, that's a joke as well.
What about the influence he had yesterday? Like, they're not letting him goal kick, I would assume, to manage his foot, but he's hitting like 70-metre 40-20s, and like his influence was just insane.
That 40-20 was almost impossible to stop.
Mate.
Yeah.
It was the 35. He didn't finish 30, he went out 5 metres from the try line.
Yep. And Buller was on his bike too. It's not like Buller wasn't on his bike. Like
and that was 13 minutes into his first game back.
Fuck, he's so good.
Since when? Since pre-season?
Mate, he's played more Origin games than Eels games in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Imagine being Buller when you saw that ball in the air just going, the fuck?
Yeah, what do you want me to do?
I'm not this bad. I'm not out of position. That's unbelievable.
And then he set up a try next set.
Mental. To be that, to have your timing already that good is insane. It's insane. Even the Panthers look clunky in round 1. And he's just come back, boom, hit the ground running. So
when you used to play rugby league live and when you went to kick, like the whole time just like stop still. When I was watching yesterday, it was like that was happening in real time with him a little bit. Unbelievable.
Okay. Now there was a bit of yarn about Jerome Luai wearing the 6 as like a FU to whatever. So Dewey was actually named at 7 in the trials. So this is not a new thing. When Dewey's in the halves, he gets named at 7. Just so everyone kind of. And look, maybe it was, I don't know, but all I know is in the trials, Dewey was named at 7.
Yep.
So just to...
And he played quite well.
Yeah, he was all right. He was all right at 7. I'm stoked for him to he gets this opportunity. Look, it was one of those games that it's hard to be too critical of the Tigers because, I just think Mitchell Moses is that friggin' good. I do think there are times where they allowed, and I understand their frustration because they were getting no calls, but they just allowed the game to the emotions to get to them a little bit. In saying that, I thought they did really well to pull everything back in for a 10-minute period there, and then obviously Mitchell Moses just put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
I will say I think that Addo Carr made a match-winning play. I know he calls that try with Seyfarth, but that intercept, I reckon if they pass that ball and score, I reckon Tigers going to win it there.
Yeah, I think they had all the momentum at their back, and as soon as he kind of tapped it up and then gathered it again, didn't really matter what happened after that. Probably took the wind out of our sails, but it didn't help that I think that same set, Moses put the kick in behind where the winger
really?
had come
Wow.
up, and they
Well, there you go.
scored. So that was that.
Yeah, there you go.
On that kick as well, that was on first tackle. Like, if that goes out or goes to a Tigers' hand or whatever, and the Tigers are back on the attack, he gets crucified.
Yeah.
Oh, first game back, and he's pulling off plays like this. So, like, the word arrogant to be thrown around. It's like, no, the confidence he had to do it in his game and his kicking game, like, the kick could not have been any better, and that was game over.
Yeah.
Yep.
What about Bailey Simonson since he's come back? Mate, he looks so
Outrageous.
strong.
Yeah,
He's the
enormous.
best I've ever seen him look.
Big ball of muscle.
Mate,
ran
he
over
is-
200 metres. He was every time he ran the ball as well. That took 3 or 4 blokes to stop him, pull him
Yeah.
down. He was great.
Mate, he is looking good. Really
The
good.
other one that I thought looked unreal, and he has since he arrived, Dill Walker. Like, he's been a good
Yep.
signing for this side.
He was good.
I don't know. I felt like when I was watching him 4 weeks ago, I didn't
get it.
I didn't get it. I didn't look like they were missing a Dill Walker,
Yeah.
but now he's there. I'm like, fuck, it was like a gaping hole that I just didn't see.
Mate, I'm with you. When he signed, I was like, look, I get it from a perspective of Dylan Walker's a good. They don't have a ball playing 13 that comes off the bench. I get all that, blah, blah, blah. But like, he's 30 years old. Like, this is a rebuild. It doesn't make sense. Now I see it as a part of the system that Riles clearly wants to play. Absolutely, I get it. Matter of fact, there's an argument to be made that signing has turned their season around. Because since he's arrived, although they haven't won every game, they look way better when he comes on the field.
I think as well, like, as we've been saying for years, like him being 30 years old, like if he can play that role for 3 or 4 years for Parramatta, that's gold.
Yeah, absolutely. Because right now I'm just checking. Played 40 minutes, like half a game. Really interesting. So the Hopgood come off after 38 minutes, maybe even more.
No, he came
earlier.
off. Him and Jack Williams both came off in the 22nd minute, which I couldn't quite make sense of why they took their they ended up winning the game well, obviously.
Yeah, well, it ended up
credit to
working.
Roles, but I couldn't make sense of that. And I don't know about you boys, but fuck, I would much rather see Junior play the first 25 minutes, go nuts, then come off for a spell.
Yeah.
Hopgood played 38 all up. They only used 6 interchanges. Oh, sorry, the Tigers used 6 interchanges, which I found extremely fascinating.
Yeah. One of the, yeah, that was weird. I couldn't work that one out either. Tony Sukkar didn't play a single minute.
He didn't play.
Nope.
Yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get to
Yeah,
it.
okay, we'll get to it.
You did that.
Got to say, Junior Polo was outstanding. Jeez, he was good. Hasn't he just, is he at the peak of his powers? Like, maybe not, Junior Polo. But in regards to his leadership, like just having a front rower out there that can match it with the best of them, get through the tough stuff, bit of an offload, bit of footwork. I thought he was really, really important for him on the weekend. Yeah.
Did Tuivasa make team of the week, or was he in?
Yeah, on the bench.
On the bench,
Mate, he was phenomenal.
It was a good game. Yeah,
That's the best game he's played in first grade. He's a big boy. Holy. He's a big boy. Actually, you know what? What's his weight in that? 117 kilos, 20 years old, 191 centimetres.
and he can move.
Far out, 20 years. That's exciting for the Eels. He's another guy that's kind of flown under the radar in regards to getting hype or anything, but you're talking about a 20-year-old that's 191 centimetres, 117 kilos.
Without getting back into the gutter with it all, wasn't that Dury? HIA, he's blatantly holding his arm. They gave him an opportunity for a HIA, and you could tell he was going, "No, I'm good." And then the trainer come on, and was like, "Yep,
If we can use a free
let's go.
interchange, let's use a free
Like,
interchange."
fuck.
Listen, I don't understand that. Like, we have seen games where blokes have been completely flatlined where the game continues, and yet the game's on the line. The Tigers are attacking, and the ref says, "I'm concerned." Like, I've never. Like, I know the commentators, he's done the right thing. Yeah, but there is a standard that's been set in previous games. We've seen blokes fully out, and the game continues.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was a bit strange to me. Like, maybe he did the right thing, but if that's the standard now, let's stay consistent then.
Yeah.
You can't just in one game go, I'm worried about that bloke. He gets up, he's clearly holding his arm, and then the Eels go free interchange. Hell yeah, we'll get a free interchange. I don't because it's a free interchange, isn't it? If he.
Yeah, it's an
With
HIA.
HIA?
Yeah.
I don't know. That was a bit weird for me.
Disgraceful.
The other positive I take from this, boys, is it's taken a few years now, but I just love that Parramatta, they've just picked Riley Smith, let him play 80 minutes, just pass off the deck, get good ball to Mitch and Dill. Missed a few tackles, but he misses tackles sort of coming out to put pressure on.
Yeah.
I just think it's the way forward for the Parramatta Eels. They don't have 2 nines that are worth playing a 2-prong 9 attack, so I think you just let Riley go.
Mate, he's young. He's durable at the moment. Obviously, you don't want his whole career like this, but right now, when you're desperate to get off the bottom of the table. There were some times where he was just chasing like a dog on a bone, like genuinely chasing blokes around the park, refused to give up. And when you got you got a team that needs inspiration, sometimes that youthful energy, that's what gets you up for a win. So, yeah, really good. I thought it was good to see Josh Adokar as well. Play some pretty good footy. I thought Dylan Brown was outstanding as well. Outside of one really silly pass, I thought it was one of his best games of the year. And you know, what do you know? Mitchell Moses comes back, steers the team around. He becomes more of the running player.
He just thinks run.
Yeah, thinks run. Doesn't have to think about anything else. 14 runs, 201 metres, 3 tackle breaks, a line break, 13 tackles, only 1 miss. I think that, you know, you're going to see the best of Dylan Brown now that Mitchell Moses is back.
Yeah, and just the one more touch on, we've hit a few of them, but Iongi, like, he's been a shining light for Parramatta in what's been an awful start to the season. Like, with Moses back now, to see him kill it, him playing behind a halves pairing of Moses and Dill Brown, for a rookie, I think Mick Carrinis mentioned earlier, like, he had a lot of games in New South Wales Cup, which was a great sort of tutelage for him coming in, but you can see it. He's so well-rounded. Like, he's good under the high ball. He's got some ball playing about him. He's got some footy IQ. He's got footwork. I can't wait to see him with more games behind this halves pairing.
Yeah. Like, he's been doing this with no space.
Yeah.
With no halves creating space for him. Now he's got one of the best halves in the competition to give him a bit of room out on the edge. We saw he scored a try. Mate, he's going to be really, really good. And I like the fact that he's had that tutelage at one of the best systems in the competition, but also in New South Wales Cup. It's going to be benefit for him.
And not only has he got one of the best ball players back, he's got 2 of them back. Dill Brown will go back to being himself.
Great
now
point.
too.
It's a great point. Okay, now on to the Tigers. It's a mixture of two things. Like, they didn't play their best, but I also think a lot of those calls early on rattled them, and I think that the emotion got to them because things weren't going their way. I think that a couple of errors from the end. I think Taruva, just silly there. I know he got tackled off the ball after that try, but that's just silly. Like, that was just a pure brain explosion.
Yes, and a key point of the game too. I know they got a guy, Sinbind as well, but he'd been so important for us. And, having him off the field for 10 minutes hurt. That's the kind of thing that probably, last year we did a lot of. Got, pulled into the muck and all that sort of stuff of the game and lose blokes to the bin and whatever. So I'm sure they'll probably have a bit of a chat about that this week because, he's too important for us to be sitting out for 10 minutes.
Because, the thing is, everyone tries to, crucify the Tigers and say, oh, they were too emotional. I get it, but at the same time, at least they were emotional. Like, how many teams do we see in games where you're like, do they even give a shit? Now the next step, though, is for the Tigers. If they want to become a top 8 side, it's about turning that emotion into mature emotion and guiding it in the right direction. Because they've got players that care now. They've got passionate players that want to be there, that want to play for each other. But it's just about guiding that emotion and making sure that brain explosions like this don't happen, that players aren't making stupid plays and, getting penalties against them. And look, it was a huge week for everyone involved. Like, everyone involved, huge week. So, you can kind of understand why it did boil over a little bit. But you need to, they need to just bring it back in a little bit, heading back into the next week and the week after that and go, okay, we've got that out of our systems. The week is past us. And just really focus in becoming more clinical with their emotion. Like, as I said, I always get a bit... when people say, oh, they're too emotional or whatever, it's like, well, at least they give a shit. Like, Tigers from 5 years ago, I'd never seen them too emotional. No offense, but fuck.
Oh, mate, Tigers from 6 months ago, you got to remember this is a team still trying to avoid a 4th wooden spoon in it.
Yeah.
Like, they're still in a development stage themselves. This week was, whether you agree, disagree, I think everyone involved has done good things and done bad things realistically.
No one's been perfect.
No one's been perfect in this whole thing, no. But yeah, it can snowball quickly, though, for the Tigers here. Like, they play the Sharkies this week at Leichhardt.
Yep.
And then who have you got at Magic Round?
Dragons.
And so that's why, with the Knights, when they play the Knights, there was a clinical emotion and passion there. They need to get back to that.
Yep.
Yes.
Get back to that clinical, boys, let's just work for each other. Let's work for each other. Rather than, and look, it was an emotional game. It wasn't just the Tigers that caught it. Like, everyone wants to blame the Tigers. It's like, mate, Eels were in it as well. They were just as much in the emotion as the Tigers were. But they just got to find a way to just put a little bit of a cap on it and just get a bit back to the clinical side of things. Like, why are the Storm and the Penrith Panthers the best that we've seen? Is because they care a lot. They're super emotional, but they're clinical. They're ruthless, and they're just death by 1,000 cuts kind of stuff. So they just need to get back to
You're
that.
both spot on, boys. It's like, all right, it was an emotional week for them. It came out in the game, but potentially, I shouldn't say cost them because the Eels were the better side in this competition in my eyes, but need to learn to channel it. And as you said, Roo, don't let this snowball.
Yeah.
Like, they've started so well this year. They're building nicely. There's been big improvements. Benji has a big chat to him this week. He's got to say, all right, boys, put it aside or channel it in a good way, whatever it is, but do not let this snowball. Let's get back on track.
Yeah. Well, speaking about getting back to winning ways, I know we said we weren't going to speak about too much this week, but just this article just coming through now. The headline, Lachlan Galvin recalled to West Tigers side in bombshell development.
That's good. It shows you that the playing group have gotten together, said, mate, all good.
Yep.
He played well on the weekend, didn't drop his bottom lip and sook. And also, it's good from the West Tigers senior playing group because they've clearly spoken to him. And they've, there's no way he gets back into that group if they haven't had a chat and said, you know what, let's bygones be bygones, mate. What's happened's happened. We didn't handle things great. You didn't handle things great. Let's move forward. So I think that's a really good sign for the Tigers. I really do.
Yep.
And that's my hope is like, at the end of the day, whether you agree or disagree with Galvin and everything that's happened there, he's a 19-year-old. Way worse things have happened. The best case scenario is he gets back into this side. He plays good footy because the main thing that I want is I want obviously West Tigers to be happy, West Tigers fans to be happy, but I also want Lachie Galvin to have a good reputation with the West Tigers fans. And I think the best way for that to happen is just get back in there, play good footy, and there will be a portion of the audience that once the emotion wears down will go, you know what, wasn't the best, but at the same time, thanks for coming back in and playing some good footy. I mean, you can talk. I can't talk for Tigers fan, but I'm assuming that's what would happen.
Yeah, well, it'd be great if he came back in and they can get along with each other at least till the end of the season maybe, and then obviously see what happens. But
there's no way they don't bring him back in if they're not getting along.
We could have definitely used him yesterday. Yeah, definitely.
I think also I think there were a few people saying, see, they're a much better side with Galvin in it. Like, no shit. Like, of course they're a better side with Galvin in it. Like, that's why everyone's so cut. If he was a shit player, no one would give a shit how this has all happened. It's because he's so good that all this emotion is around it and everything, the way it all went down. So, as I said, good to see him back into it. I hope he comes back and they kill it. They make the 8. He moves on to wherever he wants to go to. The Tigers keep building, and there's a win.
Interesting what happens though when Latu Fainu is back available for selection, whether they go, all right, well, he will be the guy going forward. So how they configure it then, because I feel like they might give him a bit of an extended run.
I wonder what's more beneficial for the club, and it's not to suggest that with Galvin that they'll definitely make the 8. Is making the 8 more important than giving a rookie some extra runs, or is giving a rookie an extra runs and maybe not making the 8? What's worth more? That's a tough question.
If it's me, I'm trying to move Galvin on. I'm getting Latu in there and saying, right, Latu, Jerome,
he's the one that wants to be there.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
I'm not sure which direction I'd go because I just, I think making the 8 would have so much positive energy for the club that I think you could gain quite a lot from it. And not to suggest they can't do without Fainu. They might.
I think they need to bend over backwards to keep Fainu happy and keep him there.
But if I'm the Tigers and that's what I'm thinking, I want Latu Fainu in there playing week in, week out and building this combination for a team that's hopefully on the up. And unfortunately for Lachie Galvin, I'm saying, all right, mate, if we need a centre, if we need you to play off the bench in a utility role, I'm like, you're filling one of them spots. But the halves, I'm working on this combination.
What do you reckon, Roo? We're probably a bit similar.
I think I'm
torn.
similar to you. Yeah. But I'm really torn, mate. I don't know. It's hard to know unless you're inside those walls.
Yeah, true. All right, that is the review done and doosted. Don't forget, tonight, 6 p.m, the jerseys are dropping. It's time for Face of Music, brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet.
All right, Thursday night footy. Broncos $2.55 hosts the Bulldogs $1.52. The line is 4.5 points.
Broncos head dead.
I will go Canterbury minus 4.5.
Dogs 1-12.
That'll get you 275. Matty has messaged me here. Let me just quickly get those up. He's gone the Dogs head-to-head. I'm going to take Dogs minus 4.5 in that one as well. All right, Friday. Anzac Day game. You can also, for this, you can actually multi the man of the match into your same game multis. You can't do that very often, but you can for this particular game. Roosters $1.78 against the Dragons $2.08. The line in this one is 1.5 points.
Sydney 13+. Roosters.
Jeez.
Ooh.
Going big, baby. Look, this is not my actual tip, guys. Remember, this is with the odds and everything, trying to make money here.
That's 360.
Can I multi a man of the match into a result?
Sure. But if it,
Yeah, sweet. Give me Gutho, man of the match, into Dragons.
I'm taking the exact same as Roo. I was thinking as well when Hammy mentioned it.
So if Gutho doesn't get man of the match, you guys lose.
Yeah, we're
Correct.
good.
Yeah,
Correct.
Okay. Fair.
Yep. No dramas. I'll put that into the. It's not spitting out right. I'll have to figure it out.
You made
but
a decision for yourself or what?
You got.
Oh, Jesus.
Matty's gone
of rich
plus
comes.
1.5 for the Dragons. You're changing it. I'm just going to go. I'm going to go Dragons 13 plus.
Well, what's
$4.
Gutho and Thingo winning cost? What's that getting you?
14, 15
15 to 18 or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Fucking hell. Getting a bit fucking crazy here, aren't we, boys?
I'm just playing by sports bets rules, man.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Hammy's in charge here.
Yep. Next game. Warriors $1.32 host the Knights. $3.41. The line is 9.5 points.
I'm going to go Knights head to head.
I'm going to go Waz minus 9.5.
I'll go was 1 to 12.
$2.85. Matty's gone Warriors minus 9.5. I'm going to go Warriors 13 plus $2.18 in that one. Next game, Storm $1.24 host the Rabbitohs $4.10. The line is 12.5 points in that one.
I'm just going to go. Let's go Storm head to head because the 13 plus.
$1.24.
I mean, the 13 plus is $1.85, so it's just like not even worth it. The risk.
I'll just take a little flutter on the Wayne Bennett miracle. South 1 to 12.
$5.20. Yep. Okay.
I'm going to take Storm to cover the 12.5. I think that's juicy.
Matty's taking the Rabbitohs with the start. I will take the Storm minus 12.5 as well. Bounce back down in Melbourne. Then we've got the Cowboys $1.37. They host the Titans $3.12. 9.5 is the line.
I'm just going Titans head to head. I'm just going for big swings.
Yeah.
It's big swings.
Is where they're most dangerous, isn't it?
I'll just take Cowboys head to head.
No idea.
$1.37.
Titans with the 9.5 start.
Yep. Matty's gone the Cowboys 13 plus $2.18. I'm going to go Gold Coast 13 plus at $8.50.
Jeez.
There you go. Penrith $1.38. Host Manly $3.06. The line is 8.5 points in this game.
I'm going big boys, Manly 13 plus.
$8.50.
Panthers 13 plus.
$2.25.
Christ. I'll go Panthers to cover the 8.5.
Yep. Matty's gone Panthers to cover the 8.5. I will also take the Panthers to cover the 8.5. Raiders $1.56 host the Dolphins $2.44. 4.5 is the line down at Canberra Stadium on Sunday.
Dolphins head to head.
Okay.
I'll take a swing. Dolphins 13 plus.
$6.
Dolphins.
You right?
Yeah, I'll just go Dolphins head to head.
Raiders 1 to 12.
Yep, that's $2.95. Matty's gone Raiders 1 to 12, $2.85. I will also take the Raiders 1 to 12 at $2.95. Last game, Sharks. The West Tigers at Leichhardt, $3.01 against the Sharkies, $1.39. 7.5 is the line.
I'll just go Sharkies head to head.
I'll go Tigers 1 to 12.
$4.
I'll go Sharkies 1 to 12.
$2.80. Matty's got the Sharkies 1 to 12, $2.80 as well. I'll take the Tigers plus 7.5 for $1.96. And that is us for round number 8.
Alrighty, make sure to give us a follow on the feed. And as I said, guys, tonight, 6 p.m, make sure to grab a jersey. If we sell out in the next few days, I'll keep the moustache, the goatee, until Magic Round. And we've got big things planned for Magic Round, so stay tuned for that. Support the show, grab a jersey, and we'll go and fuck ourselves. Thank you.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.